Munataka kurudi kwa moto ama munataka kuokoka? Munataka kuokoka? Njia ya kuokoka ni baba. Nawaambia.
Mlikataa Raila. Raila alikuwa mtu wa kwanza kulilia watu. Raila ndio mwenye kuongoza hii nchi. Mpende.
Muniache niunge Raila kwa amani. Na mimi naambia nyinyi watu wa Azimio, hapa Arati bado tuko pamoja. Petition ile ya pesa 8. Dawa ya hii Kenya ni kusupport Raila Amolo Odinga 100%.
Raila tega sikio, tuko nawe hadi mwisho. Tuungane tuondoe Ruto, serikali feki ya uongo. Baba aregesha maandamano, hawa mafisi tuwaone kando. Ruto ainue mkono, Gachagua afunge mdomo.
Baba tapika maandamano. Baba tapika maandamano. Baba tuende maandamano. Wakenya wamechoka.
Sisi vile si wote ambao wanataka ugomvi kwa sababu ya ugomvi.
Niwaambia nyinyi ni wajinga mkimpata Ruto. Mkadhani tunawadanganya.
Jeti ya Ruto. Hii maisha ya Ruto ni stress na ni stress.
Mungu wewe umetukosea.
Sasa tumesema siku ya Jumatano. Uko tayari? Uko tayari? Tumesema sisi si majambazi.
You are watching Sound Candy Talk. Watch, share, like, subscribe. Tunaingia vijijini, mijini na hata jijini kukuletea taarifa mchana kutwa. Usiku tunaketi kitako, tunadadavua tukichanganua taarifa na makala muhimu yanayokuhusu wewe na familia yako. Ungana na Bernard Ngozi kwenye Open Forum Political Show kuanzia saa 4 usiku hadi dakika sake kila siku ya wiki kwenye Sound Candy Talk. Tukutane Sound Candy Talk.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for making time to join us. This is Sound Candid Talk Open Forum Political Discussion Show, the show that gives you an opportunity to air what you feel and think about the latest development on our political front. Well, we are treated to suckers as far as this government is concerned. One of such is that the Kisii governor, Simba Arati, wakes up in the morning only to find his office is blocked by the GSU and all manner of police. All of them claiming they are obeying orders from above. What's happening in our country? What is it that William Ruto administration has with the governors? Is there no boundary between county government and national government? Does William Ruto now wants to have each and every governor under his ambit so that he gains what? And thereafter what will become of the devolution in the country? Is this not one way of letting the country know that William Ruto is not keen about devolution, and after the death of free secondary education, the next death that Kenyans should be looking at is the death for devolutions and county governments as we know them? Well, this is part and parcel of what we need to discuss tonight. And of course, just before the Simba Arati issue, we had Kawira Mwangaza, the Meru governor, her impeachment, her second impeachment for that matter. And the matter is before the Senate. Now, I want you to look at this with an open mind and begin to look at this critically. Why can't William Ruto govern the country from State House and leave the governors to do their work? Must he whip all the governors to his side so that he feels safe? Does he want every governor to go and pay homage to him so that he feels president? Well, let's look at this keenly. Even as we start the conversation, we call upon you, please invite somebody and remind somebody that we are live and we are streaming on Sound Candid Talk Live. That is the channel where we are found right now. The other Sound Candid Talk channel will be resuming in the next 72 hours or so. So please, in the meantime, we will be here and we want you to subscribe to this channel, support this channel. It has saved us after we had issues with the other one, so we should not ignore it and we should not neglect it. So I want you to help me by inviting as many as you can to be part of this great conversation where we as concerned Kenyans must gather and reason together over what's going on with our country. What is it with William Ruto that he can't stand another leader doing their thing without consulting him or without involving him? How is Kawira Mwangaza and Simba Arati and other independent governors a threat to the William Ruto administration? That is something we need to look at and begin to tell each other the truth. I have a saying that I use in our leadership classes that an insecure senior pastor will be fighting his assistant pastor. A senior pastor who is not at peace with his shadow will begin to fight the assistant pastor because he's at peace with his own shadow. So it appears to me that the ghosts of William Ruto cannot let him sit down until he has terrorized everybody and afflicted everybody and displaced everybody. This is not the way the country is governed. I don't know what you think and feel about the whole situation. I'm calling upon you to participate. Here is the link to use to get in the studio and, of course, share your opinion about what is happening and how you interpret it and how you see it. The poll is already on our YouTube channel, Sound Candid Talk Live, and would want you to participate in the same. And the poll reads, okay, the poll reads, is Ruto scheming to stay in power by controlling governors and counties? Is Ruto scheming to stay in power by controlling governors and counties? 88% say yes of the 17 people who have already cast their vote. And then, of course, the other 12% say no. Now, this is very significant, and I want you to note to take it lightly. This is a very, very serious move because of our history. And those of you who are old enough, you understand that this is not the first devolution, and this is not the first regional government. We had this at independence, but with the stroke of a pen and presidential order, all those things wound up, and we ended up with one central government. And William Ruto, from his operations and from his workings, it appears that he is keen in ensuring that we wind up the devolution, we wind up the counties so that he remains the alpha and the omega of this country. Now, that is something that we cannot take lying down. So please let everybody be on the forefront in ensuring that we do what is right for this country without favor or without discrimination. Tunim Hamudu, karibu sana, asante, our permanent secretary, we salute you. Tuendelee hivyo hivyo. Charles Green, karibu kwa show. Liliana, karibu kwa show, asante sana. Olele TV, asante sana, karibu kwa show. Good to see you here. Kuna Mware CK, karibu sana. Nashukuru. Pastor Martin Wafla anasema prayers, asante sana. Which okay, thank you. Costa, asante sana, karibu kwa show. Angela Wamboi, tumesalimika, asante sana kwa kufika mapema. Liliana, thank you so much. Welcome to the show. And then of course Angela Wamboi tumeonana naye, asante sana. Naomba sasa tuendelee kukaribishana. Share that link in your Facebook groups, in your WhatsApp groups. Let the whole world tune in and let's have a conversation tonight that is going to bear fruit, and our fruit is going to remain because we seek but the welfare of this country, we seek but the posterity of this country, but this country can only hold together when the rule of law wins at the end of the day. But the moment we enthrone one person at the expense of the rule of law, at the expense of the Constitution, we are done as a people. So I'm calling upon us. Let's share our different views on these, but ensure that we stay right in the right side of history by insisting on what is right, regardless of who thinks what and why. So asante sana, naomba tumakinike, naomba tusonge mbele katika kuhakikisha kwamba hakuna chochote ambacho kinasalia nyuma katika masuala haya ambayo yanahusu nchi na vile inavyoongozwa. We must all be concerned on how our country is being governed, and of course why our country is being governed the way it's being governed. Is it constitutional? Is that what the law stipulates? Is that what the law stipulates in the sense that the country can only be safe with the rule of law, or with those who think that they are better off as law than as law-abiding citizen? Let's catch up with this video as we get the others ready. Please invite somebody. Let's all talk.
Report on TV 47. My name is Fred Indemule. Today we're very much privileged to be granted this interview, to have a one-on-one sit-down with none other than Martha Karua, the NARC Kenya party leader. She has served as a Justice and Constitutional Affairs Minister in this country. She has also served as a member of Parliament for Gishugu constituency. She ran for presidency in 2013 on a NARC Kenya party ticket, and she was the Azimio-aligned One Kenya coalition presidential running mate in the 2022 elections. Senior Counsel, asante sana. Thank you for granting us this interview.
Thank you. You only forgot that I was water minister.
Apologies. She has also served as a water minister in the Kibaki administration.
Yes.
We've learned through the social media that you this year turned 66 years old, and I'd just like to wish you happy birthday belatedly.
September ended. I thought that ran through September, but thank you.
There is a significance also because Kenya is also turning 60 this year. And at that age, you tend to have a clarity of thought on what you stand for, clarity of thought on what you aspire to. And I'm just wondering if you may draw parallels between your own life and the existence of this republic. Do you think that we are somewhere where, as a nation, we are clear on where we're heading?
I think not. There are dark and ominous clouds hanging over Kenya. And because you said I draw a parallel, I want to tell you that I've always been clear of what I stand for and what I want. There's never been a cloudy day. I'm always sure of what I want and where I stand. Kenya has expressed its wish, our collective wish, of where we want to be and where we stand by the gift we gifted ourselves, the 2010 Constitution. We should therefore not be having dark and ominous clouds over us. Our guiding light, our North Star, should be the Constitution of Kenya 2010. But we now have a regime, which I'll call illegitimate, which does not respect rules or procedure, which flouts the Constitution and the laws of Kenya on a daily basis. And that is why today, Kenya at 60 is a sorry day. It's coming less than a week after the most inhuman demolitions at Mavoko. And yes, they are not the first demolitions in Kenya. Two wrongs don't make a right. So you can't tell me because there were demolitions yesterday, we need to have that kind of thing. Mass demolitions, therefore causing destitution and homelessness to thousands. I don't know whether those children are going to school anymore. I don't know where they are living with their parents. I don't know what's happening to those people. It is atrocious, and it clearly shows we are a country without direction, without vision. And why do I say this of Mavoko? This is whether occupied rightly or wrongly. I don't want to get into that debate. Portland had advertised previously, and it is still the case. They want to dispose of that land. They had even gone as far as saying they'll give the first option to those people who are occupying. Why would you then demolish? This is an administration, this Ruto administration, where Ruto himself, who has been in several land controversies, declared that anybody who builds on land that is not theirs, they will no longer be demolishing. The government itself or the administration itself will get in and help negotiate. What was so difficult about doing it at Mavoko? Why demolish it with by force the next day after the judgment, knowing there is a right of appeal, as though to gleefully extinguish the subject matter so that even when you appeal, redress or being restored into your previous position will be impossible.
And on that issue about the Mavoko demolitions, Azimio released a statement condemning the actions. And in that statement, there was a curious assertion about the amount of time between when the judgment was made by the court and when the government moved into action to demolish the houses. And they said that it would appear someone knew how the court was going to pronounce itself and stood ready to swing into action. Isn't that an indictment on the judiciary, if at all, or some judicial officers, if at all that can happen?
It is a serious indictment that you can move almost simultaneously with the judgment, like you had a copy, and the police are ready. A demolition site is not a security site where you cannot even allow people to be in the vicinity, where you have to forcefully remove the owners. When they realized it was blow by blow account of the demolition, they too, they couldn't let anybody in, not even the Azimio leadership. Portland Cement has no power, no police officers to mount this.
Now, a lot can be said about the various organizations or institutions that would protect Kenyans from such kind of action, and the legal fraternity is one of them. You're a member of the LSK, you served as Justice and Constitutional Affairs Minister, you're a senior counsel yourself. What does it say about the action of the legal fraternity, lawyers in this case? Many of those who engaged in these transactions may have employed lawyers at one point or another. If at all the legal fraternity is not able to protect Kenyans through legal advice probably, from such actions, who will? That should be the first line of defense.
Let me say this. There are good lawyers and bad lawyers, like in any profession. Honest and dishonest lawyers. but the legal profession has acquitted itself as a body, as a defender, foremost defender of the rights of Kenyans, and especially under the current chairmanship. It is doing what it ought to do, assist society and the administration on matters of justice. I would say this, let us not shift the blame to professionals. The real blame, even though there are many others inside there who will share blame, is on the Ruto administration. You have sworn to defend and protect the Constitution. The job you claim to hold, whether legitimately or illegitimately in this case, is given to you by the people of Kenya. That is not a position. That is your birthright. It is bestowed on you by Kenyans by the Constitution to protect them. So everything you do must be in public good. This action of demolition is malicious because it is planned to inflict maximum damage. Even if at the end of the day demolition had to happen, you would allow people time to remove their treasured goods and to even salvage the building materials that they can. You know, you wouldn't pounce on them that way. Imagine schools are just about to close this month. Why would you do that to prevent children from closing school?
What would we say about the other organizations, now even away from the legal profession, the ESCC, of which back in 2015, the then governor for Machakos had already written to the ESCC, so they were appraised of what could be going on this piece of land, yet they failed to take action. We've seen the DCI come later after the fact to start investigating it. What would you say about these institutions?
Let me say this, that right now, the institutions I would call out is mainly the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights, a constitutional commission. When you see rights of people being violated, we want to see the National Commission boldly telling the government the style of evicting people and demolitions is contrary to the letter and spirit of Constitution. It's against the law and it's against international law, and our Constitution makes international law part of the laws of Kenya. I would want to hear them calling out the government because we pay them. They are an independent commission. I know that occasionally they do it, but I want to hear their voice on this. And if it had come on day one, if they themselves as a commission had gone to court to halt the demolitions so that if they have to be done, they are done in a better manner, I would want to see people raise their voices, and they are raising their voices against what is happening. Imagine if floods came, like we are expecting El Nino, or any accident occurs, like we've had terrible and grisly road accidents, where people are involved, numbers that are beyond 10. It's a humanitarian crisis, especially where it's more than 100 people. Even when the government has nothing to do with it and administration has nothing to do with it, the duty of first aid, of humanitarian assistance falls with the regime. Why would you create a humanitarian crisis? Evictions, even when they are legitimate, there has to be notice. And if it's a mass eviction, the administration has to involve itself in knowing what alternative sites can these people move to as they prepare. This is something that is so hurting. It is so bad. I'm imagining someone demolishing my home and then I have nowhere to go. Sometimes to build, people take loans. It's just crazy.
Questions are also being asked now that you mentioned the Kenya National Human Rights Commission. And
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. That is Mama Martha giving her views on the state of the nation and the state of the law and how it's being applied by the Ruto administration. I don't know what your thoughts are on the same, but from the look of things, there is something out of place as the way we are handling matters. especially in matters of abuse of office. You remember just before the elections, one of the things that came forcefully by the Kenya Kwanza wherever campaign team was what they were calling state capture. Okay, the use and the misuse of the police, and of course in terrorizing people or intimidating people so that they toed the line. Now, when we begin to see these things being done by the same people who preached against the same, what do you tell what's going on in their minds? Is it that there is no other way to govern this country according to the law? People should be intimidated. People should be, oppressed. People's homes should be demolished. They should be threatened so that they can now develop a good fear for the administration, and therefore the administration can have a leeway of doing whatever they want, and nobody's going to question them. Now, this is a very, very bad picture, in my opinion, and therefore I want us to dive deep into the same and look closely on what's happening. Today, our main focus will be on the two governors who are under radar right now. There is the Simba Arati in Kisii, and then, of course, Kawira, who has been impeached twice. And then, you can't miss the fingerprints of William Ruto in all these, or the Kenya Kwanza administration. Is it that there is now a new law that everybody must work with William Ruto or else they be housed out of office? And I'm saying this, I'm happy Alex is here and Reverend Lala have just come in. I'm saying this in view of the clip we played here last night on the Kakamega Turbo Forest. Okay, you did not see the governor, you did not see the deputy governor of Kakamega, you did not see the members of parliament of Kakamega or any of these leaders. Okay, the people who are speaking were local leaders and elders on that presser about the forest being threatened, and all of them were crying William Ruto. Is it that Baraza of Kakamega has turned the line and he's now in the corner of UDA, and therefore has given a leeway? Zakayo can come in, the wife takes 200 acres, 200,000 acres of the Kakamega forest, and then he himself with his people in Wasingishu can move into Turbo Forest that is on the Kakamega side and share it and distribute it to the people. And Baraza will not say anything. The other leaders will not say anything. Is this what they have failed to do in Meru and Kisii that is causing them to do what is happening to these particular governors? A very, very crazy way to look at it, but I want us to be as honest as possible because what is happening is not normal. Now, as we dive into this, please make sure that you're on the forefront in inviting somebody and reminding everybody, especially those who are missing on the show, especially those of you who are on the comment section. You know the people you chat with, you know the people who are always here. Please, if you have any personal contact to them, remind them and send them the link of where we are. As late as this evening, I was still receiving calls from people who are not aware that we've been on air every day. We have never failed to be on air since the time we got the problem with the other YouTube channel. So please, let's be on the forefront. Let's ensure that we remind people and invite them. The more the views, the more the viewers, the better the information reaches to the majority of the people. So don't just watch alone. Make sure you're inviting somebody to watch, and make sure you're also participating into our poll where we are asking, is Ruto scheming to stay in power by controlling governors and counties? And please, we are urging you, before you vote, make sure that you like the video. So far, we have 15 likes, 16 likes, and 29 votes. So that means there are people who cast their vote without liking the video. Please make sure you like the video before you vote. Of the 30 people who have cast their vote, Okay. 90 what? 93% say yes, he is scheming to control counties and governors so that he can stay in power, and 7% say no, he is not. Asante sana. Alex, vipi?
Salama sana Bernard.
Karibu.
Shukrani.
Haya maswala subiri tu hapo kidogo nicheze hii clip alafu you can wait on the same.
Na wakisii Simba Arati katika tukio ambalo hadi sasa halijafafanuliwa na idara ya usalama. Gavana Arati ambaye alifika ofisini na kuwapata polisi hao wameshika doria kwenye lango la kuingia ofisini mwake, anasema kuwa maafisa hao walimweleza kuwa walikuwa wanabarizi tu.
Ndivyo hali ilivyokuwa katika ofisi ya gavana wa kaunti ya Kisii Simba Arati katika uga wa Gusii. Maafisa wa GSU walifika hapa mwendo wa saa 2 asubuhi na kisha kuzingira ofisi ya gavana. Ikidaiwa wengine walikagua ofisi kadhaa hapa kabla ya kuwasili kwa Arati. Taswira ikawa hivi ndani ya ofisi ya gavana. Maafisa waliokuwa na bunduki na magwanda yao rasmi wakionekana wakishikilia doria nje ya lango kuu la kuingia katika ofisi ya gavana Arati.
But this is just sheer nonsense. Misuse of GSU to intimidate, because there is no reason completely. They want to look for anything for arrest. Arrest Arati, take him to the cells, let him come out after one day.
Gavana Arati akidai kuna baadhi ya watu ambao wanajaribu kumtishia kutokana na msimamo yake.
The planners of these things. I'm not scared of any cell, any prison. I'll do what I was elected to do. But as a governor, I won't run away from my kingdom. I'll protect my kingdom with my bare hands against the guns and the bullets. I'm ready.
Baadaye gavana na viongozi wa kaunti ya Kisii walifululiza hadi makao makuu ya DCI kutaka kujua kiini cha maafisa hao kutekeleza msako kwake.
We call upon the Minister for Internal Security, Honorable Kindigi, professor and advocate by training, to call the security agents into law, because Kenya is a constitutional democracy.
Kwa mujibu wa kamanda wa polisi kaunti ya Kisii Charles Kases, hakukuwa na msako wowote, akisema maafisa wake walifika nje ya ofisi ya Arati kupunga unyunyu tu. Na licha ya maafisa wa usalama wakuu kaunti ya Kisii kujitenga na madai ya kutekeleza uvamizi katika ofisi ya gavana Arati, gavana huyo sasa anasema kwamba kuna wale wanasiasa ambao wanajaribu kuhujumu utendakazi wake, akisema kamwe hatatishika. Crispin Otieno, runinga ya Citizen, katika makao makuu ya ofisi ya
Okay, Alex, just as a reminder, you remember before the Kawira situation, she was also arrested, and the police said that she was a mistaken identity, if you can remember. So is it the same script or what?
Bernard, I don't want to put myself below or on the level of Osoro and start discussing and giving him more airtime.
Alex, we can't hear you. We can't hear you, please. Songa karibu na mic.
Yeah, I'm not ready to put myself at the level of Osoro, because he has a history of being a political crybaby. And 3 days to what we are seeing here, Simba Arati kept telling us on the local medias what is going to happen, and it did happen. But Bernard, I was more concerned of the that debate, was it a debate or an interview with Martha Karua, nitasikia kitu watu watasema juu ya Simba, and then I'll tell them really what's the problem with the thing there. So I don't want to preempt everything and let people not analyze the issue of Simba Arati first. I think I'll give them an opportunity to analyze it, and then as we come to the middle, then we will run the parallels of what is happening with Kawira and Simba Arati. Now, let me start with Martha Karua. Bernard, politics is so complicated in Kenya that today I may seem to be a betrayer, but let me be, because that is politics. 2002, we thought Raila is going to be some powerful minister somewhere. Powerful, 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 because he single-handedly campaigned for Kibaki. Single-handedly gave Kibaki the presidency. Fact, nobody can take that out. A big fact that many people have denied to today. But in the last election, there were people who woke up from that deep slumber and at least started giving Baba, the applause that he deserves. But remember the cabinet post that Baba took. Many felt that he has been shortchanged. But I think Baba asked for that post. It was roads, and on top of it, it was housing. And little did people know what Baba agenda was. In less than 90 days, Baba aliweka rangi nyekundu kwa nyumba ambazo zinatakikana ziache kujengwa ama zifanye nini? Zing'olewe, kwa sababu the regional and urban organization of Kenya had really been messed to the core, that the future was going to be very difficult. But at that time, it hadn't been messed to the core. There was a leeway, and there was too much land to be given to those houses who were to be demolished, and they will only be they want to be evicted. There was plan through the Ministry of Roads and the Ministry of Housing. And if you remember, Kiosimayo was part of it. All over the country, Baba did not spare it. Nairobi, suburb, and the satellite cities, so on and so forth. And Baba became very, very popular. And that was when the blue-eyed boys in Kibaki administration started fighting Baba. And there was a split that was very bad, that ended up, the party that Baba had come in, they got out of the cabinet, and then we went, that's after we had gone to Chungwa versus Banana. And God was good enough to make sure that we continue with these people so that they can learn to deal with their problems together. But we stopped what was supposed to be done at the right time with the right people and brought in politics. Some of the people who criticized Baba totally, completely, na wakasema yeye anaua mali ya Wakikuyu, today they are speaking. And I used to cry and say, look, what this man wants to do is to develop the roads for the future. We can't ignore the future. We don't have highways. People have built kiosks to the road. Bena, that is the time watu wanapanda sukuma wiki mpaka kwa barabara. And you know the 12 is it inches or something? There's that rule that is in our constitution that lazima tukue na bypasses there, mahali watu wanaendesha baiskeli, mahali watu wanatembea, In some areas, some sokonis like Keroka, people were just putting their houses, their products to the road. Mpaka saa ingine inakuwa ni kama ni one way peke yake. Matatus were struggling to pass through some cities. So when we are looking at the issue of Mavoko, let us not just look what happened today. Let us look at the history of Mavoko and understand that we had a moment at a time it was to be solved. And the people who are in power were ready to pay back those who had built and also what? Resettle them somewhere. But, some people in Kibaki administration castigated Baba and they did not see where Kenya was ending. And we have a problem that we started, that people ought to take full accountability. The 2007 election set a train into motion that we will never be able to have breaks until and unless people take responsibility for it and know it was the worst mistake that Kenya ever did. Baba angeshachukua miaka yake 10 amemaliza, Kalonzo angeshaenda, and we will not have had Ruto completely under that succession politics. Kenya could be safe today. But Kenya is unsafe because we protected 2007. 2013 came. One of the most progressive lawyers we thought, and human rights, we thought that he could resolve the issue of election. He peddled over lies and refused to hear the case. He could not even produce academic papers. It came to 2017, the same thing. 2022, same thing. So I think there is no way we are going to solve this, Bernard. For me, the way I look at it, and that is why I want Martha Karua to take responsibility one day and just wake up and say, look, I mean, I was at the forefront to do what? To prevent any other thing other than Kibaki's presidency. But it doesn't mean if you have done something before, you have not reformed. I see a lot of reformation in her. She is fighting so much for the Constitution. And in fact, it might be for that reason that she's fighting even more. But we can't correct today's mistake because we feared to correct them before. So if we take responsibility, then I think we can go back and start, because the issue of Mavoko for me, it's very painful. Very, very, very painful, because as Martha said, there are a lot of people who have children, and it seems like those children may even not be able to do KCPE. I don't know how true that is, but there's a possibility, because where will they do from all that demolition and school demolitions, everything? Where do those children now go? Do they go to a new school they never knew and they are told this is what they're supposed to do? That's trauma for those children, and no, somebody says that it's not a big deal. It's the biggest deal ever. These children will grow up hating certain kind of people or this government or the police, so on and so forth. So those were my opening remarks in regard to Mavoko, in regard to the current, is it Njiru, that they are planning again to do demolition. I hope our leaders stand firm and stop this nonsense of doing that. And for Simba, I will come later, because I mean, there is so many misinformations that are coming even from the media itself. But let people debate first, and then later on we'll correct all that. Thank you, Bernard.
Okay, thank you, Alex, for taking us that history lane, and for us to trace our really problem and where the rain began to beat us. I agree with you that we did not get wrong last year. We've been wrong all along. And some people have not been able to appreciate that. And that is one of the main things that is bedeviling us. There is a book written by Kumekucha called The Ruto the Kenyans Will Never Know. And there is one aspect he emphasizes in the book on how Ruto is an expert of legalizing the illegal and making sure that whatever he begins wrongly, he will change the law to make sure that it becomes right. So that has been his way of growing in his politics, and it's now matured. It's matured to an extent whereby he's now shamelessly out to mess the constitution because he knows he can turn it around and it will still favor him. And that is the reality that Kenyans need to come to terms with. We will not be able to run this country rightly without first and foremost ensuring that the sovereignty of the constitution is not compromised. Let me quickly bring Reverend Lala and then Joe. Please, let's mind time so that we don't keep the queue too long. The rest of us, please, let's keep inviting each other. We need that number of viewers to keep rising. And then, of course, participate into our poll and answer the poll question. Thank you. Reverend Lala, take it.
Happy Monday, Bernard. Good to see you. You look sharp. You look good. You look ready and steady. An elegant man. We thank God for you. Alex, I haven't seen your face though. I was trying to listen to you, but I think my sound didn't come out correctly. So I think I missed most of your contribution. I always look forward to Alex. And Joe, it's good to see you and all of you in the background. I don't think I have a lot to say right this moment, but I'd like to comment on Simba Arati situation. I saw the GSU, out there, and I think I listened to part of his speech, and I think Ruto is bold. He's bold and mutilating our constitution while we watch. And that raises the question in my mind that who in Kenya is there to defend the constitution? And I think that's the question that Kenyans will have to ask themselves, because we are set on a slippery slope, a slippery slope, because if we let Ruto do what he's doing, then what are we saying to the nation, to the future of this nation? Because when I hear people talk of 2027, they're looking forward to the next, I'm telling you, we are set on a path that will slide us into oblivion. I've got these things in my mouth, kind of hard for me to speak sometimes. And so I think we are setting ourselves on a very destructive path as a nation, because whatever happened in the past, whatever's gone on, we can blame the past, what others didn't do, this politician didn't do. The question actually is now, what is it that we must do to defend and protect our constitution? Because there's a confusion in Kenya where we mistake or we interchange the person in the office and the constitution. Most Kenyans, in my mind, a lot of people that I hear talk, look at Ruto bigger, better, higher, stronger, whatever, than the constitution. And that's the mistake that we are making. We are not really thinking in terms of a constitution that we created to protect us and our future. Because if we let people come and do the things they're doing, it doesn't matter who come to the office. Even if you bring Baba, after Baba is gone, then we are back to the same guy, the same system again. I think Baba is fighting for the constitution, that the country be governed by a constitution that will protect you and your kids. But what we are doing to this nation is pathetic. It's sad to see the police going out there and they cannot cite the constitution they're using. They can do anything they want. Ruto can do anything he wants. And some of us talk of, let's wait for 2027 next election. Let's sanitize what is going on. Because that's what you are saying. If you can't correct things now, you are just pushing things to the future. And then what that means? It means you will not clean. It's almost like having a building. You know the foundation is not correct. You know that someday this thing's gonna fall, but you keep building and building and building. I tell Kenyans, unless we resolve these lies, this maladministration, this evil that is going on now, unless we are willing to put our feet on the ground and say we want a constitution the way we intended it to be, to govern the life of our people and our nation, we are going nowhere. We're going to stay, some of us here in the foreign land, others will keep on coming, and others will be dying, flying over to the Arab world to look for jobs. Our women getting raped there, all kinds of things going on there because they're looking for life, because we can't govern ourselves. Governing ourselves starts with the constitution, my fellow Kenyans. It starts with laws, and we must obey them. What Ruto is doing now is using selectively part of that constitution. It's like if you're a theologian, there's a science called eisegesis. You speak to the text. In other words, you take what suits you, and then you build your theology out of it, and then you do what you want to do. Instead of exegesis, let the text of the Constitution direct us. Let us listen to it. Let's do what it has. And again, the beautiful thing is that what is in the Constitution is actually backed by the scriptures, the text, whether it's Quran or the Bible. So we have double dose for our problem, to treat our problem. But are we doing anything about it? Are we listening to our text? Both of them? No, we are listening to Ruto. So to me, I blame you Kenyans who are tribalists, sycophants, if that's the right word, because you are destroying our nation. It is you who are educated. It's you who went to school. For you to parade, line up behind this man when you know he has no interest of saving our nation, is actually destroying it. To give him chance, wait for 2027, is a mistake. The Constitution, democracies are defended by the people themselves. It is us to do it. So to see what's going on in Kisii is just an indication of what this man is going to do, and it's done them. You need somebody, a historian here, to kind of keep tag on what's going on, a recorder to record what's going on, because it is every single day there is something strange going on with Ruto and his administration. So it is a high time for us to tell Baba and others that enough is enough. I watched, Arati talking, explaining why he had gone to the State House, about the money coming to Kisii, and that money seems to be questionable where it is gonna end up. Okay, so here are a class of people up there that have got no interest in that constitution, that we have no interest in your children going to school, you going to the hospital, and some of you are lining behind this man. Nafikiri tumerogwa kama watu wa Kenya. Hii ni urogi mbaya sana. Naomba Mungu asaidie tufungulie macho ili tufanye what God has shown us to do, which is to defend, protect, and bring righteousness in our nation. That's what I'd like to say for the time being. Let me stop there.
Okay, thank you, Reverend Lala. We appreciate that. Na kama tumerogwa, tunaomba turogolewe because we can't afford to lose this country. Ladies and gentlemen, let's be on the forefront, ensure that we do what is right, regardless of what is being advocated for, that everybody should toe the line in dancing to the Ruto tune, or else they will face the music. This is not how governance is done. And then I think your story about Simba Arati going to State House needs to serve as a lesson, okay? There is no agreement you enter in with Satan that will ever be will ever be profitable, okay? Will ever be profitable. Because Satan will tell you this, but turn around and eat your children, eat your family, and destroy everything else. And so when somebody begins to change their mind.
You're right, Bernard. Look at what happened to Mombasa, in Mombasa, and now to Arati, what's going on? You know, Baba was always right, you know, told them to be careful. And now we actually seeing exactly who these people are.
Excellent. Thank you. Joe, how are you today? Unmute the mic beside your name on the screen.
Bernard, how are you?
I'm good. Good to see you, Sema.
Habari ya masiku. Mnaendelea namna gani?
Niko salama na shukuru. Tuko hapa na bottom up economy that has failed.
These days I don't talk about bottom up because these guys are still on trial. Inchi iko kwa autopilot. No one seems to understand what they are doing. Nikubaya.
Is it autopilot or road test?
Autopilot. Yani iko too. We are just going, but you know what's happening is these guys are inept. They have no idea of what they are doing. You can imagine listening to these guys talk. Everyone has their own. You know, it's like everyone is running their own informal government in some way. From the cabinet secretaries, from the permanent secretaries, no one seems to understand what they are doing. And in summary, we're just there. Sisi tuko tu ndani yake na tujui mahali tunaelekea. But what we are sure about is that the country is actually headed in the wrong direction completely. Wait until tufike Januari uone vile watu watalia machozi. We are in a crisis, Bernard. Total crisis. I just checked in. I'll make further contributions later because I'm on wheels. Yes. Asanteni.
Thank you for the reunion. Let's keep talking.
I'm here.
Asante sana.
Right.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we appreciate you for keeping company and continuing to participate in the rebuilding of our country, or rescuing of our country for that matter, from the leadership that seems to be keen on wreaking havoc on everyone and everything. Well, the latest is that there is also planned evictions and demolitions at Nyamavila Estate in Kayole. So these demolitions are not an accident. They are all conceived and hatched and then released from State House. So everybody be on the lookout. If you have a plot in Nyamavila around Kayole, bas, kuwa makini, jianza kusimama imara, ukahakikishe kwamba uko on the safe side. I'm not saying that you compromise. I'm not saying that you go to bribe at State House. We must rally together as Kenyans and say no to the bad leadership of William Ruto. Don't take this lightly, okay? He will bite one, bite two, bite three, it will become normal. It was being said that in the colonial days, that we had some lions at Tito Andei and those sites as you go to Mombasa, who managed to, I think, kill some people and eat their flesh. And so they developed an appetite for human flesh. They loved the taste of the human flesh than other animals that they were feeding on. And so they became wild and were now hunting for the humans. So they started by testing. They liked the taste. And now they went to hunt to make sure that every human that passes near them becomes part of their menu. That is what happens when an evil man is given leeway to do his evil. He starts small and grows into something mightier than people are ready for. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I don't know what you think and see this becoming, but it is not smelling good. It is not smelling good at all, and we must be careful on the same. Let me just bring in this video shortly before we continue the conversation. Kama hujaingia studio, kuna link ya kuingia studio nayo, tafadhali tumia. Alafu kuna nini ingine? Vote. Okay, let's look at this again.
Ya gavana wa Kisii Simba Arati bado haijabainika sababu za maafisa hao kufanya hivyo. Crispin Otieno anazungumza mubashara na gavana Arati kufafanua mengi zaidi kuhusiana na kilichojiri wakati akijaribu kufika katika afisi yake, moja ya afisi ambayo iko katika uwanja wa michezo wa Kisii. Crispin, tuarifu zaidi.
Na Nimrod, tupo nje ya kuingia lango kuu ya kuingia katika ofisi ya gavana wa kaunti ya Kisii Simba Arati. Hapa eneo hili kuanzia mwendo wa saa 2 asubuhi kulikuwa na wingi wa shughuli hapa, hususan kutoka kwa maafisa wa kitengo cha GSU ambao walikuwa wamefika hapa kufanya msako katika ofisi ya gavana kaunti ya Kisii. Lengo bado haijajulikana na ndio maana sasa nataka kuzungumza naye gavana wa kaunti ya Kisii Simba Arati aweze kutujengea taswira. Msako huu unakuja wakati ambapo hapo jana uliweza kusema ulipokuwa unahudhuria hafla ya misa kule maeneo ya Bomachoge, ukizungumzia kwamba ulipata ujasusi kwamba kuna watu ambao maafisa wa usalama wangefanya msako kwako na hata katika ofisi zako. Hali koje na mbona leo tumewaona hapa?
Kwanza nataka niseme kwamba ni masikitiko makubwa sana. Masikitiko makubwa kwa sababu mimi asubuhi nimeambiwa kwamba gavana usiende kwa ofisi. Gavana usiende kwa ofisi. Askari wa JSU wamewekwa. Na wao wamewekwa tu kwamba walikuwa wamelinda kila mlango ya stadium. Lakini mimi kama kiongozi, mimi ndio gavana wa jimbo hili. Hakuna makosa yoyote. Na hata kama ni uchunguzi unafanyika na DCI ama EACC. Kivyo vyote vile. Kwa hivyo ningetarajia nione watu wa EACC ama mtu yoyote. Habari nilizozipata jana ni kwamba watu hawa walikuwa wanataka kwenda kotini wapate order za kuja kwangu nyumbani kufanya msako. Na msako ambao mimi sijui ni wa nini. Lakini niliamua kwamba nije niangalie kama ofisi yangu imefungwa. Kwa hivyo nilipoingia nilipata askari wamepangwa kutoka kule mwisho mpaka huku. Nikiangalia kule chini pa kuingilia askari wako na bunduki. Na wote kila mtu amewaona. Nilishuka kwa gari kuwasalimia, nikauliza mkubwa wenu yuko wapi, ni kwa nini mko hapa? Hawakunielezea. Mpaka mkubwa wao alipokuja. Nilipoongea na wao nauliza wanafanya nini hapa katika stadium, wananiambia hapana, sisi tulikuwa tunapumzika. Nauliza mtawezaje pumzika na mlikuwa mmetake positions kwa kila mlango wa ofisi yangu? Kwa sababu unajua hapa ni pakubwa. Mwishowe tumekubaliana kwamba, nimesikia kwamba walikuwa wanangojea orders kutoka kule kotini. Imagine walikuwa na uhakika kupata orders ya kuja kwa ofisi zangu. Vile vile kule nyumbani. Na niliwauliza jana, tafadhali kama mtapata order ya kuja kwangu mche mchana, kwa sababu mimi ninaishi kule kijijini. Msije kuua watu wangu. Ile rumor ambayo pia naipata ni kwamba watu wako na machungu, yani they want to revenge. Nashindwa, mna revenge nini? Kura zilisha. Ndugu zangu, ni nani hako na kitu moyoni? Hili ambalo nimelifanya mbaya, si DCI wapo, ESCC ipo, jeshi kuja kwa ofisi zangu. Kwa hivyo mimi nadhania mimi vile ninavyofikiria, walikuwa nadhania kwamba wakija watu wataanza fujo, ndiposa watu wakianza fujo watu wapigwe risasi. Hiyo ndio nia yao, sababu askari wamekuwa ni wengi.
Hapo hivi majuzi tuliona msako ulifanyika katika mojawapo ya ofisi za wanabodaboda kaunti ya Kisii, ikafungwa. Tuliona maafisa wa DCI kule, kamanda wa polisi kaunti ya Kisii. Je, labda umeweza kufahamu nini kilisababisha maafisa kuvamia eneo hile?
Juzi mlikuwa hapa wakati ambapo tulikuwa tuna launch sako ya wanabodaboda hapa. Baada ya sisi kumaliza, wale vijana walikuwa na zile reflectors, walikuwa wanajitambulisha nazo. Nasikia baadaye siku ya ifuatayo waliweta Reke Squad na askari kitengo cha polisi hapa na county commander, ambaye imesemekana vizuri yeye ako na instruction kuhakikisha kwamba Simba asongi mahali popote. Nauliza, sababu ya nyinyi hawa vijana, Mheshimiwa Ruto alipokuwa na kampeni alikuwa anasema vijana wa bodaboda ni wake, kina mama mboga. Kama tumeleta vijana pamoja, vijana 6,000 wa hapa, na watu wapee pesa wafanye biashara, ni nini ingine tutaweza fanya nzuri kuliko hiyo? Lile lipo, nataka mimi nijue ni nani, nia yake ni gani, ambaye ametoa askari wa JSU mahali walikuwa kule Kisumu kuwaleta mpaka hapa. Reke Squad ambayo inatembea hapa, wanataka kuua nani? Ni kwa nini maafisa wengine wasifanye kazi? Wale wakora ambao wameua vijana hapa waliokamatwa, wale askari wote wamewakamata, wamepiwa transfer. Kwani ni nini kinaendelea hapa katika Kisii ambacho watu hawezi elezewa? Tunahitaji, kwa sababu polisi, nasikia komanda unataka kutoroka, lazima uwajibike. Wewe ndio umewaambia askari wakuje hapa, uwajibike, utuambie sababu gani. Hapa sio uwanja wa kukuja askari kukaa. Na kama ningekuja niwapate wamekaa mahali pamoja wote, ingekuwa vizuri. Lakini wametake position kama wako vitani.
Nimrodulusikia hapo, ndivyo hali ilivyo katika kaunti ya Kisii. Tutakuwa tukiangazia taarifa hii katika taarifa zetu za hapo baadaye, na vile vile tutakuwa tukiweza kusemezana na maafisa kutoka idara ya usalama, pia tuweze kujua nini haswa kilichosababisha maafisa hao kufika hapa, na vile vile pia kulingana na msako ambao unaendelea kufanyika katika ofisi za wanabodaboda kote Kisii. Kwa hivyo tutakuwa tukiachia hapo Nimrod, tutakutana tena baadaye.
Ladies and gentlemen, that is how the picture looks in Kisii, with the police being dispatched to go and take over somebody's office as they wait for court orders. No, I want you to see in that picture that somebody goes to court to get the court order so that he comes to search somebody's office. And then he sends the searchers ahead of time as he waits for the orders. That simply means the Ruto administration is working with the courts to frustrate Kenyans, and they are too sure that if they go for an order to go and do their evil, they will get the order without failing. Now, this is not what we fought for. This is not what the 2010 Constitution envisioned. There is something out of place here that we all need to appreciate and begin to assess and, of course, resist. I'm not liking the attitude of Kenyans in tolerating almost everything that Zakayo and team are bringing on Kenyans. We need to reach a place of saying enough is enough And let's not wait for political leaders to come and lead us. This cannot be going on against the constitution, against the livelihood of Kenyans. And we are quiet, we are hoping and waiting, and others are saying Baba should say something. I mean, kama kiatu kinakufinya ni wewe kinakufinya. Huwezi kungoja ate baba mkwe akuje ndio utoe kiatu ama ndio nini kifanyike. So Kenyans, let's think, let's not succumb to this mess. Thank you very much. As we continue the conversation, let's keep inviting each other. Kama uja vote, hakikisha una vote. Voting ina take place kwa Sound Candid Talk live page kwa YouTube. Hakikisha you participate in the same, and then of course we want to know how far we have gone. 60 people have already cast their vote, 61. And the question is Ruto scheming to stay in power by controlling governors and counties? 95% say yes, he is, and 5% say no, he is not. Thank you so much. And before you vote, make sure you like the video so that we can use the likes and the votes to verify whether it is really people who voted or not. Alex, ulikuwa unasemaje?
Yeah, unaona sasa, unajua hiyo this incident of Simba Arati, it's simple but also very complicated. And politically, it is very complicated. Because Simba Arati analyzed every member of parliament and every ward representative, the MCA, once he got into power. Simba did not just come to be a governor without understanding how to win and how to stay in power for 5 years. This young boy, and I call him boy because Simba became a governor, I think he was still 39, sasa ndiye amefika 40. That's what many people say. So this young boy had a true cathedral understanding of where he was coming to. In fact, he shocked many of us. He shocked many of us because at first we thought, he's just trying to marshal support for, maybe 2027. After a while, we realized the boy had money that nobody could run against him. And when that became known, a lot of people who had money and wanted to run decided not to, because huyu jamaa alikuwa anarusha pesa Bernard. Kisii hii maneno ya 20 bob, 100 bob, 200 bob iliisha Bernard kabisa. Ile ndogo kabisa watu wangepanda, yani wangechukua was 500, but kama Simba yuko, it was 1,000 and above. And he knew what he was doing, because you bring Ongwae and the rest of the people who had been in politics for years. Ongwae had been 10 years. Ongwae stole money like crazy, but still they could not match him. So him coming to power was mighty of his money, but also his planning to get into power. And he sponsored some people through UDA to win, some through ODM, because he understood who will be for himself. Thirdly, he made sure that the Ongwae empire, political empire that he had built in Kisii, including Professor Sam Ongeri, were going to be, vintages, political vintages, that after this you will never hear of them. And you can understand today you've never heard about those two men that controlled our politics for 10 years. So comes in a man who does not understand that. And I think his intellectual level is a little bit down. The other day I was in Cup Foods trying to get something there, and then the UDA chair of diaspora, I met him there and we were speaking. He had gone to Kisii, and in fact he agreed with me.
Alex, you're opening another issue. It was the turn for Kenyan Mandamano. I thought you just needed to throw in something.
Oh, I didn't. I thought you gave me time to speak. It's okay. I mean, Mandamano can come in.
Yes, let's give priority to those who are yet to make submission, then we can dive into that later. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Kenyan Mandamano Kamili, karibu.
Thank you, Bernard. Thank you for the opportunity, and I say hello to Cowboy number 2, and I say hi to Frank, to Lara. I'm sorry, I'll be very brief because I'm at work. Even I was just standing waiting for these seconds to give my submission. Yes, I saw this video for Arati, and I felt so bad. And my feeling was that when you look at all the governors who are assuming associated to Azimio, they are being hunted like a deer. They are being looked at like they are doing much better. And they are going to show that there is a part of the country or part of the government is not working. The fake government is not doing anything. And so this guy, who is a lawless man, who have no interest of what progress or development in the country should be, when he sees people who are capable of doing genuine things, because what I believe is that anybody, any governor that is associated with Azimio, completely they are genuine. And they want to do development for their inhabitants wherever they are. That is their commitment right now. And because this Jambazi is seeing that those particular governors who are wherever they are doing very well, and they're gonna do very well, I'm gonna smash them. I wanna finish those wings that they are trying to spread. That is my thinking. Because why is it so? Kawira, I've tried to talk to people from her area, and they are talking very different. They are saying Kawira is a very hardworking woman, ready to develop the area, ready to support the people who are there, all this good stuff. Look at Arati. Now, if you look around and see like those Governor Madago, do they have those police going to their areas? Keheka, do they have those people going to, because they are dormant, they are working as per their master. But because Azimio governors are genuine people, they were committed and they swore that they are going to do development for their people. This is the problem. And that is what Ruto don't want. He don't want to see any development happening anywhere, if not for him. He sees these people will be recognized than him. And so what am I going to do? I'm going to go to harass them and make them understand that I don't want to hear anything that they are doing in whichever side they are. So what are we looking at? We are looking that harassment will not stop. It will continue until Arati gives up, until the other government who is doing his work gives up. Now you see Kawira has been amenyamazishwa, asiendelee kusaidia watu wale alikuwa anasaidia. How about if she was corrupting money? Would she have been impeached? How about Arati? If he was corrupting money, would he be having police coming around there? No. Those are the things that Kenyans should start looking at. And see, there are those people who are committed to develop the country, but they are being hampered because now look, there is no money that is being generated to those government, those governors, so that to do what they are doing. But they are still driving. They are still doing good things to their people. That is where the problem is, and that is what this lawless man is feeling. And so How does he get this information that something is going to happen in Kisii, something is going to happen in Kawira's area? It's because he has planted people to be watching. Nothing should grow. Nothing should be seen flourishing. Everything should be smashed so that he will be the kingpin of the whole country. And that is not what we want. We are not going to accept this kind of self-determined ruling with dictatorship laws. Because what law does Ruto follow? No, he has not gone to school to learn law, so he don't know any law. And whoever is a lawman, maybe advising him, he says, no, I'm going to do this. And he goes against the law because he has the power. That is where the problem is, to my own feeling and to my own opinion. I feel so bad when I see Arati being harassed. However, because when you are doing the best for your people and you see something is being planted, you feel bad. You wake up in the morning, you dress yourself, you are going to your office to continue where you left yesterday. And then here you come. Police are around there. And why should they give that fake excuse? Ati walikuwa tu wamepumzika. How? Who are they fooling? And why should we be fooled until this juncture? Kenyans, please, let's give up these problems that we are keeping and quiet, facing it and looking at with our eyes. We are watching things going bad. Well, we can stop it. Because this guy has nothing good for this country. If he is fighting those people who have got development conscious, na ndio wachache, tutaenda wapi? I'm sorry. Thank you, Bernard. Those are the few words I wanted to make. I'm at work. I will be joining you maybe lately after I left.
So, thank you, Mami. Thank you. The point is made. We appreciate your wisdom on this, and let's all be on the lookout. I think William Ruto is looking on how to be working over the governors. He wants to have entry into counties without reference to the governors. The governors should abandon their projects and their manifesto and concentrate on the bottom-up manifesto, the one for William Ruto, which is all about eating whatever that's left of this country. May God help us. Frank, how are you? Frank, unmute. The mic is beside your name on the screen.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. How are you today?
I'm fine.
Oh, you're muting again. Just unmute and give your submission.
Okay, I want to say...
Sorry, you have a challenge with the internet. Where are you? Unmute again. You just unmute once. Don't keep the cursor there. Sorry, Frank seems to have a challenge with the internet. Frank, if you can get me, please, when you come in, I will permit you to put off your camera so that your network is able to sustain the transmission. You seem to have low bandwidth internet, and that is interfering with your submission. All in all, asante sana kwa kila mmoja. Naomba tafadhali tukue mstari wa mbele kutekeleza wajibu wetu. Ningependa pia kuwakumbusha kwamba bado tunalipa bills na tumepokea kutoka kwa wachache wetu. Naomba wengine wetu tukue mstari wa mbele kuhakikisha kwamba tunatuma michango yetu ambayo inasaidia sisi kulipa bills ili tuendeleze kipindi bila shida. So the details are here for those who wish to be part of the growth of this channel and then the work that we are doing. It's free will, and you send as much as you can. You can there are two ways. You can use the till number 516575, and that works effectively for the locals. But if you are in the diaspora, the best number to use is +2547184545585. Bernard is the name. So please, let's be on the forefront. Let's settle this. We need to be free to be able to concentrate on ensuring that you get the shows in good time. And then, of course, you profit from the wisdom of different Kenyans as they share about their country and what their country so much needs. So note down those details and then use them. I'll be pasting them in the comment section for those of you who would want to revisit later on. Please, let's be on the forefront. So far, I think I've received responses from less than 10 people. So please, bado tuko mbali, tafadhali tuhakikishe kwamba tunatekeleza wajibu wetu vizuri. Thank you so much. So Frank, if you're able to get me, let me see. Disable your camera and leave the audio only. Frank, I think that will help out with your internet. Disable your camera.
I think you can. Okay, I think you can hear me now.
Yes.
Okay. Yes, I wanted to comment about what the governor of Kisi has faced today, pertaining the issues, the GSU. I think you can hear me. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead. We are hearing.
So I wanted to comment about that. What I can say is that the Ruto's government is totally out of the agenda because it's concentrating the governors who are working around. Especially, we are aware about some of the ODM leaders like Baboino, Simba Arati. I think Ruto is after them because you can see they are going to give him index 2027. So that is why he's not giving such younger leaders, especially from the opposition side, because we can see Simba Arati has blocked Ruto from entering the Nyanza. He has already and ensures Kisii has remained.
Sorry, Frank, we have lost your audio. If you could disable your camera, I think you would do better. We can't hear you, Frank. Sorry. I think you need to come back again, Frank. Your audio is not coming through. We can't hear you. So refresh your browser and then get back. Ladies and gentlemen, we're glad you're watching. Thank you so much for being on the forefront of the greatest conversation that is geared towards making Kenya better by ensuring that there is responsible leadership and then there is responsible citizenry. Wakenya sisi ndio wenye nchi hii na lazima tusimame kidete kutetea haki ya kila Mkenya na haki ya nchi yetu. Asante sana, naomba tusonge mbele katika mjadala wetu. Link ya kutumia kuingia studio ndio hii. Una click kwa hiyo link, unaruhusu Sound Candid, unaruhusu StreamYard ikakutengenezee kamera na ikakutengenezee audio, kisha utajipata kwa screen hapa ukichangia kwa mjadala wetu. Swala nyeti tunalouliza usiku wa leo ni kwamba is Ruto scheming to stay in power by controlling governors and counties? Is Ruto scheming to stay in power by controlling governors and counties? Okay, 71 people have cast their vote in 1 hour of the show. And of the 71 people who have cast their vote, 94% say yes, he is scheming to stay in power by controlling governors and counties. And only 6% say no. Where do you belong in all this? Thank you so much. Now, Frank. Okay, then unmute. Unmute and speak up now. I think that will work. Okay, it appears you have technical challenge. Well, ladies and gentlemen, let me just bring in this clip as Frank sorts out the issues with his Nate. As we continue with the conversation, please tuendelee kukaribishana, kumbusha mtu kwamba show ipo na inaendelea ipasavyo. Haya, tumsikilize huyu.
Tell me about the Western Hotel, which you
on matters to do with corruption.
Tell me about the Western Hotel, which you own, which is worth an awful lot of money and which is sitting on illegally acquired land.
Western Hotel is a big story.
It is.
In
Kenyans are following it very closely, and it may be why you're top of that poll.
You will want to believe that Western Hotel occupies half of Nairobi. Western Hotel sits on 0.7 hectares of land.
Illegally acquired
70,000
land, which actually belonged to the Civil Aviation Authority, and then you miraculously acquired it and built a hotel.
For your information, Western Hotel was bought.
Illegally?
Not bought illegally. In fact, for the record, the National Land Commission has made a finding that Western was an innocent purchaser for value from somebody who got it illegally. And reparations have been made constitutionally to restore that land to Kenya Civil Aviation Authority by demanding that those who sold the land to us must pay.
Just on this point.
Hii ni shida ya Meru. So asante. So asante, tumesema hao viongozi watu ya kanisa wameuliza Rais William Ruto na mimi tukae kando. Kwa hivyo sisi mimi ningetaka kuomba gavana, deputy governor, senator, Mithika Lenturi, watu ya kanisa, muketi and decide what is good for Meru. Na tafadhali mjue hii Meru is very important to President William Ruto anaye. Bila ya kura ya Wameru, rais na mimi hatungekuwa kwa ofisi.
Okay, Meru is important to Gachagua and to Ruto. Yes, Frank.
Yes, now I think you can hear me.
Kabisa.
Can you hear me? So I was saying that the Ruto has no agenda with some of the ambitious young politicians from the ODM, especially Simba Arati, because Simba Arati has managed to block Ruto from entering the Nyanza. So what we can say, especially the people from Kisii. I want to ask the people.
Bwana Frank, there is something going wrong with your audio. Ebu zima kamera alafu uone kama itafanya. Audio yako imeenda tena. Sorry Frank, we can't hear you at all. Okay, unmute and then speak up.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead now.
Okay, let me
Don't
continue.
put on the camera. Your internet is poor, so
I
keep
was
the
saying
camera
that
off and the audio on.
Okay, I think you can hear me now. I think you can hear me.
I can hear you.
Unaweza nipata kwa sasa?
Na kwa device kwa sababu internet yako iko chini, ukizima kamera utaongea bila kusumbuliwa.
Yes.
Zima kamera na uache audio on, uongee umalize.
Okay. So I was saying that I think you can hear me. You can hear me. Unanisikiza?
Nakupata.
Are you together? Okay, sasa I was saying that the people of Kisii should start with the young governor because he has not done any crime. So he's very good guy to serve them, and they should ignore people like Osoro who are just used by Ruto to silence the governor had. And what you can say is that Ruto's government has no agenda. That is why he's concentrating in the petty politics, like for the one of the intimidating such governors who are very hardworking, who are very young people who can serve the people and who have no intention to join the Kenya Kwisha. And what I want from Rat is the guy is very straight. He has said because he's trying to help the border people, that is why he's being attacked by the government. So I want and like to urge all the people from Kisii, especially the youth and the border to start with their governor. They should not follow the suit which has been followed like in Meru, whereby they united to impeach the governor, and he has not committed any crime. So lastly, I can say the Ruto has paid because you can't see the old president trying to visit a school to supervise the exam. So it means the president is very humble. That is why his government has not implemented any policy. You cannot bring on GSU from the Kisii and the people are being killed in Baringo. That is not possible. So the entire system of the government, the entire structure of the Kenya Kwisha government has no agenda and will not perform because the security is totally being mismanaged. People like the Inspector General has abandoned his duties and has joined politics. So that is why we are facing such challenges. Let them address the issue of the Baringo. Let them address the issue of the Turkana and stop mobilizing or bring all GSU soldiers to Kisii, and Kisii they are in peace. There's no problem in Kisii. So I wonder how you can carry all the people, all the officers from Kisumu to Kisii, and there is no any alarm of insecurity. So that means even if the CS are even they don't know what they should do. the advisors of the Ruto are totally being blinded by his approach of dictatorship. So we have to start with the leaders who are serving Kenyans, and we have to defend our leaders. For example, like Machakos, where I come from, the people of Machakos, they can see what the governor is now undergoing through because he did not support Ruto. And some of the governors who are serving now is where Ruto has been visiting. For example, he made several visits in Kisii, he made several visits in Machakos. So it means that the governors did not agree with what Ruto was trying to tell them. That is why from now, he has decided to punish them. So we have to start with our leaders and support the agenda so that we can benefit from their county government, because county government is the only way we can get the development or resources. The national government has captured parliament, which can help us. So the parliament is captured. So nothing we can expect from the national government. We have only to start with the county government so that we can get the lead to which is being given by the national government. So I want to advise the people from Kisii to start with the governor. The governor is innocent, does not committed any crime, and they should appoint some people like Osoro. I think tomorrow you will see Osoro addressing the press. So we should not listen to such flying monkeys, psychopaths who are just given money, but they cannot mind about where they come from. People like Malala who make a lot of noise. Such younger leaders, they are just political merchants who are just conned, who are just used by government for their personal interest. So let us start with people like Simba Arati. Let us start with the people like the governor of Mwangaza. Those are young people.
Sorry, Frank. Thank you so much. Your point is made, although your audio has gone off. We appreciate that and agree with you 100%. Let the people defend devolution. Let the people defend right leaders. The crooked, corrupt leadership of William Ruto wants to corrupt everybody. And if you don't comply in being corrupted, they will brand you with an issue so that you succumb to their corruption. And that's what I see is happening. I'm very concerned about my region, Western Province, okay? If the governor has not spoken, the deputy governor has not spoken, the members of parliament have not spoken, and Tarub Forest is under threat that is being distributed by the people of Uasin Gishu County to be shared, then either the Malala and yellow fever of Malala and the team has compromised everybody in Western Kenya, and that's what Ruto wants to do. Every other place, governors that are playing ball. I don't want to accuse Wanga and Orengo, and the governors that are receiving Ruto on and off. They are not facing any persecution. But those who have stood strong have refused to betray Baba. They have refused to betray Kenyans, are targeted by William Ruto. So William Ruto is the disease this country has, and we must find a cure to the same. The sooner, the better. Asante sana kwa kila mmoja na kukaribisha mahala pote ulipo. Tumakinike, masaa ndio haya yameanza kukatika. Usingoje dakika ya mwisho. Tungependa kusikia ujumbe wako kwa Wakenya na maoni yako kwa masuala haya. Is Ruto uncomfortable with independent and Azimio governance is what we are discussing. And then of course the poll is on YouTube. Remember, we are broadcasting on Sound Candid Talk Live. Sound Candid Talk Live. The usual Sound Candid Talk channel has issues we are sorting out. We will be back there in 72 hours or so. So please, in the meantime, tell everybody we are here. 76 people have cast their vote already on the poll that we are asking. Is Ruto scheming to stay in power by controlling governors and counties? And of the 76 people that have cast their vote, 95% say yes, he is scheming to stay in power by controlling governors and counties. And then number two, only 5% say no. So Ruto has 5% support, and the rest of Kenyans are agreeing with the poll that Ruto is not up to any good. And then I love what Frank brought up about Ruto being insecure about the young, vibrant leaders, Babu Wino, wherever, Simba Arati, and especially those who've been given key leadership in ODM and in Baba's front. Okay, thank you. So he wants to cut them to size before 2027. I don't think he will go far with that. And the other angle is that he's worried that Baba is not talking, so he's gone for Arati so that he can push Baba from silence. And Baba aseme kitu kwa sababu akinyamaza ni hatari. Probably those are part of the games that are being played. I don't know what you feel about it. Let us speak up, let us share, and let us keep learning. Asante sana. Kwako Reverend Lala, unaweza kusema mawili matatu.
Frank, thanks. We didn't, I think your video was there. Didn't get, okay, hold on a second, guys. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Hello?
Yeah, Reverend,
okay. Wonderful. I think what is going on in Kenya, you know what I'm going to say. Ruto job is to weaken institutions that allow our democracy to function, so that he become the actor, the key player in every area. And we are in this mess because of exactly the violation of the Constitution by Ruto. Young men, young women listening to me, that's exactly where we are. As long as the system cannot respond because Ruto is weakening them, we will continue in that slippery slope. Okay? There's a paper by Brink, Levinsky, and Murillo. They identified 3 type of institutional weaknesses. Okay? The first one is insignificance. Number 2 is non-compliance. Number 3 is instability. And what he says is this: insignificant institutions remain weak by design. So even when they want to produce a change, they do not have the authority to make it happen. Number 2, the non-compliance involves political actors who either weaken or at least reinforce the weakness of existing institutions. That is number 2. Number 3, finally, instability emerges when institutions frequently change. Institutions need time to develop, so frequent changes often lead to institutional weaknesses. So Ruto does not want a functioning system because that will question him. He's a dictator. He wants his voice alone. So anybody a little bit stronger, maybe people listen to the person like Arati and others, he will come in to neutralize them. Okay? So it is important for all those governors, whether it's in Kakamega, Homa Bay, and other places, not to trust this man by being quiet. Okay? Western Kenya and other places, you know. I think for us not to see what he's doing and we just wait for the next move, because that's what he's been doing. I think probably it's by design. He knows now our anger towards the Arati issue. Then tomorrow is going to be somebody else, and we seem to move with him. So he designs the play, and all of us follow him and make noise And at the end of the day, nothing happens and is strengthened because now he's the only voice that people listen to, nobody else. Na tusipojipanga tutapangwa tu, like they are saying those words. We are not helpless, and that's my message. There are things that we can do as a country. I'm sitting in Cleveland, Ohio, okay? Cleveland, we have what we call the city of East Cleveland. If you Google, right now, I'm sorry to talk about my city, but the city of East Cleveland is probably the most dangerous city in America. There's a documentary right now, you can Google on YouTube and watch it. This city is our neighbor city, okay? The city wanted our city to take it over. Our city said, no, we don't want that because of the kind of condition, lawlessness. My friend was the mayor of that city, the first African mayor elected in America. It was from Nigeria. He was my friend. And when he went to the office, there was no paper. The previous mayor burned everything. There was nothing like something to go by. He had to create a new city, basically, of the offices, because the corrupt system made sure nobody found anything to incriminate them. They burnt papers. They did actually. We go to the city hall. Nothing was there. So this man had to come up with a new system completely. Of course, things didn't go well for him either. He ended up also in jail. Okay, because the city is corrupt, and this is a city that used to be the home of the Rockefellers, the richest man on earth, controlled all the oil in the whole world. In fact, the government of the United States had to basically go to this man and make sure that this company was broken down so that because there's so much power. That's how much. That was the most the richest place in the United States. But now it's the worst because what happened? The institutions in that city broke down. School system, the police system, and when you read, it's pathetic because of the very thing that we see happening in Kenya today. So our city refused to take it over. The city of Cleveland itself refused to take it over. We have had interventions, but nobody wants to put their money there. This is the United States. Nobody wants to go and invest there because of the dangers, because of the corruption, because of the situation in the city. Okay, and it's not far away from where I am, and I'm seeing exactly that's what's going on in Kenya, where a president supposedly just follow people without the law. He's become the law. Institutions have failed. Then what do we have? Who will invest in Kenya? These are people this is the US. And most of the investors, in America from all over the world, the Chinese and Japanese and all over the world, they come to invest. A lot of these cars and all these things from China, from Japan and others, some of them are assembled here. But nobody wants to come to East Cleveland because it's dangerous. And Kenya is becoming that way. Ruto came over to try to lure business people. I promise you, nobody will put their money in there. Okay, they won't. They might try little because they're getting something from the US government, but you know what? They are not coming to stay. You can count that, on me. Okay, hold me to that promise that no one is coming to put their money in Kenya until we deal with this institution, until we deal with corruption, until Ruto stops such things, what it's doing. But it's not just stopping. He's the problem. The man is the problem. We need strong institutions. It's weakening them. The country becoming anemic. So we may talk as much as we want to talk, but unless we connect, you governors, network with others, you students, you workers, save your nation. Don't listen to this man. Listen to your conscience and truth and facts. Listen to what can make Kenya great. You can do it. You don't have to wait for this man to do anything. And the unity that we have together will push him out. We can do it. It doesn't even take long. It can be done. Maybe I talk like this because I live around people in the military, the US. I see what they think, how they think, what they believe they can do. Nobody tells them you can't do it because that's not in the creed. And Kenya, we must save what we have. And it's you and I networking, doing what we can be done. I think that's the only way to save our democracy, because we have unelected guys. He's told, okay, we know that, can't open the server. So we know that is illegal, but we accept. You're waiting for 2027. What are you waiting for? 2027 to sanction that, to basically give him a pass so that you can move on? Where are you moving on to after 2027? Okay, so the problem in the constitution democracy, issues like this one got to be resolved now. That's why you see the US, they are trying to prosecute Trump. They want to finish it now. And all the people that try to steal the election in the US, they are going to jail now. They are busy doing the job, because if they don't do it, it's going to impact the next group. Kenya, right now, if we don't do anything now, we are basically tunasema kwaheri to our future, because this is what is now being planted. We are institutionalizing corruption and theft, and that becomes part of our DNA. Haiti, that's some of the problem they had. South America, countries that are rich, but they live as poor countries because of corruption. People will shun, will run away. Right now, they are going to Tanzania. Ukipenda, usipopenda, wanaenda to Uganda. Things are cheaper there. They come to sell them in Kenya. So where's the money going? The money is going to our neighbors. You work hard, but you're spending that money outside, because nobody will want to manufacture anything in Kenya. They take it outside. So I think it is important for us to remember that we are not in the 1970s and before, when Kenya was the city on a hill. All the Western powers, and the East and others, they all converge in Nairobi. Right now, they can do it in Kampala, they can do it in Arusha, they can do it in Dodoma and other places, because they will have every service they need, if not better, because it's cheaper to live there. So they don't have to come to Nairobi, because they can. Long time ago, they must come to Nairobi, because that's where they get better communication, transportation, security, and everything else. Right now, they get it around outside of Kenya. And so they are leaving. And I hear that every single day. People planning to come to Kenya, I don't hear that anymore. I hear a lot of Tanzania, Serengeti, when they talk of East Africa, for tourism, that's where they're going. So my fellow, ndugu yangu Bernard, tuko tabani, manake hatuna yani jina nzuri hakuna, okay? Na hapa nje, this is where whatever we make, we need foreign exchange, and you gotta take care of outside. You know, you gotta have a good image outside of the country for you to attract. Just like East Cleveland, talk about it to Americans, nobody wanna go there. In fact, even people tell their kids don't drive there. They don't want to drive there because now it's become very dangerous. The people are trapped in there. A lot of crime going on because the industrial base disappeared, manufacturing disappeared, so people became jobless. Just like what's going on right now, when manufacturing begin to disappear, no investment, people become desperate. And desperation now breeds anger, and anger creates this domestic violence and terrorism and the rest. And people want to eat, and when they can't get what to eat, they use anything necessary, any means necessary to be able to get food on their table. And so, my fellow Kenyans, see sons of Kamwene there. This is something that we gotta do. Frank, these are things that we must do to save our nation. It's not a time to just to talk. It's a time to act, talk and act and do something, network. From morning till evening, make some meaningful contacts. Offer yourself what you can do. Provide information. Do something towards our liberation so that we can liberate our nation. Thank you very much, Bernard. I'll stop there. Someone can come in.
Okay, asante sana Reverend Lala, we appreciate that. Na the Bible says the good name is better than riches. But some idiots here wants us to believe that it doesn't matter how your name is, as long as it is giving you what you want. Kuna wale wanasema jenga mwili haribu jina. Wanakwenda kinyume na maandiko, and that seems to be the attitude of Kenya Kwanza administration and William Ruto. If you remember the clip by Osoro the idiot, I will say that even if that doesn't sound diplomatic, he says he has made enough money and he can pay you so that you listen to him. So they want to speak nonsense and pay us to listen to their nonsense. And that there seems to be their philosophy of leadership. There is no more dignity in honor, dignity in truthfulness, dignity in honest. It is all about, I have money, I can pay you, I can line you up and give you 200, 200, 200. That to me is the downfall of this country, and we must, name and shame those kind of leaders. Naona Kamwene San is here. Kamwene San, you are the rescuing team. Since you joined the Songo Rescue Team, nataka nini Frank, kama la kuongezea uongeze kwanza, ndio nikuletee prefect mpya. Mimi niko karibu kutoka kama head boy. Frank, you can unmute. Make sure you unmute. If you don't unmute, we can't hear you. Frank seems to have challenge. Unaambia uko wapi? Uko Machakos ama Kitui? Huko ndio mjafikiwa na 4G? Okay, Lala, you can make your point kidogo briefly before Kamwene comes.
I think Kisi has been a real leader in the fight, and I want to congratulate them and encourage them to stand behind their governor. I think he learned this lesson from his early days, trying to dilly-dally with Ruto, and I think he's on the right track. And Mombasa governor, the same, and other governors should join in. But I want to say that I'm proud of Kisii, and I'm proud because I was born in that Kisii hospital some years back. And the one who was in charge of the hospital that time when I was born, I was told, was Aida Odinga's father. Aida's father was the MOH, or the those used to call them clinical officers, and I'm here because of that man, Mr. Oyo. That was his name. I'm not from Kisii myself, but that's where I was born, so I'm very proud. Thank you, and let's fight. Let's stay together. Let's be behind Simba and others like him, now strong, and let us get rid of Ruto. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Reverend Lola. Frank?
You come on us. Okay.
Frank, you can come in.
Yes, so I think you can hear me now.
Excellent.
Can you hear?
Go ahead.
So I wanted to comment that from the what Lea say, in fact, we should not tolerate Ruto for 5 years, in fact, because unless we address what has happened in 2022 election, even 2027 election will not be important for us, because it will not be fair and fair. Because when you see Ruto has ensured all the institution has been captured, especially judiciary, which you know, judiciary it is only arm of the government which can administer justice, but now it is captured. Other independent institutions like the DCI, like the ABC, and the other independent institutions, they are all captured. So it means Ruto has come up with a strategy to ensure that it's going to emerge as a winner in 2027, and nobody will claim. When we go to Supreme Court, the results will be just approved. So unless we address what has happened in 2022, I think the Ruto will stay here for 10 years, and they will stay here when we are suffering, and we will do nothing. Because if we elect people like Yosoro, who can state public that during the fasting of the financial bill, they just given money to the Azimio, some of the Azimio members of the parliament, so that they can pass that bill. So such leaders, when you see them, they are not minding about the Kenyans. I wonder whether you can have some leaders who are in the cabinet of the Kibaki, the former president, who are so deported. Leaders like the late Mishuki, the late Saitoti, Professor Nyang, people like Martha Karua, who could stand for justice. So, but what we have today, we have just young political marshals who just are interested to make money. Whatever they are given money, they can say anything. And when we start electing leaders, we should not elect somebody because has come with money. Because if you are given 500, you will pay for the 5 years. So the main problem is the younger people today, they are just elected people because they give money. So, but the people in first, they were not giving money and they were elected. That is why they ain't called leaders. But currently, that is why they are saying what they want, because they know they did not win. They just corrupted. They bribed their voters. So it is the time for us to abandon such cash. Let elect people based on their merit, but not because somebody has given money, but not because somebody has organized tournament like Malala. So such people, when we elect them, they will first invest because they have spent their money, so they have to get the money back. So when you elect people, let first
Okay, pole Frank, inaonekana net yako inaleta kizaza, but I think the point is made. People should not trade our country with their notions of trying to survive politically, and then, of course, wanting to mortgage the country because of their political survival. This country belongs to all Kenyans. It does not belong to the chosen few. And we must keep it as the property of the entirety of all the 55 plus million of us, not for the few twisted people who would want to turn it into their personal enterprise. And so it doesn't matter how much you invested into your being elected. Kenya did not ask you for that money. You gave it out as your personal investment. You shouldn't mortgage the country because you must get back your money. Nobody should be in public office by buying. Everybody should be in public office for service. Service means you lay down your life to serve the country, to help facilitate the improvement and the advancement of the Kenyan people. And so if you are in office by buying, that it's a clear indication that you are the wrong person to be in that office in the first place, and you will abuse the office because you feel entitled, and then of course you think the country owes you something, and so you can fleece the country's coffers because you are busy trying to get back what you think you spend on your elections. Everybody should be in the public office for the service of wananchi and not as a business investment where you invest your campaign and then use the time for the service to recoup back whatever you spend on the elections. And that's why it's important that we all get it right when it comes to elections. I believe we have to streamline the aspect of the use of money for people to get in public office. I would that the country should take charge over the election process and make sure that the participants don't run the show. The participants in the elections should be just participants, competitors, and not the referees and not the runners of the elections. And so I believe we need to cut off the aspect of people overspending. Yes, Frank.
Bernard is able.
Okay, I wanted to conclude that by saying that if we continue electing such people, I think such people will not serve us because they know they were elected because they give out the money. But if the leader was elected based on his merit or a merit, he has to serve people. That is why the Kibaki government, in fact, performed better because during that time, majority of the leaders who were elected that time, I think they were not blaming people. But currently, what we are seeing, especially young people like me, you cannot listen to somebody who has not given you money. You cannot vote for somebody who has not given you money. And after voting in, you start crying for 5 years. So and so has not done anything. The person invested in you. That is why he is enjoying the interest. So we must abandon such culture. And that culture, remember that culture was brought by Ruto because he wanted to do away with people like Raila who could not engage in such a business, who believe in policies, who believe in the right manifesto. But the Ruto used shortcut and give money to the people so that he can be elected. So it is a time for younger people because they are the one who make a lot of noise during the campaign because they are the one who make believe they are so learned and they know how the government works. But they are just blinded by just very little amount which are given in their campaigns rallies. So it is that time for us to abandon such cash. If we want to elect quality leaders, if we want to elect leaders who can serve us, so we must. I want to say that if Ruto means well to Kenyans, he should already fired people like Deputy D. He should already fired people like Moses Kuria. But he has not fired them. Why? But he's just pretending, I'm going to fight corruption. I'm going to do what? I'm going to do what? You have to fire some of the CS who are failing you. If you mean better, if you mean, because Kibaki was not entertaining such people. Kibaki has fired he fired his close ally because it's business, but not business as usual. So, and when you see what Ruto has done in every sensitive ministry or any parastatal that bring money, has put his or has appointed his close friend so that he can milk every parastatal, so that he can take everything without any friction. And such people are now claiming. Remember, Ruto, when you compare Ruto and the whole,
it's okay, Frank.
Let me
your point is
conclude.
made. Your point is
Ruto
made.
has
Ngoja kwanza
been on 1 year.
Hold on. Reverend Lala has something to say.
Frank, I think that's a very important point you are raising there, that these people should be fired. But they are appointing authority, because you see, when you just fire them and you still allow him to stay in power, I think that is basically trying to reward him, because he will say, you know, if these are the people, these are the problem, you know, the whatever, the Indies and others. And those are not the problem. The problem is Ruto himself. Because you see, the single most important, you know, actually a player in a a fair, in elected or a country, democratic country, is institutions that are functional. But when an institution like IEBC decides to side with three, or come up with number three, and then the judiciary, the Supreme Court, you know, say that is okay. So you look at those institutions and you wonder what interest, whom are they serving there? Already we should have been so angry to the point where nobody should have passed that test, okay? Because those are the rules of the game, you know, of in the law, you know. Anyway, they're universal. Where if you got a board of 7 and they vote, you go with the majority. Majority. That's even how our parliament is organized. The majority party should be the one controlling, you know, the parliament. How come we let the Supreme Court affirm an illegality, and we are still telling Ruto to be to fire people? Who is here to fire anybody? So you can see a breakdown from the top. In other words, the fish begin to rot from where? From the top. If we get rid of this guy, then we go back to our constitution and everything will clearly be organized. Remember, institutions are the ones that should remain. If Ruto or anyone is not there, but those institutions are the one to carry on a good governance. We can trust what we have, okay? But if we allow men like Ruto, then we start, you know, pointing finger at other people, you know, behind Ruto. You know, that is a cowardice from our part. I think we go to for the jugular, and that is to Ruto. And so that's my commentary. But I appreciate what your contribution. Thank you, Frank. Mm-hmm. So ndio hivyo, nafikiri Ruto ndio shida. People like Kuria and the rest should not even have been in the government. None of those guys belong there. Many of those people don't belong there. In fact, it's a shame. Aisha Juma and the rest, these people should not even be called secretaries and ministers. These are people that are criminals. Some of them should be in court. And that's what we have. It's shameful. And people seem to be okay with it. I'm not. I'm looking forward to 2027. I don't even want to hear that word 2027 because it will be a big mistake for this country to allow this cancer to keep on metastasizing, keep on growing till 2027. When 2027 comes, you know what? None of these institutions we're talking about will be operational at all. They would have collapsed, and it will be just Ruto. Everywhere is Ruto. Go to your bedroom, Ruto. Yeah, because that's what he's interested in. He's into power. And I told people that we have the chance to change system now. The power is there. The means is there. The tactics are there. The law is behind us, constitution behind us. But people that, it's as if we can't change anything. That's what some of the argument I hear. It's as if we are stuck. The constitution does not give us a leeway to change. No, it is there. Constitution is beautiful. We can change. We the people, the power is with us. People argue, but it's not easy. No, the power is with the people. And if the number is there, majority is there, we have our way. And our way means that we take power away from Ruto. And it can be done, it's legal, it's constitutional. So why people are afraid, I don't know. I don't know. Because to me, that's the most peaceful way. No violence, a peaceful way. The numbers there, let's stand, all of us together, and say, no, we can't work till we get what a constitution tells us. And put the tools down. We can do it. And of course, when the military hear that, when the police hear that, when people hear that, they'll join us. It happens because we have a reason. But for us to wait for some miracle for him to change things, I think is wrong. Give him chance to do it so that he can appease us by saying it's okay, he's doing a good job, the country is growing. No, that's not what it is supposed to be. How it's supposed to be governed. It's not about what good he's trying to do now. It is what is in the law, what's constitutional. That's what gives us a good footing on the ground. He may have brought some economy, bring the prices down, but if it's illegally there, it is illegal. And that's what Kenyans don't understand. It's almost like they want a miracle. If the food prices can go up, then we are okay. No, we are not okay. We're just postponing our problem to the future, to our children. Just like we have this debt, we are giving it to our children to take care of it. And they can't. It's too heavy on them. We got to offload some of those debts. And one of them is a legal one, constitutional one, which is ours. It's addressed to us to resolve. We can't push it to somebody else. This man sinned against us, against the Constitution. He disobeyed the Constitution. He stole the election. And he's been doing things that shouldn't be done. And we are saying 22, 27 is coming. Somebody else is coming. Somebody will save us. God has provided salvation, your constitution, and one another, and the tools we have in our hands. We can do it. So I think it's a matter of us waking up from our sleep and organizing. Begin talking. Don't be comfortable with what you have, even a change. You may bring a price or something down a little bit and you start celebrating. No, that will not help us as a nation. It's the law that will save us. It's a love for each other, love for our nation that will create an environment where investors begin to come back. Because we are not an island. We can't develop ourselves. We need other people. And people have to trust that they can invest in the nation. Some of us who have been here trying to attract investors, the first question is security they're asking you. And then they look and check what kind of environment is that? What can we do there? Okay? I talked to some of them. Some of the potential investors. And you know what? When they hear what they're hearing now, they won't come. They're not coming. They're even afraid to come, only even for vacation. They don't want to come. How can they bring their money to Kenya? If you see them coming, vacationing, they feel the sense of peace, things are getting better, that's when they start investing. But right now, no. So whatever Ruto is doing is a gimmick. It's a waste of your tax money, traveling all over. This is a joyride. For example, he tells us, he was talking about these jobs. In the US, there's I don't know how many jobs. Canada, there's many jobs, no job. This is a joke. Why is it a joke? Because no government will guarantee another nation a number of jobs because government, presidents, or they don't have jobs. It's usually the parliament or Congress that decides. And it's not the government, it is the business community, that will interview potential employees from any other part of the world. So where Ruto is organizing this number of people going to Canada, going to America, it does not make sense. It doesn't. Because at the end of the day, it's the businesses that will interview anywhere around the globe. There may be some friendly agreement that maybe Kenya should have, some workers should come in here. But to give those numbers, I've never had in Congress, the legislature, the discussion about Kenya. These are the number of jobs that is coming to Kenyan. I never had it in Canadian side. So where is getting these figures? I don't know. I don't understand it. It doesn't work that way. It does not. So how is getting these numbers? Beats me. Whom did he talk to get these figures? Beats me. Maybe somebody can educate me, enlighten me a little bit to know where's getting all these numbers is floating out there. Some of us, we have never seen them here. And it's not even possible for him to, maybe a friendly number that they would want to work with, but to tell Kenyans that this number of people are coming, jobs are available in these countries. No, government don't employ people. Private businesses employ people. The owners of businesses, they have their own interest. And so these numbers coming from Kenya, somebody may have to come here and enlighten me. Or Kenyans, you are being duped. Maybe Bernard, pengine una habari nama ya watu watakuja kufanya kazi huko nje. Sisi hatujui, tujaona, tujasoma, tujui kampuni gani ambayo itajiri wa Kenya. Those numbers and it's crazy. It's just crazy. I can see a business deciding maybe I want to hire people and maybe Kenyans doing this, but government claiming they got that number? No, it doesn't work that way. It may be that a company wants to hire people. Ruto went there and went to those companies, and so we have this opening around here, and then he assumed that Kenyans are going to be hired. So, because what he's talking about is almost like that airlift. Airlift was different. This was schools that already Kennedy and Moyer had done some work, Randall Robinson and others. And so they were able to find those spots. So when people are coming, there was already an arranged, for airlift, students to come here. But this job thing, I don't know. Maybe somebody will explain to me how that came about. All right, Bernard, hapo mimi sielewi. I think I saw some figures, Canada, I think US.
Yeah.
Umesoma?
No, it's crazy. It's crazy. It's just the liar trying to deceive people. There's nothing like that. There's somebody who made a hilarious video about sasa Ruto ameamua kutafutia
I think
mambochi.
I hear you. Hold on.
Okay, you
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you clearly.
Hello?
I get you. I think refresh your browser. Refresh your browser. In the meantime, ladies and gentlemen, there is something I need to bring to your attention. I need to bring to your attention, and that is the new regulation at KRA. Nimetumia tu hii saa hii, inasemekana hivi KRA, okay, updates. All the people traveling back to Kenya or from the diaspora. Here is the new regulation. All goods are subject to custom duty. However, passengers have a concession of US $500 applicable only to goods for personal and household use. Passengers are also exempt on their used personal effects. Now, what this means is that anything you travel with that costs more than $500, when you arrive at the airport, you're going to pay tax for the same. The only things that will be exempted from taxation are the ones either they are less than $500 or they have been used already. They are not new or something like that. Now, this to me is crazy. It's crazy because how do you limit that people can only travel with this amount of things for? I don't understand. What does Ruto wants to achieve by making life unbearable for people? He's busy claiming that he wants to have everybody to come to Kenya without paying visa. So he has found another way of collecting the money without asking for visa money. He may end up collecting more with custom demands than the visa is bringing in. Crazy.
Bernard, hiyo atachukua pesa nyingi sana kwa sababu even the prices will be determined by them. That's what they always do. They create their own, either you carry the receipt, but even they don't trust those receipts. So they will tell you this amount of money and they want bribe, some of them. So they will collect, they just want to collect money. And how do they determine something is used or not used? In other
I
words,
don't know, system ya machambazi hao wanataka tu kuibia watu. There is nothing else, because those things, if you can't pay custom for them, they will be detained at the airport. Then they will end up being their personal product, wherever. So they want to rob from the foreigners. So they are telling foreigners to come so that they can be robbed. Because that is it. And so what we are dealing with is more complicated than we can envision. And that is why Kenyans need to really get this thing seriously, because this country is in wrong hands, absolutely in wrong hands. I wanted to play this clip. I don't know where did Njiru go to. Njiru, you are to come, and then my time is up here. I have like 9 minutes, and I'm out of here, so that we can proceed with the name. Just listen out to this.
National assets and security assets have been transferred to a foreign company in violation of all the issues the Honorable Musalia Mudavadi has raised. I am sure the people of Mombasa will be shocked. They were complaining about the port being transferred, the operations of the port of Mombasa being transferred. Now we are telling the people of Mombasa, your port is gone. The title deed is with the Chinese. The operation and the management and the development is now with the DP World, Dubai. And we'll even write to DP World through the embassy here. We will not leave this matter because as leaders we are the custodian under the Constitution to protect, preserve national strategic interests.
Sasa hiyo ilitokea lini?
Okay, just to remind you that was Kenya Kwanza or
Campaign.
Tanga movement during the elections. They were claiming that.
Okay.
Sorry, Reverend Lala. That was the Tanga wing where the William Ruto team, they were implicating Uhuru Kenyatta that he has sold the port. Okay, they were claiming that then, and then right now they are in office, and they are now selling the port practically. Okay, and so they don't. So it was wrong for Uhuru Kenyatta to do, but it's right for them to do because that's what they are suggesting right now. Okay, so it's I don't get this
already.
If it had been sold already, what are they selling now?
Mm-hmm. These are just thieves.
Yeah, Frank, you're saying something?
Yes, I want to comment about something about the session.
Yes.
And what I think from the business, we said some of the policies of the government can discourage the business people, especially the way Ruto is doing. Every part is trying to come up with new taxation method that do not help the business people. So apart from just doing away with the PISA cut and imposing high taxation to the custom duty, that is not going to encourage investors, because you cannot trade in a country whereby you are not getting anything because you are not paying for the PISA cut. So you are going to go to another country where you can get profit. So PISA cut is not a factor, but taxation is a factor when you come to business, because it will influence the pricing of your commodity. Remember, every taxation imposed to certain commodity, the price must rise, and that will influence the profit in your company. So Ruto has made Kenya Revenue Authority as private entity. When he raise up today, he come out with new taxation method, and that will not make the country to grow, because in the world there's no country the economy has grown because of taxation. The economy grows because of the right policies that will attract investors, that will make the business to be favorable for the people to trade. So you cannot make the economy to grow because of only taxation. That is not the only part. And he has come up with this narrative, let us pay tax so that we can stop relying from borrowing. And he has been borrowing. So taxation does not mean you are going to be independent from the borrowing. Even USA borrows. So does not mean if you are stable economy as a country, you not borrow. You must borrow, because the way you are stable, you have the priority or what you want to achieve, it must cost you. Even people like you, they borrow because the project that we want to come up with, it is quite a lot of money. So that does not mean we not borrow. Whether you are paying tax or we are not paying high taxes, we must borrow because we have many things to do as a country. Then the second point about the port, what is there, I can say about the port, the Kenya Christian government, the campaign, they come out with a narrative, and that is what has made Ruto to continue succeeding in this country. Come with a narrative and the people believe. And if you are not going to be conscious with some of the narrative, because the Ruto team, what is only enjoying it is narrative. It cannot survive without narrative. It cannot do things practical. It must involve narrative. For example, the other day, you see what they are saying ati huyo Raila amesema Kalonzo, so hapo ni konyorosha. So the guy is only surviving with the narrative. And we must learn Ruto is a narcissist. Narcissists are somebody who keep giving narrative, seeking sympathy every time, what and what. So, and that is where I was concluding the other time saying, for 10 years, Ruto and the Uhuru, when you compare the trip, Uhuru visited 56 countries. Within the first year of the Ruto has visited that countries, and this only 1 year. And then guy comes in the media, say that I have cut the budget for traveling. I don't know what in billion or he has said what, and the media said is 500 million. So, and immediately after saying that, he went to Congo. And every time he move out, he has to move with the huge delegations. For what purpose? We have Minister for Foreign Affairs. Ruto is not the only one who can close deal with this country. For example, countries like USA, even president can take 5 years without making a trip to the country. So, what is the Minister for the Foreign Affairs? Kazi yake ni gani? He cannot close any deal. Why is there that ministry? So Ruto is purporting to do everything in his cabinet. Kila kitu yeye anataka kufanya. So it's not need to have cabinet. They are paid. Why is not giving them duties? He has delegated duties, but he is still for their duties. Why? Because he don't know what to do. He has come as a tourist president. Kazi yake ni kutembea tu, ni kama anataka kuona kila mahali. And the guy comes here Kenya.
Paul Frank, your net seems to be disconnecting you, but I think you have made your point. Thank you so much. When you get back, I think you'll continue. Ladies and gentlemen, we are glad you're watching. Please, let's keep going as we share our views on the current state of affairs. Let me bring you up to speed on the issue of our voting. And then, of course, I'm warming up to sign out. If Njiru does not come in time, he will start a feed when he comes. But I want to really appreciate all of you for your support and continued followership. So far, 90 people have participated into the poll. And unfortunately, of the 90 people, only 54 people have liked the video. But no worries. Please, let's develop the culture of liking the video first before we vote. The vote is asking, or rather the question we are asking is Ruto scheming to stay in power by controlling governors and counties? 90 people have cast their vote, and of the 90 people, 94% say yes, 6% say no. Thank you for making sure that happens. Asante sana. And then quickly, let's just get these clips out of the way as we continue with the conversation. Listen to this and the other one.
Nairobi Central Business District that's buzzed with activity as street vendors boldly disregarded Governor Johnson Sakaja's recent prohibition of hawking along major CBD streets and, of course, the situation at Bama Market. Watch.
No sooner had the Nairobi Governor Johnson Sakaja ordered a ban on hawking activities on roads and pavements in the Central Business District, and the hawkers flocked back in a seemingly show of defiance. The hawkers asserting that the county boss did not consult all the street traders before making the decision.
Mambo iko ni matatu tu. Tuondolewe masaa. Tuondolewe hii ni standby. Mchezo iko ni paka na panya. Mtu akishoka na kaja anajichukulikia, lakini sikutupea masaa. Mimi niko na mtoto university na expect mimi nitoe school fees wapi? Na basi bado ni wao wanapeana tupati. Sasa Sakaja asilale tu na amka tu na maneno yake ovyo ovyo.
Ajue sisi ndio tumpea kura. Akitaka kusema kitu asita watu watano na hapo anawaambia alafu anatoa verdict. Aita watu wote. He's a public figure. Akuje aita wachuuzi, awaongelesha, waambie sasa mambo imefika hivi. Kama ni shoshoro anasema atengenezea watu, hakikisha kila mchuuzi amepata hiyo shoshoro.
However, there was a decrease in the number of hawkers within the CBD as confusion on hawking hours lingered. Nairobi County enforcement officers diligently patrolled to ensure compliance, but that did not deter the hawkers from going about their business.
Kama Tomboya ni wana wa iliongezewa. Huku kwingine pia tunaangalia na tunajadiliana na tunajua ile masaa mzuri itarejeshwa na tutaendelea vizuri.
Those who own shops are also taxpayers.
Nairobi Governor Johnson Sakaja announcing new measures to bring order to the city warned vendors against talking before 4 p.m.
Mimi kuna siku nakuja asubuhi na drive, mtu anatandika Moi Avenue 7 am. Aliniona tu akasema tu pole governor. Anajua makosa yake. Sasa unatandika saa moja ndo tukimbizane siku mzima. So one person will spoil for you.
In response to Sakaja's directive, a section of Nairobi legislators criticized the move, arguing that it contradicted the hustler promises of the Kenya Kwanza regime.
During these harsh economic times, it is suicidal to change the status quo, given that the livelihood of these people totally depend on this minimal income they get. We call upon the governor to reconsider his decision and call for a more inclusive dialogue with the hawkers to get a more realistic solution regarding this issue.
Meanwhile, the Bama market business was at a standstill for the better part of Thursday as meat traders ceased their operations in protest of increased market charges. These traders staged demonstrations to raise levies on the sale of cows and their carcasses in the market from 150 shillings to 300 shillings.
Kwa hiyo carcass bado imegawanishwa, iko na matumbo inalipiwa kando, makajagia miguu iko kando, vichwa iko kando na ngozi pia. Ile tunasema si halali kwa mtu wa biashara, manake anafinyika.
Kinunua nyama before uuze umechomeka dhao mbili before hata kama hiyo nyama vile tu imechinjwa tu hivyo before ifike hadi Bama umechoma already. So kitambo ufiki hiyo do unapata pia kweli akisukumwa huko anasukuma pia wengine hivi nyama inapanda juu unapata hakuna kazi watu wanafanya.
Wengi wetu tujakuwa na nyama zijakuwa sokoni, customer wamekuja bei ikakuwa tofauti, alafu wengi wao due to shortage of meat wengi wajafungua hoteli zao, alafu kazi pia leo iko chini sana.
During the protest, the police resorted to lobbing tear gas to disperse the demonstrating traders. One person was injured after he was hit in the face by a tear gas canister. Several businesses now find themselves in a state of paralysis, with some forced to close their doors entirely. Ben Kirui, Citizen TV.
Having a negative effect, you have seen for the economy to recover, we need for people's pockets to recover. And it is having a negative effect. You have seen reports of major global conglomerates who operate in this country, manufacturers, shedding jobs. You have had it. You have had a reduction of taxes because Kenyans are consuming less. Even the petrol, it has had the opposite effect. The revenues that were expected to be raised by government are not being realized. It is also not true that the current regime is not borrowing to finance recurrent expenditure. The control of budget told us the other day that in the period between April and June, government debt grew by 860 billion. Essentially, we are fully 10 billion shillings a day. That is not me. That is the control of budget. We have also been told, Trevor, that because of the cost of living, the margin of increase in the cost of living, the cost of produce and the cost of goods, there has been a 24% increase on the cost of hospitality. The money that is spent by government on bashes and travel and entertaining. And you would not be surprised that the number one government entity spending at least 2.3 billion shillings on hospitality is the office of the president. So don't let these people not tell us many stories. The very clear solution to this problem is known. First of all, we all need to tighten our belts. You cannot be asking Wanjiku, you cannot be asking Mama Mboga and Boda Boda to tighten their belts, yet your belt, you have even removed it and thrown it away. You are spending 2.3 billion shillings. I gave you the example last time we were here. The office of the deputy president put out an advertisement for seafood, supply of seafood. What does Gachagua know about seafood? Huyu ni mtu wa Mutura. Anatafuta seafood ya nini, and it is at the expense of our taxpayers' money. You should cut that.
Kamwana, mtu wa Mutura.
Yes, how are you, Bernard? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Thank you so much for showing up.
Ni mimi ulikuwa na ngoja ama we are here for an extended show na wewe? Unajua saa zingine unakuwa
umenichelewesha kutoka hapa. Ulisema 15 minutes, umekuja after 1 hour.
Sijui ni kama siku hizi nimekuwa IT imeanzia kukua vibaya ama ni aje, lakini kuna vile
I wanted to conclude.
Frank, hold your horses, please. Hold your horses. We have to get. We speak in different intervals. Different people, newcomers, people who have not yet submitted, are given priority. That's how we work here, sir. So take it easy.
Okay.
Frank ni mgeni ama ni aje?
Frank ni mgeni, amekuja leo na ako na point mzuri. Huyu ndio chairman wetu hapa. Huyo mtu kama Gachagua.
Hiyo ni sawa. Hiyo ni sawa. Wacha nikuulize maswali kabla ya uende, sababu nasikia unataka kwenda. I want to ask you a question.
Tulia kidogo nimalizane na yeye alafu nitakuachia. Yes, Kamwene san. Talk to me.
Yeah, I want to ask you some questions even as you go. Uwezi hapa kama sijakuuliza maswali because you know it is no longer a laughing matter any longer. We are supervising a self-detonating bomb tukua tunajiangalia. So kuna swali nataka kukuuliza wewe, how serious are we as a nation that we can allow that country to be damaged by somebody tukua tumetulia na tumeangalia? Nimesikiliza kwanza, by the way, give up na Zakayo jana ndio nimemalizana na yeye completely, nikasema sasa huyo mtu atolewe. Huyo mtu jana alikuwa huko Eldoret, kama unajua Eldoret. Amesema kuanzia mwaka ijayo, I don't know the gist of mwaka ijayo, kuanzia mwaka ijayo hatutaleta chakula kutoka ng'ambo tena. Hatutaleta. We will not bring food. So, like, there is something I'm not understanding. Why should Kenyans allow somebody like this one to still be in power and this person is not working for you? No, me, sasa hii kitu, let me tell you, this is actually beyond even what akina Sifuna wanaongea hapa. Unajua, these are some of the questions I ask myself nikijinterrogate. You want to tell me that Kenyans are so resilient, they can handle stupidity in their doorstep na hakuna kitu wanaweza fanya? There is a serious problem within the fabric of our thinking. Na so bana, dile kitu nilikuwa nikitaka uniambie, na usiniambie ati Kenyans are hypnotized ama nini, there is nothing they can do, because I disagree with that politics that there is nothing which can be done. You can have, unajua, like, mimi ni mzee, nitakwambia hii, tumeweka hata ofisi ya principal mbao mbili EX, ma headmaster. Sasa zingine hamtaki headmaster, sijui kuna pali aliweka watoto mimba. Sasa nyinyi mnaanzia kuona sasa hizo mimba zitakuja in your community. Tunaenda maofisi tunaweka X, ofisi ya deputy principal ya principal tunaweka X. Huyo jamaa hakuna kuingia hapo, and we become very violent and until something is done and we see that. So there is a question I want to ask you, because I want you to make me to, na usiniambia ati there is nothing which can be done. Tell me, when are Kenyans going to be done with Ruto? Because I cannot get it. Ati watu, they are there, somebody mismanaging your life, somebody destroying your country, and na bado tunasema ati tuacha tu tuangalie. This one is not even viewed that the opposition ijipange, bwana. And I want to say it here, and I pray ile level Kenya imefika, I pray hata militia watokeze. I'm sorry to say that statement, I cannot withdraw it. We cannot live that way. Hebu nijibu sasa, if organized people kama wewe au watu wa kuvaa matai, au watu wa kuvaa matai kama wewe, they cannot bring the solution, we will now use the back door. And I want to say, because there's no way in which the people we call technocrats, civilized people, thinkers, think tanks, they cannot give us. You want to tell me that even at the learned people of Kenya, they cannot even give a press conference to state about the status of our nation. Na tunangojea tu bana, hii kitu lazima unijibu, because this one is beyond the opposition, Raila, nani. There is no way in which we can stay this way na watu hawaongei. And sisi kazi yetu ni kukuja hapa kuanzia kusema there's nothing which can be done, huyu mtu sijui ni nini. There is something wrong with the Kenya, unless uniambie, by the way, Bernard, we like being poor, we never like results, we are stupid people, there's nothing we can do for ourselves. Let me tell you, hata mtu akikuja kuchukua shamba yako kwa nguvu, tunaendanga kwa makesi. There is something I want to you tell me, because what is wrong with the Kenyans? There is no way in which somebody can be this malicious and they are still, na usiniambia at the time. There is nothing like time here. So hebu niwekelee vizuri tu nielezee, tell me the problem of Kenya. Na usiniambia ati ni maandamano hajaanza. No way.
Wewe kama uliza swali na usijibu hilo swali. Kama ushajijibu basi hakuna haja mimi kujibu.
Hiyo swali sijajibu. Hiyo swali nilikuwa naiweka nilikuwa naguza equalizer.
Zakayo ni nguruwe. Okay? Na nguruwe ujikaanga kwa mafuta yake. That's number one approach to dealing with Zakayo. The second one is look at the way the people are responding. The defiance at Burma, the defiance of the hawkers, that should tell you that this thing is getting out of hand to be led by politicians. It's going to be led by Kenyans by themselves. So we are in that position whereby Kenyans are the ones going to help, are the ones going to rescue this country by themselves. It will no longer be by political affiliation or by political leadership. It's going to be the Kenyans who cannot take the nonsense anymore are going to have an uprising. The uprising is imminent. When you see those what are they called? Preset attempt to curtail people, like the Meru situation, the Arati situation. Anywhere there is rebellion, you will see him sending the GSUs and all that. That means he's fully aware that the country is uprising against him, and the intelligence have told him uko akuendaki, mambo hayakui kawaida. What Mr. Guru was telling us here, can William Ruto go to Mount Kenya and hold an open air rally the way he used to do right now? Will he get audience? Will he get people clap for him? I don't think so. So lazima tuende kulingana na masaa yake. Masaa ndio haya, na the patience and the long suffering of the Kenyan people will soon bring about results. So kile mimi naona hapa, tumeacha nguruwe ijikaange na mafuta yake, so that hata kuna mtu akulaumu. Kumbuka alilaumu Uhuru, akalaumu Raila, akalaumu system, akalaumu nani na nani na nani. This time ameachwa ajimalize, ili for the first time ajifanye nini, ajilaumu. Do we have damages by that? Yes. Whichever way we take, we still have some losses and some gains. And that's what I think is the wisdom behind let Ruto finish himself, other than him having the glory of saying that somebody else finished him.
Okay, question number 2. Sikuachili sahi. Question number 2. Can you tell me, okay, umejibu vizuri sana. You know, I try to understand things from the bottom line of them. There is somebody here who nothing is working. And for your information, the Kenyan dollar will never return to 120 again. Forget. Hiyo mambo tushamaliza. There is no any single country in the world ambayo currency yao imewahi fall na wakarundi. We had Zimbabwe, they had actually to shift from their currency to dollar. So forget the issue of Kenyan shilling to return to the normal. Hata wakati wa kina Kibaki, even ile wakati ilikuja ikakuwa 90, hakuna vile wangeweza kuirudisha 60. So once you pass a number umepita. So forget history ati kusema ati itarudi 120 vile alisema some time back. So there is a question I want to ask you into that effect. This person, is he feeling ashamed of himself that he cannot even explain the status of the Kenyan shilling to Kenyan dollar? Na ambia wa Kenya kwa nini hiyo kitu iko namna hiyo? Because I think we have people who handle that, including huyo jamaa wa TV alikuwa anaitwa Amedari ama nani, huyo jamaa ni press secretary. I want you to tell me, Ruto amesemaji kuhusu hiyo story ya dola kufika 153? And us as Kenyans, must we sit and wait for the dollar to become 2 or 3? And Bernard, you know the effect of currency losing value more than the currency losing value more than the amount of money you had saved. Remember, if your currency is losing value, hata wale watu wanangojea retirement, the people who had saved their money long ago, you are also plunging them into poverty. So ile swali nataka unijibu. Can you tell me, because already there is a clear trajectory of somebody destroying our economy, just tell me with an honest opinion, ni filimbi gani tunangoja as Kenyans? Ni filimbi gani? Like lazima sasa ifike level whereby we don't have anything in our table, we cannot eat in masses, people in Nairobi cannot eat that, and already we have signs. So niambie ni nini tunangoja, na usiniambie ati mtu ajikaange. There is nothing like mtu kujikaanga. This guy is a suicide bomber. Na nataka kuelezea story ya suicide bomber. Saa zingine suicide bomber aendangi hapo kujimaliza, anaenda hapo kutumaliza na kujimaliza. Go ahead.
Asante sana Mwananjiru. Good question. And one of the greatest challenge we are faced with, especially in this generation, is people being proud of what they should be ashamed of. And it is not just Zakayo. This is cross-cutting. Okay? There is no time in the history of mankind where people are proud of what they should be ashamed of. So you're asking the question whether Zakayo is feeling ashamed on the depreciation of the shilling. He has not shown that. According to him, everything was spoiled by the handshake, and there is nothing he can do. So he is in office, yet he is not responsible for what is happening. He is the driver, yet he's not responsible for the loss of lives of passengers or loss of property of passengers. He is an irresponsible person to be given the responsibility or the stewardship of this country. And on that note, I would that we all understand that the shilling can recover. Not that it will go back to 120, but it can recover stability, because where it is right now is on a free fall mode. Okay, it is going down and down and down uncontrollably, and there is no economic measures that are being put in place to try and stop it from going down. Okay? And that's what is making it go down and down and down. What is the aim of this? One, there are two things here. There are two evils here that we are faced with. Number one, William Ruto has the old money, okay? The old 1,000 Kenya shillings that he had stored in the warehouses to use for campaign that Uhuru Kenyatta cut to size by changing the 1,000 note to the new one. What I suspect is that it's looking for how to justify that old money and bring it back into circulation. Secondly, he's looking for how to print either a 5,000 note Kenya shilling, okay, as the highest denomination. Remember?
Hiyo lazima ikuje. That one you should not even talk about. Hiyo lazima iletwe. Hata ni ngiri 10 wataleta. Na ukicheza tukiendelea kunyamaza 1,100.
So he's working on that. So to justify this, he should let the shilling fall and do nothing about it. Does he understand the gravity of that? I don't think so. He's in office wrongly. He's in office at the wrong time. He doesn't understand foreign exchange. He doesn't understand international trade and how to keep your side of trade stronger so that you can trade with the neighbors at your advantage. We made a huge mistake by handing power to a person who has no idea on how to keep the country ahead. Unlike Uhuru Kenyatta, unlike Kibaki, and even Moi, William Ruto is a disaster that this country will live to testify about. It's a huge disaster that needs salvation. Salvation in the sense that either tumtupe nje, we take over the drivership of the bus, or lose everybody on board as they fall in the ditch. I don't think William Ruto is capable of saving anything in this country. And so, Kenyans, you have a choice. Keep him, lose the country. Get rid of him, save the country. Hapo mimi sina maneno mengine ya kuongezea. Frank, unasemaje? Ngoja ka Njiru. Franka inaonekana anachomwa na kitu cha kusema. Sema.
I wanted to see that pertaining the taxes.
Volume yako iko chini, Franka, tukusikii.
I wanted to see that pertaining the taxes. I think Ruto has linked the KRA to the private identity, whereby he can see anything and he can raise tax where he wants. And in that part, I mean, also can affect the shilling, the Kenyan shilling. Because when you see some of the factors which affect the depreciation of any currency, is based on either taxation or it is based on the local, the exchange of the local. When we come to the issue of the trading, and remember when this issue is continuing depreciating, Ruto is now celebrating because some people who own very serious business in this country, especially the Mount Kenya people who are against him and other tycoons who are against him. So he's using the shilling to depreciate as an economic war to some of his enemies or who are not supporting him politically to weaken their business that he can align with. So another point, Ruto lacks the right advisor as far as the economy is concerned. Because unless it comes with the right policies, this economy not to grow. And this economy will reach to the point of depression. And now it is the time now. And she will use totally value. Will be in a place like Zimbabwe. Zimbabwe is not using the currency. It's using the currency of South Africa. So if you not come with the right policies And the policies is not to go to the Thanksgiving. Policies are not drafted from the Thanksgiving. Policies are not drafted from the visiting different countries. Policies are drafted by the cabinet in a meeting, not in public. So unless we can do away with some of this cabinet and they decide to work and they stop the narratives which are not here in this country and do away with propaganda, do not work. And I wonder when some people are celebrating, for example, from some part of Victoria and the Mukden, saying they are in the government. Which kind of government? When the other day I was seeing in a newspaper, for example, when you want to plant Mera, you have to get a license for nursery bed. You have to get a license for that. So it is certain for us to see to be in a government, you're reporting Ruto, does not mean you are going to benefit. If Ruto is not working, it is certain it's not mean whether you voted for Ruto or you don't vote or you do not vote for Ruto. So you must do away with such kind of following somebody blindly because you voted for that person. If we did not say something, Mount Kenya has said. If we should say something, the only Mount Kenya has said. Who is Gideon? Who is Simba? Those are just watu wa mkono wa Ruto wa kuendelea kuingia watu na wao wanafika makofi ya kiongeza. So it is a time for Ruto to either polisi yake anasema mambo ni matatu, either tumutoe kwa serikali ama yeye akapite the right advisor. If not so, this country is totally going to be damaged. Na hakuna kitu kitakuwa tunapata. Hata hiyo kazi anasema hakuna kazi tunaona hii Kenya because Sini cannot continue with the economy is not growing. Wananiambia bado tuko na imani ya kuwa na country. Yangu tunaenda tuwape hii country. Right now. Hakuna mtu anakuja kuprint in Kenya because dollar is the one which is coming. Anawaambia anatembea nje kutafuta investors. What? And our shilling is weak. Okay? So there is many factors which can attract investors. Not only this in 36 countries in 1 year. No, that is not the policy. If you make the right structure in your country, you will attract investors automatically. You don't look for investors. You just come out with the right structure, make the business favorable for them, so they will come automatically. So that is things that you have to understand. And I want to blame some of the Azimio team. People like Babuino, they are just telling in parliament. When it should not come with a bill targeting TRA, because TRA it is used by Ruto. They have to come with a bill that will restrict TRA for importing some taxes which are not required. So it is the time for the opposition leader who are in parliament to draft the right bill to restrict TRA because TRA is not going to be restricted. It's going to restrict everything. So that is what I wanted to say. And I want to appreciate you because you have listened to me. And with time, I think I can give still so that you can have interview with me. In fact, I'm invested in this kind of discussion because we need to talk and let's see what we can do. Because it's not the time for us to follow people like Osoro and the Malala. Those are people who want to eat only. They are Democrats. You have to go out with such people. This Kenya is going to be only set by Kenya, not foreigners, not UN vote ambassadors. Those people cannot help us unless we sit down and decide what we are going to do. Are we in the right direction? And if we're not in the right direction, what can we do to be in the right direction? That is the main issue we have to ask as Kenyans. This is not the benefit of Uhuru, it's not the benefit for Kalonzo, it's not the benefit for Raila, it is the benefit for Kenyans. And if we are suffering as Kenyans, not as Kamba, not as SCT, not as Eluya. We have to sit down and discuss without defending some leaders because they come from our region and we have no idea. So we have to come out with another way of talking to which are affecting Kenyans. Thank you. Let me another thing.
Okay, thank you, Frank. Frank, you can drop your number here or use this number here to contact me on WhatsApp, then we can line up something.
Bana, siniulize Frank kitu.
Endelea kwanza na kuacha na wewe Frank, muendelee. Simi umemalizana na mimi?
Bado sijamalizana na wewe. Kuna swali.
Tuonane wiki ijayo.
Kuna kitu kwani hauko karibu na soko?
Hey, wewe, do you know where I am?
Si kuna nini? Kuna free wifi kwa soko.
Inaitwa 25,000 hotspots.
You are not in one of them. Inaitwa numbers maduong. You speak big numbers. Big numbers. Numbers maduong.
Let me tell this country.
No, I want to tell you, Bwana Bernard, mimi hata nimeacha kucheka. Whatever we are saying,
the comment should be cast, many curses.
No, we don't need to curse those people. We can take destiny in our hand. Ni vile we are just jokers. For real, as a country we are jokers, including you. I'm sorry, Bernard.
Don't say that. We are not jokers.
We are jokers. You cannot have such a thing for 1 year and you say that you are held hostage. You cannot have that, Bernard. We break families ikishindikana, bwana anaacha bibi yake ikileta shida kuliko upeleko kwa septic tank. Tunasema enough is enough.
That is an individual decision.
It doesn't matter.
Public decision.
It doesn't matter. It scales down to the same thing. No.
When it involves another person, when it involves 1, 2, 3 other persons, it becomes more complicated than you think.
No.
When maandamano tumeitisha hapa mara ngapi?
Forget about that.
How many people came out for the maandamano?
Tulia, kuna kitu nataka kukuambia hapa. Kuna kitu nataka.
Wewe unataka
watu walitokezea maandamano,
Wewe unataka watu watoke haphazardly, bila plan, bila strategy.
Mimi sijasema watu watoke haphazardly.
The end of the story.
Njaa yako inafaa kukutoa kwa nyumba. Njaa na school fees unangoja nini? Una help unangoja nini? Lazima uitwe. You see, Bwana Bernard, kuna vitu sielewi, like somebody is mistreating you na unangojea kengele. How? Mtu amekushika hapa koo, uwezi meza mate na unasema ati nangojea niitwe. Bwana Bernard, you are not making sense to me. The truth of the matter is this. You cannot breathe. That is the truth of the matter. You are worse off. In fact, our ancestors lived well. Unaona wale wazee tumezika, our grandfathers had better life than us. Yet, ati tunaanzia kusema ati tungoja ngoje. Bernard, I want to tell you, if we were a serious country, huyu jamaa tungekuwa tumemalizana naye kitambo. For real. Wewe kubali we are not serious? Kubali sisi tu ni watu tu mdomo kubwa, including hawa kina Sifuna, ni kuongea, all those people, but the truth of the matter is, we are not serious. So, nielezee hii sababu mia, I'm still not getting it. When are we getting rid of this guy? Because we cannot continue this way. Na tusiseme hapa ati ni story ya kuorganize watu. There is nothing like organizing watu. When your people cannot read, hawezi soma, hakuna school fees, hamuna chakula, lies after the lies, munaambiwa kuna eronino na inakataa kukuja ili pesa iibiwe. All those colossal things. Mtu hata anajifanya Mungu. Anaanzia kuwapangia hata sasa eronino sasa. So tell me, na tusianzie ati kusema time atutungojea ati jamaa ajipange ati na mafuta yake, because huyu is on a suicide mission. Huyu ayuko na sisi. So wewe niambie, what should Kenyans do? Wangoje mtu wa collapse?
Hiyo nitakuachia upange, mimi nitakuja kujoin group yako. Asante. Nashukuru public participation amekuja. Frank ndio huyo. Wengine tukutane hiyo masa mengine tafadhali. I have done my bit. Let the rest do the other one. Bwana Njiru, what you need to...
Wewe toroka tu. It's okay. Wewe toroka.
Siwezi kutoroka, nimekuwa hapo kuanzia saa ngapi? Saa 4.
Wewe
hapa sasa na vitisho wewe.
Wewe mwanzie kukuja bwana na strategy man. There is no way bwana.
Wewe ndio uko na strategy ya kutoa Ruto. Tupatie strategy tutumie.
I cannot eat because of you. I cannot eat because of you.
Kumbe Ruto atakuua bila kukubomu.
I cannot eat because nyinyi watu wamtokezee. Unajua you people, unajua saa zingine tunasemanga in my language kare kanali hata kana kuanga kakitafutia hata kare akali. Sasa nyinyi watu you are so comfortable, unakuja hata na suti very serious one no matter suti ya Chebukati.
It is not comfort. It's not comfort. It is a sense of responsibility, number one. Number two,
you even shining bwana. Wewe ni kama hata Zakaya hajakuguza bwana. Iko nini bwana?
I have refused to succumb to Zakaya's pressure. I'll be the last person to fall on what Zakayo wants me to bend into.
Basi tupe timetable kabla kama utaanguka next year ni sawa. Sisi tushaanzia kuanguka, tupe timetable basi. If you are this energetic.
Hakuna kuanguka. Zakayo must go and we will finish Zakayo. Lakini lazima tuwe na mpangilio. I told you there will be a long war, not short war, long war. There was a long war between the house of Saul and the house of David.
but also remember, a long war has casualties on both sides.
No
a long
problem.
war has casualties on both sides.
You will not participate in a war when you don't want to, when you still want to safeguard casualties. You must be willing to give some as collateral damage, others as victims, but the war must be won. And for the war to be sustained, war, you refuse to give up. You refuse to surrender. You refuse to retreat.
Okay, I agree. Kabria Wende, can you denounce that there is no any agreement we can do with this guy? Sababu mumekuwa mkitupea stress sana. Because huyu ni mtu mnaweza shikana naye kweli.
Mnashikana mkienda wapi kama mme?
Hebu pigia Manyora sasa hiyo muambie hiyo story ya secret hadi zikaache kutuambia. Anatuumiza vichwa.
Manyora is a professor in his own capacity, but not all his judgments are right. It is him, I think he has been singing that for a long time. If there was that secret agreement, it will have emerged. He miscalculated, and of course of his elderly posture, he's believed. But I think he's only saying that for the likes and for the views on YouTube. That's all I can say. There is no secret handshake. It is very difficult to explain to Kenyans how a thief can become your partner, and then you end up working together and you are not a thief, except you are starting an enterprise for stealing. That's the only time you can have a handshake with a thief. Now, Baba has not stolen from us. Baba has protected us for ages. I don't think in his wee hours of his exit, he will be wanting to throw away all that legacy by going into a handshake by one other thief. There is not even ceasefire. The reason why Zakayo is running up and down is because he tried the talks for ceasefire, imekata. He tried the handshake, watu wake wakapush handshake, imekata. So ndio ameamua all his bloggers, they should now push Raila Odinga to retirement. Hata hiyo pia imekata. So this is a drowning man. Nobody should mess you up. So Professor Manyora, like any other political analyst,
hiyo pool inaongezewa maji wapi akufe haraka? Hiyo pool inaongezewa maji wapi tukaongeze? Hiyo pool ana drown, tuoneshe iko wapi tukaongeze maji.
Wewe hapana jari. Kwani the left-handed soldier, since you are a Bible student, kuna left-handed soldier.
Tumupeleka Ocean bwana. Ocean na drown haraka huko. Huyu hata hitaji swimming pool. Ocean kwenyewe pale.
Usiwe na haraka. Nguruwe atajikaanga kwa mafuta yake. Wewe ka focus na hakikisha the majority of Kenyans don't get deceived, because the worst that can happen to this country is majority of Kenyans to accept the status quo and say there is nothing they can do. When that happens, we are doomed. But if we all refuse to bow to the Zakayo schemes, he will be left alone. And that's what I'm seeing. That's what I'm seeing happening. Rift Valley, Osoro na governor wa Bomet wakafurushwa na wananchi. Now that's what I'm saying. Now wananchi wameanza kufukuza viongozi. That is the beginning.
Wafukuze Zakayo, waachane na Osoro. Sisi hatutaki Osoro, wafukuze Zakayo bwana. Zakayo alikuwa huko jana. Zakayo alikuwa huko jana na wakurusha mawe.
No. Osoro akifukuzwa, Zakayo amefukuzwa.
Zakayo pia fukuzwe bwana.
Bwana Kidurai wakasema tuwapatie salamu za Ruto. Watu walisema nini? So we are getting closer. Don't give up now. We are getting closer.
I'm not giving up. Mimi
atamalizwa.
Mimi niko na taya already. Niko na taya na mawe. So si ati na give up. Na ziko kwa mabega nimechoka. Niko na taya mbili ya tractor kwanza nimebeba.
Hata kama bei ya mafuta iko juu, weka hiyo cherekani yako ya mafuta karibu.
Sasa hebu niambie, how long can Kenya stay?
Order. You are in
charge. No, unajua unaenda bwana, unaenda. Nijibu uende, nijibu.
You engage me here.
1 minute only. 1 minute. Unajua wewe ndiye ambassador wa secret, atujui. So lazima unajua no, lazima nijue. We have to exhort you to know what is happening. Unajua saa zingine
after Kenyan would love yako.
Wachana na huyo, sio sahi. Huyo ako date sahi. I'm dealing with you now before you go to snore. I know you snore, which is okay. So anyway, niambie, how long can the Kenyans accommodate easy base za supermarket? Nimetumiwa list ya supermarket and it's so bad. Mtu anaenda na giri 5, unatoka na juara umeshika na kidole moja. Na giri 5. Hebu niambie, how long can we accommodate that? Watu waendi supermarket, watu wezi nunua vitu. Hebu niambie, how long can we accommodate that? Wewe mwenyewe niambie, how long can we accommodate kupitanga supermarket kando?
Nobody's accommodating. Okay? Nobody's accommodating. That's why I'm telling you, we are getting closer and closer to the end of Zakayo. When nobody's going to the supermarket, and when you go to the supermarket, you come out with nothing. And when you go to work, the boss is now not able to pay you. And in January, you are not able to take your children to school. So what's going to happen? So let us play the game according to number 1, the timing, and number 2, cornering the opponent without the opponent realizing he's being cornered. So he corners himself, and then he thinks that he's safe in his corner when he's actually cornered in being in that corner. So hapa kuna mambo mengi yanacheza. Sisi tukae focused on the main thing. The main thing is to keep the main thing. Zakayo must go. Zakayo will go. And Zakayo atafurushwa. Na kile mimi naona hapa, watakaofurusha Zakayo ni wale watu wake mwenyewe. Waacha hata sisi.
Yaani bwana unasema ningoje nisijirisha ili mumutoe. The time when I cannot feed myself, the time when I cannot pay school fees, the time when I cannot walk.
Say that.
Even if umesema wait until January when people cannot do those things. We wait for people not to do all those things.
We are getting closer. Start kurudisha kwa English class. Public participation is here. Let her give you more insights.
Okay, please go ahead, snore. I wish you a happy snoring time. Thank you. Bye. Bye. We love you.
I will punish you.
Wewe ngorota kabisa bwana. Kama ungoroti, Kama ungoroti usingizi sio tamu. I'm giving you secret ya usingizi tamu. Snore completely. Kwanza unatoa ile ndudu better.
We, shida yako ni hiyo tu. Kwa Mount Kenya problem. Mount Kenya problem because of the snow coming from Mount Kenya. It's your problem. Okay, let me the vote has gone to 99 votes from all our participants. Is the Ruto scheming to stay in power by controlling governors and counties? 93% say yes and 7% say no. Thank you for participating in the verdict. Thank you for being on the forefront to follow our program. I hand you over to Njiru, public participation. I'll be seeing you later, but while I'm away, tuendelee kulipa bills, tuendelee kulipa bills. Usisahau kwamba tunalipa bills na hiyo bills inatokana na wewe kutuma mchango wako. So kama hujatuma mchango wako, tafadhali tuma, tunatarajia uje. Ile mchango nimepata ni chini ya watu 10 na tuko wengi tu. So tafadhali kila mmoja ajitahidi utume mchango wako. Details za kutumia ni hizi, okay? You can use that till number 516575 ama +254718454585. Bernard is the name. So tafadhali tuonane masaa mengine. See you later.
Bana, nawaambia watu, okay, ngoja. Nawaambia watu, if they are not going to reach more than 5, nafunga kituo. I cannot deal with less than 5 people here. Nafunga kituo.
Haya, Kashago hakuwa peke yake. Mmefunga Meru, sasa mnataka kufunga Kisii. Tutaona.
Haya, public participation chukulia sasa. Take over the dance and dance the way you want.
Thank you, Kamwene Sans. Bernard, namsalimia hata kama ametoroka, good night. Hao wengine wenzetu nawasalimia kina John Dinda, ninaona hapo kwa comment section na due diligence. Itonga, Hana UK, Julius, Tony Mohammed, nani mwingine? Okay, hao ndio ninaona. Nawasalimia wote. Azimio yote inawezekana. Kenya, I tell you in problem. As Njiro is telling you, unaingia kwa super na kibunde cha mwanoti, alafu utatoka nje na mazee, life is hard in Kenya. Yani pesa haina value. I'm telling you. Within a short span of 1 year, mambo imeenda mrama kabisa. Kabisa.
Ati na change ni kubadilisha tu binadamu mmoja kwa power. And that is the change. Are you one human being? Kubadilisha tu ati binadamu mmoja tu anatoka, mwingine anakuja. And you are in chaos. Hii maisha kweli. Yeah.
Lakini huyu jamaa ametuweza. Unajua huyu jamaa ameweka, yani anaweka mikakati kila siku, anaweka mikakati. Unajua venye kama weeds, venye the longer inakaa hapo, the more roots mizizi zinaendelea kuingia kwa soil na kushika soil vizuri. Sasa hivyo ndo Zakayo wako. Huyu jamaa, na hata nakwambia in those 10 years or 5 whatever, because hiyo ingine sasa kuanzia sasa sasa tuko kwa rigging mode. Hakuna hata haja ya kwenda kuvote. Tuko rigging mode. Alafu ikifika mwisho ya hiyo miaka yake, si ameshaweka kila mtu.
Public participation, si nikupea stress kidogo as you continue. Do you know that actually wacha nikupea stress ili uweze kuongea. I like stressing people. Allow me stress you. Najua wewe ni mama na wamama wanaweza kuongea vizuri under stress. Do you know that vile unaona Zakayo sahi, this is its best version. The way you see Zakayo sahi, this is his best version. Whatever you see, sababu sahi ndio he is fresh. He has just gotten in power. This is the time when he should implement many of the ideas. So what I'm trying to tell you is that whatever you are seeing Zakayo sahi na team yake, what you are seeing within Zakayo, this is his best version. This is optimized version. So can you tell me if whatever we are seeing is the best form of Zakayo, what will happen in 5 years? Na mnasema tu time. Whatever you can see is the best version. Sahi you see ni kama marathon. Like sahi ndio ako fresh, sasa ndio ameingia uwanja, amewarm up vizuri. Sahi ndio anaweza funga bao za haraka because now he is fresh. So you want to tell me that this guy will function properly in the 60th minute and the 70th minute? I'm using the analogy of football so that people can understand. This is the time now when he is fresh. So you are seeing the best of Zakayo. Now, vile unaona akifanya hiyo njia yote, unaenda supermarket, una pesa, dola inafika 150, that is the best energy and that is the best of what Zakayo can do. So can you try to prorate? Sasa hiyo kitu weka miaka 2 hapo sasa. Na uniambie sasa.
Nakwambia Njiro, mimi sijui vyenye mambo ikienda worse than this. I don't know. Siku hizi by the way hata watu yake ya UDA, his staunch supporters, wamenyamaza. Kwa sababu kuna watu walikuwa sycophant kwa hiyo jamaa. They were sycophant ile mbaya. Just give him time, angazui he was chosen by God. There is problem all over. Sasa sahi washaanza kurudi kwa akili, wanajiuliza like the prodigal son. How comes kama kweli this is about the economy, global economy, how comes it's not affecting our neighbors here? In affect to sisi. So nakwambia Njiro, things are not good. Things are not good at all. Ukienda kwa super, yani hata kupata mtu mwenye ameshop na trolley ni shida. Watu hawezi shop na trolley anymore. Trolley imekuwa ya decoration. Kwa super. Kenya nzatukuwa ifikiria bado tunaweza fika pali kama hii. Yani imeshindikana. Huyu jamaa sasa anakita mizizi. Ameamua, I'm telling you, alafu na kuuza inchi, ameamua for sale. Nakumbuka venye Atoli alikuwa anashidanga akituambia ati State House inauzwa. State House is being sold and in no time Kenya itakuwa kama Somali. Sasa State House mazee lishauza kwa. Hata unaona kila mtu anakuja from all over. Tujaiona Queen since I don't know when. Sasa hii King amekuja juu. Iko mtu ako hapa anataka kuuza. Kenya imekuwa maremare. Sasa watu wanakuja kununua. Kuuziwa kwa bei nafuu.
And what are we doing? No, public participation. The question is very simple. Ni sawa. Mwenye macho ambiwi tazama. We can see what is happening, the destruction. So are we locked in a cage? Hakuna kitu, yani sisi ni ng'ombe iko zero grazing. Ni kungojea nyasi hapo na kukamuliwa usiku.
I'm telling you Njiro, kupigana na huyu jamaa si rahisi. Huyu jamaa kupigana na yeye ukiona ilifika point sasa Azimio ndio hao wakaona hawatatoboa, sasa wakaingia kwa talks. Ni kubaya. Na amecorrupt kila kitu. Hata watu wenye wangetusaidia saa hii walisha corruptiwa. Because kutoa sitting president bana is very tricky. Sio kama governor. Unajua kama governor kuimpeach ni mara hiyo na impeach. Lakini sasa na hii mambo ya magavana.
Yani does this guy owners ati kumtoa sio rahisi? Does he owners? Kwani sisi ni subsidiary wake?
You see, the thing is amefanya what is called state capture. So the state security mechanisms, you know, na intelligence and everything ameweka kila kitu, and then you know now even worse leaders ameweka kwa mfuko. Watu wenye wangetusaidia in terms of galvanizing us and organizing us. Sasa tuko toothless dog. Hata Azimio wenyewe, we have to admit to ourselves tumekuwa toothless dog. Because nani make sure we had majority in the we had majority of leaders, elected leaders, akakuja akawapoch. Sasa tumekuwa minority. Manze, this guy sema kukatakata mtu miguu. Then akaenda ni Nyalenda ama ni wapi, alikuwa anaua watu huko. Ile ya Moi ya intimidation. Unajua Moi venye alikuwa ametuweka the whole country baridi. Alikuwa ametuweka baridi to the extent that
hao ni Wakenya weko baridi bwana. Kenyans need to improve bana. Wakenya bwana wanajichukua ovyo sana bana. I don't think such things can thrive in some other places. Hao ni Wakenya tu wanajichukua tu hivi tu like Sieronde. Let me use that one. Sieronde. Like those people who are not serious with themselves.
Not like that. Unajua hata time ya Moi, but the Moi time actually we had more of people who are courageous. Okay, kwa station kama hizo mpaka ma bishops and who. Kulikuwa na watu wengi wa kuprotest. Siku hizi sijui ni nini bana, sijui tumewekwa kwa mfuko, ni kuingizwa baridi ama ni hardship of life. Sasa hata yani living day to day is a problem. Sasa ukiambia mtu twende kwa street, mtu mwenye hata ako na njaa anakulanga 1 million a day. Unajua in Kenya bana, people eating 1 million a day. Sasa imagine ati ile chakula yenye inasaviwa kwa shule ndio inasaidia at least mtoto anapata 2 meals in a day. Asubuhi mtoto anatoka njaa hajakula breakfast. Yani tuko in a very hardship position. Unajua hata Moi alikuwa at least ana take care of food security na mambo ya shule. Sasa umeona huyu jamaa amekuja na story ya education. Sasa you are harassed in all other areas and then sasa education ya free ndio hiyo imeenda out of the door. No more free education, get ready kulipa. Hata Wasikuria pia nilimsikia akisema ati government services, hakuna service itakuwa free, kana ulipe. Kenya sibana, situtaisha. We are being milked. Unajua una milk ng'ombe yenye ulishi.
Public participation. Let me ask you a question. And be honest to me. Ni services gani hizo tunalipia by the way? Kuna kitu wanafanya which we need to pay for? I just want to know like No. I'm not being comical. Can you tell me what are we paying for? Give me one of the services which they want us to pay.
See, unajua there are some services which kama IT and all those could replace IT. There are some which are still free, but okay, majority by the way we're already paying, but kuna churches zenye they are still free. Sasa nani Kuria amekuja na ile kifua yake kwa public services like you people enjoy sana, no more free services. Sasa na imagine mtu mwenye ana pesa alafu kuja umwambie ku replace kipande ni 500 shillings, itakuwaje? Kila kitu sasa wanataka kulipisha.
Si unakaa bila, hebu nikuulize, unahitaji kipande ya nini saa hii? Si unakaa bila? No. I'm not being comic. Wacha nikuulize, the way things are going, which one is better? Ulipe 500 upate ID ama ukae bila ID? Which one is better?
Unaweza kaa bila. Hiyo 500 ingekusukuma at least.
Now those are the issues now, because unajua patriotism imeshaanguka. There's no pride hapo. Na ndio nasema, unajua this is what happens when you give a destroyer a lot of time. Tusianzie ati kusema ati nani public participation ati there's nothing people can do. Unajua the moment when you give somebody a lot of time. Na nataka kupeana hii story na Mobutu Sese Seko. All the problems in Congo, hata sasa unaona Congo haiwezi solve kitu. It is because of giving Mobutu Sese Seko 30 years. That guy destroyed that country. So hata mkikuja museme you want to bring another order, already kuna kuanga na remnants ya huyu mtu ambazo hamwezi fanya. That's why inakuanga like in a civilized nation wakirealize that this guy is confused, he doesn't understand what he's doing, they have to make a concept that person to quit very fast. There should be a concept of quitting power very fast. So hata sasa sisi tukianzia tukusema ile kitu iko, let me tell you, we will regret Ruto properly. Ruto kuna siku tutawahi keti pahali hivi tumeshika vichwa tu hivi tunasema I wish we reacted earlier. Kenya nawaambia kuna siku mtawahi keti mkue mnasema I wish we reacted earlier. Nyinyi endeleeni tu.
You are right, Njiru. You are very right. Kuregret nayo tutaregret kwa sababu this guy is a destroyer, as you have put it. He is a destroyer. Anaharibu kila kitu. Hakuna kitu anaacha. Ni ile kama locust. Vile locust inaingiaga hapo, inakula, ina clear the whole field. Sasa by the time this guy is done with us, tutakuwa tumerudi 50 years back ama 50 years back. Sasa it's very unfortunate bwana.
Na public participation ni kuulize now according to response mechanism yetu sisi wote is this thing still about 2027 or is about rescuing our nation? Because now can you tell me the strategy which is the best optimal strategy hapa, which is workable? Na usiniambie story ya 2027 ni kura tena.
Hapana, mimi sijasema story na 2027. Kama the guy alirig sasa ile hakukuwa hata kwa kiti. Ali-corrupt the whole system. Sasa 2027 sasa ile amekalia kiti ndio sasa una expect that there will be free and fair election. Hakuna. So in fact from there now, because after your 10 years I'm foreseeing that the guy is not going to go anywhere. Atakuwa amechange tu katiba tumuendeleze for life sasa. Aendelee for life.
Yani sasa tukue conditioned to accept decline forever. Is that what you want to tell me? Like ati he is a president, anaweza kaa hapo hata kama ni miaka 30, it doesn't matter whether you are dying, whether you are eating. Yani tukue tu na yeye hapo tu. Is that what you mean?
You see, Njiro, we have to accept the truth and the reality. This guy is going nowhere. Even after 10 years, he's going nowhere because ni ule mtu he can't let go of power.
Because what is power? Can you explain to me what is power? I don't get it. What is power?
You see, all what this guy is doing, hata hizo mambo za hiyo land ya Njiro, ya Mavoko, and land grabbing now has started in earnest. Sasa, you know, when you acquire things illegally, so unaona hata akina Minji and others, they have to stay in the government. Na other people who know what they have, how they have looted, and they have gotten everything they have from through illegal means. Watu kama hao hawezi wachilia serikali because they know wakishawachilia serikali hizo vitu zenye wali grab, mtu mwingine akikuja anaweza chukua hizo vitu. So that's why you are seeing all of them, they are clamoring wakae kwa serikali. Now, number one casualty who will suffer the most should somebody who has integrity enter in the office is Zakayo, because Zakayo, everything he has ni grabbing. So that is the state of we have to accept reality nani. Right now jamaa na unajua ni ule jamaa, he's a student of Moi in terms of how to manipulate Kenyans kwa nyamazisha. So jamaa mi hata sioni akitoka kwa hiyo kiti after hiyo 10. As for 2027 hata hakuna haja ya kupiga kura. Unapigia nini?
I'm not getting you. Public participation hapo napotea kidogo.
Nasema
no 1 minute the reason why napotea, you cannot wewe ile kitu una explain asiege situation, siege situation. Ile kitu una explain, you are explaining an hijack, like tumekuwa hijacked na we have been ring fenced na hakuna kitu tunaweza fanya according to you. Like wewe ni kama sasa unasema sasa there is no way out here, nowhere to run, no retreat, no surrender, nowhere to run.
Tumekuwa hijacked
ile abadem.
Si ni kweli tumekuwa hijacked? Kwani na wewe unafikiria nini inaendelea? Tuko ni kama wale watu wenye unaweza hijackiwa ukiwa kwa ndege kama wenye walikuwa 9/11. That is what Kenyans are. We are hijacked. We have been hijacked sasa na terrorists. That is what is happening. Can we accept the reality? Can we stop beating around the bush and to accept that we have been hijacked? In fact, the whole country has been hijacked. Now we are at the mercy of a terrorist or terror and his group, his radicalized group of corrupt people. We have been hijacked. Njiro, usifikiria ni kitu ingine. Hii nchi sasa hata it's no longer our country. It's the country of Ruto and his allies huko wenye walimsaidia kuchukua presidency. That is where we are. Unajua sahi ndio ninakwambia, at least during my time there were people who were really, you know, they were willing to sacrifice everything, and leaders who had integrity. Sahi leaders karibu wote wamekuwa corrupted. Na wamekubali kukorruptiwa pia, because maybe they are looking at things and they are like, this thing I don't think tunaweza toboa, hata tukisema ni maandamano hatuwezi toboa. So the best thing, if you can't beat them, join them. That is the attitude of most leaders, if not all. Okay, not all, but many. Wako na hiyo attitude. Nani akiniita Zakayo kama ataniita State House, anichape pesa, well and good, I'll sell my constituents, I'll sell the people of my county, like that. Hivyo ndio iko. Si umeona kama Nyanza leaders, umeona Zakayo akienda huko venye wanampembeleza, na saa hiyo ametoka kutuma watu yake wamaliza watu Sondu, wamaliza their constituents in Sondu, na they kill people in Nyalenda huko. And you know, sasa, you know, let's just accept Bwana Njiro that tumejipata in a bad place.
Ebu soma comment ya huyo jangiri na umujibu.
Nyinyi ndio mmekuwa hijacked. Sisi tuko njiani and almost there. You have little faith. Tupatane next month. Mtakuwa mkiongea vingine. Sijasema unajua sisi, do you remember when we were saying that handshake ndio hii inakuja, not handshake but negotiations ndio hizi zinakuja, then guys wanatushambulia that tuenda kuongea na watu wenye walituibia kuru, hatuwezi. And mimi na Pogon tukalibuliwa that we are molds from UDA. Tumechapa pesa, so now we are supporting UDA, but see, it came to pass. See that it's we of little faith. Unajua, there's an issue of having little faith, and then there's also an issue of reality. Kuna hizo vitu mbili, the reality and faith. Unajua, of course faith ni kitu yenye you are hoping for something which doesn't look very probable to happen, unaona, but at times also ni mzuri kukuwa realistic. Na tujue sasa huyu jamaa amekalia kiti na matako yote mbili.
Public participation. Let me ask you a question. What is the way out? Like, let's not say that people cannot react to what is happening. What is the way out? Like, tukae hivyo tunyongwe? Like, there is no way out in this situation. Tukae tu hivyo, like, from Mount Kenya, Nyanza region, Rift Valley, Turkana huko kote, Western, there is no way out. Sababu, I think the only people wale hata wako na maisha mzuri ni hao watu, the few people who Zakayo amepewa opportunity. There is no way out for the regular Kenyan to have his life back, to be able to pay school fees, to be able to eat, to be able to farm and get produce, to be able to do his regular businesses. He can be able to hawk. And also, even as you talk about that, can you explain to me about the future of biashara rejareja in Kenya? If I'm a hawker today in Kenya, how should I survive? And we need them. We need hawkers. It's the first business to conventional business. We have people who are billionaires now and they started as hawkers. Is there a future of hawking? Can you tell me, is hawking a bad business in life? Because it seems that hao watu wanakuanga wakipigwa sana na maserikali, any type of government. Is it not good to do hawking in life? Can somebody become a hawker?
What I can tell you, Njiro, is in the kind of a scenario we are finding ourselves in, most Kenyans can't even afford kwenda kununua vitu kwa duka. So that's why unaona hawkers are thriving and they are doing very good business, kwa sababu kitu yenye ungeenda kwa duka ununue na 500 kwa unaweza pata na 100, 200, 300 ikienda sana. So that's why you are seeing they are doing booming business, because Kenyans wameshindwa ku afford vitu za duka, and sooner than later, achana na hata hizi vitu zenye wanauzanga kwa street. Sasa hata nini other like basic food commodities zitaanza kuwa na black market. Unaona, itaanza kuwa na black market because you see now venye vitu zinaendelea kupanda, the more Kenyans wanapata they can't afford. So all what will happen is that now all this is happening because of taxation, high taxation. So what will happen, kutakuwa na underground market, black market. Kama sukari kwa shelf inatoka 400, unapata yako na 200 in the black market. That is what will happen because Kenyans can't afford, they can't. Saa hii ukienda, unajua before ulikuwa unaendaga kwa super unakuta watu wamejaza matroli mpaka they are filling trolley. Kama sasa hivi yenye tunaenda hiyo msimu ya Christmas, siku hizi kuona mtu na trolley hata hakuna. Watu wananunua tu na basket, that's what they can afford. Of course let me tell you why. Unajua kama hakungekuwa na demand au hawkers wangekuwa wamejaa kwa street, that's what the fact. But the fact that the demand is high based on the fact that it's becoming too expensive to buy something from a duka. Kama ukiambiwa sasa ununue brand new jacket from a duka, na lazima wakulimbikizie hizo mataxes so that even them they make their profit, na ETR and all those VAT and the rest, stamp, vitu mingi sasa zimeongezwa. So hawkers now is the way to go. In fact, kukua hawkers sahi, they have never done more booming business than now, because Kenyans actually they are suffering too much. So wako hapo, hawkers ni kama savior, wanakusave hiyo 100 ama 200.
Na wanatoa vitu wapi? Wanatoa vitu wapi to make sure that they can still make a profit?
Most of them ni mtumba. Si unajua most of them ni mtush. Most of the things which are sold, although kuna zenye zinakuanga mpya kama vitambaa, towels, vitu kama kuna zenye ziko mpya. So I think wanazipata kwa Chinese, the ones which are new. But the second hand of course zinakuja na hii second hand whatever. So wanaleta some very good, their things are good. Yani na bei ni mzuri, unajua bei ni mzuri pia na quality si mbaya. Unajua the thing is, mtu wa duka anaongeza rent juu, anaongeza yenye angetoa kwa ETR, anaongeza VAT, anaongeza stamp duty. Sasa at the end of it, because they also have to they have to break even na walipe rent ya nyumba na vitu kama hizo, so it makes it so unaffordable to the majority of Kenyans. So watu they are doing thriving business kwa CBD, hata mahindi choma, mahindi boil. Sijaona ngwashe na ndoma, but I guess hata hiyo inaweza patikana. Ati hiyo comment inasema nini? Ati nitachukua nini?
Okay, wacha nikuwekee. Okay, Soma, as I ask you a question, hebu niambie sasa, why is it that we have so much big war on hawkers? Like, what is the problem with hawkers? I want you to make me understand. Are they illegal? Are they doing business illegally? Is it a business which doesn't need to be conventionalized in Kenya? Because I don't know about the Western countries if they have hawkers or not. Can you tell me, like, in Kenya, do we need hawkers? That's what I want to, because how comes watu wanapigwa sana? Are they wanavunja sheria hivyo? Kunasemekana wanavunja sheria.
Okay, unajua sasa Njiro, Nairobi is a capital city, and even if it wasn't a capital city, hakuna town yenye inaweza survive with the number of hawkers we are dealing with, because sasa hata pavement hakuna pale ya kutembea. After that wameingia sasa kwa barabara ya gari. Ukikosa space kwa pavement, unajua venye wanafanya, wanaweka lines mbili kwa pavement. Kuna line yenye inakaribia ukuta, alafu hii line yenye inakaribia barabara, then sasa hapo katikati ka space kadogo ndio Kenyans are supposed to walk on that pavement. Sasa wengine wameingia mpaka kwa barabara yenyewe, because wanaongezeka day by day, because of course town is very prime area kwa sababu the number of people who normally stay there. Sasa we are having a situation of we have to restore order kwa sababu sasa the town has become chaotic. Unajua these hawkers wanakujanga like when we started, or rather when mambo ya hawkers ilianza, hawakukuwa wengi venye wako sahi, so it's like wanaendelea kuongezeka because it's a prime area because of the numbers. And of course people are happy because they are like, okay, of course it's inconveniencing and it's making the town to look chaotic, and it's also making the town to be dirty because sasa watu wenye wangeosha whatever, there is even no space ya kuosha ama kusafisha, so the place has become very filthy. Alafu makaratasi nini zinaachwa all over the place. Those things are the ones which are, lakini to be very honest, wanasaidia Kenya sana with this economy, wanasaidia Wakenya very much. Na mimi let me jibu Mato, mimi sijasema tuende handshake, hapana. I have not said that, and I don't think that Azimio tutaenda handshake. I'm just telling you the reality that huyu jamaa, unajua to Zakayo, this is a life and death issue. The moment akitolewa kwa hiyo kiti anajua he's going to lose everything he has been gathering, starting with Weston, ata lose kila kitu because there's nothing which he has acquired legally. Everything he has is illegally obtained. No. So, and of course he has that hunger and thirst that he want to grab shamba, he want to, arudisha ile pesa yenye alikuwa anadisha utemea. So the guy, he can't allow anybody to come between him and now he has all the state apparatus in his grasp. So hata ifika point kama ile ya Moi yenye hata ungeongea kuongea tu, let alone kwenda kwa street. Ukiongea hivi ushapelekwa nini chambers, Nyayo House. You disappear for some time, that kind of a thing. But hawkers wanasaidia, wacha nikwambie Njiru, with this kind of, and what I'm telling you, in the near future, you just wait and see. Unaona venye prices zinaendelea zikipanda, sooner than later kutakuwa na very thriving black market. Vitu zinaletwa kutoka Somalia, zinaletwa kutoka wherever, underground, chini ya maji. Watu wanaenda wananunua huko. Because even tayari kunayo kwa Isili, kwa hiyo nini, wana sell the foodstuffs, basic food commodities at very good rates compared to super. So that is the situation. Hatuwezi jidanganya because kumtoa kwa hiyo kiti vita ile mbaya, of which even winning that vita unless it's a armed resistance. Hiyo ati ni protest, hapana. Hiyo inataka armed resistance. Protest, tuliona what has been happening to our people, kuuliwa every day.
Can I ask you a question? Nikuuliza swali tu. Do you think Kenya has reached an age whereby now we now need to conventionalize the way people get guns now? Si maguns upewa matajiri peke yake. Don't you think that we need to reach a space whereby that space needs to open up more, watu wakuwe na bunduki zao sasa, if you can afford it?
Unajua, like, if you look at the countries in legalize mambo ya guns, they also having problem. Unajua, like, from my understanding of your guns, I don't know, wanasemanga ni 5th amendment ama ni gani?
In America it is 2nd amendment.
2nd amendment, yes. You see, that is a developed country, but you can see even them, they are suffering from that thing of legalizing guns. That you find that.
1 minute. Nataka kuongeza. So tell me, as a Kenyan, how can you guard yourself from a reckless government? Okay, usikuwe na bunduki, usikuwe. Tell me, as a Kenyan now, how can we guard ourselves from a reckless government. Ni sawa, other people use guns to, they want to have governments and kadhalika. But sisi kama Mkenya, now let's say now we have people who are out of order. Na ukitokezea hauna chochote, saa zingine hata ukiwa na fimbo ama nini, au watu wanataka kukupiga risasi na uwezi tokezea na mawe. Now tell me which is a conventional method we can put in the constitution to safeguard Kenyans to still ask for their rights.
Unajua Njiro, the situation in Kenya, majority of Kenyans first of all are poor people. Like ukiangalia Nairobi, 65% of Nairobians wanaishi kwa slum. If we legalize guns, those guns will go to those unscrupulous people or those criminals, sana the gangs and all that. Unaona? So as much as tulikuwa tunasema ati we get guns so that we can defend ourselves against a draconian government, what will happen is that now those guns will be taken up by those people who now will be coming to rob. Unaona? It will be misused. What I'm saying is this: tukakuwa na organized militia, an organized militia, it will be better than telling citizens to arm themselves, because citizens, a regular Kenyan citizen, wacha nikwambie, gun haiwezi mfaidi. Let me say that gun haiwezi mfaidi in one way or the other one. But an organized militia, yes, nakubali. An organized militia, but even that organized militia, kitambo watoe, unajua an army, like an army ama AP, and it's hard to fight those kind of people, even if you are a militia. No, it's not very easy to topple them. Because they have all the structure, all the money they are getting from the taxes, the armory, kila kitu wako nayo. Sasa kitambo nyinyi mwanze kujiami, mwanze kuleta sijui nani atauzia guns na all those. But for me, that issue of legalization of guns, I would not recommend, because it will do more harm than good. Na tena, one of the reasons why Kenya is a very safe country is because of your issue that we are not.
Are you sure we are safe? Okay, public participation. Into what reference are you saying we are safe? Are you sure Kenya is safe? Just in an honest opinion, is our country safe?
What I can tell you, if you compare it with some other countries, hata US yenyewe, I can say, mimi kulingana na what I've been seeing on TV, I think you are safer in Kenya than in US. You are safer. Yani Kenya is that country
where we kidnap people open in the night. Mtu unaweza potea anytime, you can be kidnapped by the government. Is that what you mean? Are you aware of kidnapping?
Yes, of course, your kidnapping is not good. It's very wrong. But what I'm telling you is that Kenya is a safe country. Kenya is a country whereby unaweza ishi, you may be having other problems, ukuli and all that. But Kenya is that country yenye unaweza ishi from when you are born up to death. Na usiwahi kumbana na any type of violence physically.
Umewahi pigwa? Have you heard of people, watu wamepigwa ngeta ama vitu kama ngeta zilisha?
Public participation, are we talking about Kenya? Talking about Kenya. Qualify your comparison, because if you Kenya, are we
what I qualify you? Public participation. Have you heard of something called ngeta?
Do you live in Kenya?
Of course, wacha nikwambie Njiro. Kenya, what I can tell, and very honestly I can tell you, the country is a safe country for, it is a safe country. That's what I can say. That's what I'm telling you. You can be born in Kenya. And,
okay. Public participation. Okay, I get you. But can you tell me, according to you, what is safe?
Where are you comparing that to Haiti? Yes, we are safer.
Okay, Lala, 1 minute.
Comparing it to.
Okay, wacha pia tuelezee standard zake za kudeclare safety ni gani? Ndio nataka nielewe. Just tell us what is making you declare, like what is making you say Kenya is safe. Just give me parameters, please. I want to know, like break it more. Hapo siwezi acha hivyo because nimeshtuka.
Unajua, I'm admitting Lala and Njiro. the problem that we have is poor governance. Tungekuwa na some good governance, even economy ingekuwa mzuri and everything. But I attribute the fact that in terms of, yes, tunaweza kuwa na njaa na tunaweza kuwa na poor governance na harassment from police and all na kanjo and all that. But to be very honest, nimekwambia Kenya is that country where you can be born and go until you die and don't face violence. You know, that's what I personally have seen it, whereby hata watu wenye ni watu wazee.
Okay, public participation ni sawa. Wacha Rara kama kidogo na hiyo story. Okay, sawa. I think hata ndio imemleta kwa screen. Inaweza kuwa hata ndio imemtoa kwa gym. Unajua pia Rara huenda kwa gym. Hata ameshindwa kuenda na gym.
You know, safety, we can debate about safety, my sister, Brother Njiro. But when you talk about safety, we are talking about a place where you can sleep and not be worried about somebody come to break your house in the night, okay? Where you can leave in the middle of the night, get to the hospital without somebody, you know, waiting for you.
And you don't need to fence. And you don't need to fence your compound. You don't need to fence your compound.
You have an accident, you can get there very quickly and be saved, you know, because things are working. And so safety has different, you know, component facets to it. So when you talk of Kenya being safe, if you compare it to maybe a place like Sudan, then I would believe you. A place like maybe Somalia, you know. But when you say Kenya is safe and America, you use the word America, you know, then Kenya is the place where you don't even know that you're a citizen, but nobody knows you unless you have money, unless you have something.
Lala,
get on welfare. I mean, it's a place where it is really, really unsafe. And I think we have tried our best. Hold on. I think we have tried, you know, trying to care for our own, but still we have a long way to go, because if we think of safe guys, those are middle class, those who can afford to stay in a good place, you know, and able to support security and burglar-proof windows and all that, and go to the street and still. Yes, there's a certain group of people there that can afford to be safe, but majority of Kenyans don't think they are that safe. Look at Borogoi, look at what's going on in those rustling areas. There are places we can't even, you know, dare get out. Nairobi, only certain places you can't, after 8 o'clock, you can't just walk around, you have to run home to close your door. So safety, I think, is we really don't have that safety. Okay. So there I would beg to disagree. Are we better than other kama neighbor zetu? Wakati mwingine tunakuwa vizuri. I don't think even Uganda, I think they're a little safer than us. I do go there, I have a place there, and I think they are must have been maybe brutal, but when it comes to safety, in fact, I was in Kampala, and I saw a vehicle that was broken to the roadside. And the following day, I saw the same vehicle there. And I was kind of surprised, because I asked my host, you know, that vehicle is still there. You know, it was broken yesterday, and how come nobody has gone there to maybe steal the wheel and all that? And the guy told me, you know, sometimes when you use those as traps, you go in there, then they kill you. So they are afraid even to go to steal. In Kenya, without security, your vehicle on the roadside, you leave it there, it is gone. Tomorrow you'll find the wheel, everything gone. You have to watch that vehicle the whole night to get it out of that space. So there are a lot of.
Okay, let me interrupt you a bit, Reverend Lala. Okay, you see the point I was making, and let me make this disclaimer that for me, I avoid being out at night. I avoid areas which are considered to be dangerous even during the. Actually, I'm never out.
Oh, I think we lost you.
Amepotea. Lala, hebu nikuulize swali as she comes, eh? Hebu niambie.
I'm back. Wacha ni quantify why I'm saying this.
Okay.
You see, the issue of legalizing guns, unaona kama states sahi, there was even somebody, like Aishangi hata 1 month before scare, somebody has gone and started shooting for randomly. And what I'm saying is that in Kenya, with the poverty levels that we are having, tukiwachilia guns, they will enter into the wrong hands. Yeah, because kama sahi, it's quite hard to get a gun. Probably police ndio release guns zao to the gangsters, but guns are not as easily available, and I believe that has contributed positively towards the safety. But let me make a disclaimer that personally, sikuangi out usiku, and I also map out, like I know the areas in Nairobi which are dangerous and I avoid them. That is how I am able to say that Kenya is a safe country, and you can go through your whole life na usipate a violent incident. But I'm agreeing with Lala that particularly in slums, and of course in Kenya, in Nairobi particularly, 65% of the area of residents are living in slums. So in places like slums, of course, there's no security. Of course, ikifika masaa ingine ya usiku, there's also no security. There are times when, like particularly after elections, when the regimes are kind of changing and all that, it's very insecure. CBD, gangs wanaingia hapo and all that kind of thing. So yes, I agree, but there's how you can shield yourself. You can create a buffer zone. Yes, thank you.
Wacha niongeze hiyo pia nikiuliza Lala swali. Security is a bit relative. You describe it in different ways. But you know very well, especially in our country, when somebody is doing development, ama ile wakati mtu ana develop kwake, especially if you are empowered, maybe you have some few coins, you will begin with a fence. Saa zingine hata ukicheza, okay, you put a gate, uweke waya juu, hii tunaita concertina wire, uweke waya juu, ama wengine pia wanaweka vioo, unaenda unavunja machupa, alafu sasa after kuvunja machupa unaziwekelea pale kwa ukuta. I'm saying like the people who are building in estate, that is what is happening. And from there also wengine hata anakuja hata anaweka lebo ya mbwa kali, mbwa kali hapa. So the question which I'm asking myself, the way we develop, is it not a confirmation that we are insecure by design?
You know, that's an interesting question, because you see, I think one of the problem that we had, we can trace it back to colonialism, okay, where the government Kimambavu, you know, is a government that certain groups were given the right over other people, okay, and so Africans also joined that group and created those walls between those who don't have and those who have, okay. So what has happened, you know, in some ways is that mentality has been strengthened by corruption, because the institution that's supposed to protect us are not there, not working. And I give you an example. We have a friend called the Wanyaikes, okay, and she was, you know, these robbers came to our house in the night, okay, and they ate food, they took a lot of stuff and left. And so she went to the police station the following day to report. And whom does he find in the police station behind the desk? It's one of the people who came, to to his house in the night. Apparently, it was one of the police officers. So she went back. She couldn't even. She started even trembling and left. Did not even get inside the police station. Okay, and see where now people like Ruto comes in. With Kenyans know very well this guy did not win. He's been able to jump over the institutions, doesn't respect them. So wananchi have nobody to protect them. So you look for money to protect yourself. You kind of to buy that protection, and that's why the guns, if you can afford it. In fact, the reason why we don't have a lot of guns is because they are too expensive, people. Otherwise, there are so much illegal guns around that people, go to the northeastern and others, those Pokot areas. Little kids have AK-47, and those guns are finding themselves in their homes, and we don't even know the kind of guns that people have in their homes. If you can afford them, you can buy them. They're actually very readily available. Readily available at any given time. And the distance between now Pokot and Nairobi has become very, very small, very little, and those guns are finding their way in. And of course, the police too is selling them, like Mama in a public participation stated. Rent. You don't sell them at the rent. If you want to go, you do your job, come and rent it, pay for it, and go and do what you want to do, and come back. So I think we are really insecure and very, very much, vulnerable. Yes, there are places where if you know yourself, this is safe because some people have taken certain steps to stop, those kinds of people from getting there. Okay. Either they are themselves, they are thieves, they know exactly what they are doing, they know how to negotiate, they know how to protect themselves. But I'm seeing some kind of vigilante. Unless we strengthen our institutions, but you know what? We are not. Because the most important variable to strengthen institution is really the behavior of the politicians. When we can't even do anything, they influence, IEBC, and 3 people win against 4, which is a blatant, theft, and you see it, and the Supreme Court comes and justifies that, don't even ask questions, then we are rotten. We don't even have to talk about Ruto. We talk about the part of the money and the part of corruption, how they don't care, and people can see it. And we have citizens who can't say anything because we have been docile. It's like as if we are waiting for the next election. So we can't even protest. We can't even go out because we are rather scared or afraid. It is us. If we don't arrest the behavior of these politicians and regulate it, our institution is going to be weakened every single day. And the more weaker they get, the more powerful these politicians become because they are the law themselves. So the constitutions, we don't need them. And that's why I agree with you, Kamwene son, that anybody talking about the next election is an enemy of Kenyan constitution, enemy of the people. Because when you wait for the next election to happen under this, this cloud, what we are doing is just pushing things forward. And things become worse. They get worse, they don't get better. So our problem got to be resolved now. People may have to die now to get what we are looking for. There's nothing like tomorrow, next future. No, it is now because we have the best opportunity. Kenyans are very united. They are really united, but they don't know that. They don't even see it. We know the problem. We know that we cannot do without a good governance. And I go back to the US because we always demonize them too. But when we see them do exactly what Kenyans fail to do, they are prosecuting Trump. Today, I think his lawyers are going to jail. He's going to go to jail. He didn't even steal the election. He attempted to, and he didn't make it, but he's going to jail. Kenyans did stole, and Kenyans even worse, should be actually be first, firing squad, for people who steal the will of the people. I mean, corrupt the system and cause havoc, cause death. All these deaths, people have died after the election, should be charged. They should face, jail for these guys. But you see, they have compromised the court system, so the court system cannot do anything, so they do what they want. The behavior of the politicians, they win everywhere because we allow them to. But I'm telling Kenyans, if we don't do it now, forget about Kenya. Even when we talk about safety and all that, it's not going to be there because 2027, they are emboldened. They become stronger because nothing can stop them. Look at the way they're going to Kisii and intimidating Arati. Look at what they are doing, with people who don't toe the line. They do anything they want. It is not in the constitution, but they do it. And what do Kenyans do? We're just talking, and now actually we are numb to what he does, what Zakayo will do. We just expect him to do it, and we do nothing, and he doesn't believe we can do anything. And that's how we almost feel helpless and hopeless. When actually we have the power, we can do something. And I will preach it. I will preach that we are something. Let's organize. Let's listen to leadership. Let's allow, constitutionalism. Let's allow ourselves, our young men, old and young, to begin to talk about what the constitution is, because what we are doing is that we are not listening to the constitution. We are waiting for somebody to save us in 2027. That's what we are doing. And nobody will, Kenyans. Nobody will. Those who are listening to me, nobody is going to save you. God has provided a way. And let me use the Bible, text. David and his men came home and found his wives and relatives and others had been what? Had been taken by the Amalekites, whatever they, and so the whole home is empty. It's like cat rustlers. They've come and collected everything, and then David realized began to pray. What do I do, God? Okay, he didn't sit there and start calling on God to bring back his wife. In the name of Jesus, bring that back, my wife. No, in the name of Jesus, bring it. No, David, they prayed and they felt God telling them to run and get their wives back. They went for war and they got them back. There come a time when what is needed is to get back that which belonged to you. Constitution belonged to us. It is gone. Ruto has taken it and tearing it apart every single day. And we are there. Young men, young women, educated, gone to school, which our old people, Mamao people, they had to go and get it. They didn't just sleep. We are in Kenyans because somebody sacrificed. Okay, that's why we are a free nation, because the Kimathis and others, they went to get it. Second liberation, they went to get us the constitution, and they bring us, constitution, and now we are saying it doesn't help us do anything. When actually we know it's already like a negotiated settlement. We don't need to negotiate. We don't need peace conferences. Constitution offers all that. It is inside that document. How to live with one another, how to develop, how to punish those who have done us wrong. We just have to open that constitution, and Ruto will find his place. I will find my place. All of us will be settled. We have it. It is there. But what do? We're just waiting for somebody to save us, waiting for Baba. Baba can't. Baba is to lead us. Baba's given us a script on what to do. Let us liberate our nation and live peacefully as Kenyans and take care of each other and develop our democracy. That's what I think is needed. Kamwene, sons, and public participation.
Okay. I want to advance you people a little bit as you talk. I want to advance you. Bwanalala, I wanted you to explain to me in our Kenyan style. I don't want now to talk about the West or in our Kenyan style. How can we reinforce the fighting spirit of Kenyan people, whereby they cannot fear an armed government will come and kill them, like when they are demonstrating or trying to fight for their rights. Maybe I want you, let's not talk about guns, but give me a concept which can reinforce Kenyans. 1 minute, a concept, utaongea, you are still mute. Just wacha nimalizie swali. Just 1 minute, Lala, wacha tu nimalizie. I want to bring you on board vizuri ili uweze kuijibu vizuri. Just concentrate na usikilize. Just let me understand, how can Kenyans reinforce their rigidity towards pushing a government which wants to destroy them? Just like this one now, just give me a concept which Kenyans can use. In that case, don't talk about maandamano. Talk to me about infrastructure which can be built within people mentality, what people need to have so that they can be able to push a government which wants to mistreat them. I want to hear what can we do as Kenyans? What do we need?
You know what? Mandamano, you said I shouldn't use it, but you see, mandamano is a concept that begins the process, so you can't rule it out. Okay, it's not the end by itself. Okay, it is a statement that actually we know the law, we know what needs to be done. Look at Israel and Palestinians. People are going on the street because they know what needs to be done. And they are forcing leaders. Even American president went there, and what they talked about is peace, even though he went there with a what? With a war message. We're talking about peace because of the streets. People are afraid of streets. So Mandamano is a very powerful tool that is used in conjunction with others. But let me say this. If today Somali would attack Kenyan territory today, or Uganda, I don't think we will sit still and say it is okay to let them take it over. Let's wait, or let's wait for somebody to come and save us. I'm sure we will go on the front line. To do what? To fight for the territory, because we believe we are Kenyans. We believe God has given us this land. We believe we must protect it. First of all, a Kenyan should know his or her role that he should play. Let me tell Kenyans today, if government is broke today, they can actually take that money in church money, and use it because it's a public fund, okay, for that war. In other words, defending a country is not just the prerogative of the government or a group of us, but all of us. Okay. I gotta take a phone here. I'll call you back. Okay. Just go ahead.
Okay. No problem. Wacha niulize public participation hapa. Unajua mimi kuna kitu bado sijaelewa. Unajua I like it, some deep thinking. Public participation, there is something I want you people to help me. Legally or using law, mumetokezea. You are practicing that art of maandamano. There is a law government there, kama hii tuko nayo sasa sahi. And people are being killed by policemen. Can you tell me, how can Kenyans defend themselves? That's what I want you people to tell me, because I don't get it when you people, you tell me that muandamane. There is people there who want to kill you because they want to protect power from themselves. They know you people, you are not armed. That is why they are ready to kill you people. So what I'm asking is very simple. How can Kenyans legally defend themselves on people, especially policemen or other people who are sent, including kama wale watu wanakujanga na mapickup, when somebody want to come and kill them when they are doing peaceful assembly? That's what I want to understand. Like, do you want to tell me that like that Nyarenda issue, there is nothing which can be done legally to push the people who want to come and cause havoc? I want somebody to explain to me, including that comment, how can Kenyans defend themselves from a policeman or from a group which is coming to kill them? Ni kama public participation ameenda. Okay, public participation akungoja. Hiyo swali ilikuwa yako. Mimi sikuwa nataka kuongeza. Na watu muingie kwa studio ama tufunge. Kama Zakaya anawafurahisha sana, we can close. But the truth of the matter is that something needs to happen. Hatuwezi kaa hivyo. It's too much. Unaenda supermarket, huwezi nunua, una school fees. Like we have a ton of problems. And tunasema tu ati mtu tu akae hapo tu. Bwana. I'm not getting it. I want to understand ni kupanga gani na huyu Kenyan withdraw ama naitango aje Mato kuja sasa utupangie na I hope your date is over. Yeah, your date is over, so it can't be. It can't be. The truth of the matter is that something is not working in our mentality. And I don't think somebody should tell me that ati Wakenya lazima wafinyike sana tutembee bila nguo ati so that we can respond. I think there is a problem towards galvanizing ourselves towards one positive idea. I don't know. All is it that Africans were designed to handle any type of a problem? Is that what people you want to tell me? Mwafrika anavumilia kila kitu. That is why hata unaweza mpeleka Saudi Arabia where other people have been coming na majeneza. Is that what you people you want to tell me, that Mwafrika ni mtu anajua kuvumilia sana? I don't know, kama public participation ameenda. So guys, we need to hear your comment, like semeni bwana, like we are 500 people in the street. We are demonstrating against Zakayo. Polisi ndio hao wamekuja na bunduki na vitoa machozi. How should I defend myself legally? That is the question. How should I defend myself legally from a policeman who want to kill me? Nimpokonye bunduki? Niende na mawe? What should I do? And why is it that our parliamentarians cannot come up with a law approving Kenyans can be armed in their own way to defend themselves? Sorry.
Yes, Njiro, sorry, my network ilileta problem.
Kidogo.
So you are saying about protests that you know that Kenyans should go with guns. You see, the thing is this, hata ile time kulikuwa na protest ya George Floyd. Some people learned
what I'm asking is how can a Kenyan defend himself in a protest? That is what I'm asking. That is the question. Protest tutatokezea, that one everybody can go. But what can also make policemen to be careful, knowing that pia hawa watu, there is a way in which I can handle them and they also do worse things to us. That's what I'm asking. How can a Kenyan defend himself during a protest? Na mikono peke yake, kuinua mikono?
Protest ya Kenya inakuanga mawe tu. Mawe ndio inakuanga self defense. Sasa ukitupiwa nini, ukitupiwa tear gas, ama upigwe na rungu ama hata ushutiwe, but the weapon which is available ni mawe tu, hatuna ingine, of which I think kama tungekuwa na guns, watu waingie protest na guns, that violence will escalate, more people will have more casualties actually. Kwa sababu saa hiyo itakuwa kama not like a protest but more like a war. Sisi tuko na guns.
But don't you think this is the high time we need to think of how we can methodologically protect the protesters so that at least we be at the same platform na polisi? Don't you think we need thinkers who can be able to think? Because the reason why mtu kama Zakaya anatutesa hivi, it is because he knows akiachilia is dogs. Ni kuturarua. Don't you think we need a concept to protect the protesters and we impose it somewhere? Ama tu hata kama ni watu wanaenda maandamano, kunasemekana nao watu watajirinda kikiumana. Don't you think these are some of the things which need to be conventionalized? Because can I ask you ni maandamano gani inaweza kubalika ina nchi? Zakaya inaweza kubali maandamano yote? Wewe umeisikia every time tukikuwa na maandamano ama mtu akisema kuna maandamano, they begin by saying hiyo maandamano ni illegal.
Of course, because wanajua you are protesting against them.
So let me ask you a question. If hakuna mtu anaweza kuwa na maandamano anywhere, lakini kama ni mkutano ya kanisa crusade ama vitu yote hiyo hakuna shida, lakini ile maandamano inaanzia nanga na story ya that illegal, that meeting is illegal, so that now it can give policemen venom. Policemen can get now venom to manhandle, attack and even kill some people as a scare weapon. So the question which I'm asking, and where we need also to take these things even legally and in law, because that is the only way in which we can develop some respect between us and the government, and including their machineries which they use, police and other people. What can Kenyans do to safeguard themselves from a lethal government which want to kill them? Because the government will always have an intention to kill you if you don't want to become their subject. Unless uniambie we be ready to become fugitives na tukubali kitu. So what I was asking you, mimi siongei story ati atupewe magans. In our Kenyan thinking, tell me, how can we defend a protester? That is my question. How can we defend a protester? Na usiniambie story ya mawe, because mawe it is an unconventional method. Give me a structured method of how we have like 500k people in the streets and the policemen want to kill a few of them so that they want to do some scare, or we are having maandamano which is like in major streets in Nairobi. Give me a strategy to defend these people from policemen who are blockading roads everywhere, and we still na hiyo siku tumalize hiyo maandamano without an injury or without a death. Give me a safety procedure of a conventional maandamano in Kenya.
There's no safety procedure. Ukishaingia kwa nini, because you see any protest which is deemed to be anti-government, of which of course most demonstrations inakuanga anti-government, because of course but you see they become more lethal when it is directly aimed at them. Kama ni protest kama hizi za LGBT, unaonanga hawana shughuli, so watu wanaingia kwa street, wana protest vizuri, wanatembea around the town, hakuna mtu anauliza. But now when it comes to ni kitu yenye mna protest against the government, anti-government. Sasa since the police force is also part of the government, are they going to give you a license to go and protest against the government? They can't. So protection, kusema ukweli, it is tricky, because you see them, what they will say is that as we came with tear gas na anti-riot, hatukukuja na guns. Sasa those watu wenye waona uniform kama yule jamaa mwenye alikuwa anaongea kwa speaker, kwa nini yake, masikio yake, wanakuja with plain clothes and they are coming with guns or even tear gas canisters, yani wanafanya things which are illegal basically.
na nikuulize, during crowd management kazi ya tear gas ni nini? I have never understood it. Why are you dispersing people? Are these people committing crime? That's what I want to know. See, already
That's what I'm telling you. When you are protesting against the government, na polisi wenye wanatakana wakupatie protection na pia wakupatie license, they are also part of the government. They cannot cooperate with you. What they'll do is to try and dismantle because you see, if they don't dismantle again, it will be like they are encouraging more people to come on the street. So all this deterrence yenye wanafanya mpaka ya kushoot watu ni ya kufanya watu kudiscourage watu wasiingie kwa street, that ukiingia kwa street basi you are at a chance of being shot or kuchapwa na hizo mabatons ama kupigwa tear gas, you know. Na sana sana how they usually like to go to hizi vitongoji duni, wanatupa tear gas mpaka kwa nyumba.
Is it sustainable? Is it sustainable for a democracy? According to you, is that democracy?
That's not democracy. That's
so
dictatorship.
What is the way forward of such uncouth methods? Because I'm not getting it.
Mi kulingana na venye nimeona protests nowadays, I don't know, because unaona kama ile time yenye bakina Baby Pendo waliuliwa, and then you find afterwards kukakuwa na handshake. Then I remember very well hata huyo the father to Baby Pendo was there kwa mambo ya BBI, hizo gatherings yenye zilikuwa. So you even the cause that you're having, usually it will not succeed. Sasa you are like, is there any need for me to risk my life for a cause that is unlikely to succeed? I mean, that's what is even putting people off. Because, and of course, police wanafanya kimakusudi kuua watu, shoot to kill, so that they really, you know, discourage people that, ninaweza enda hii maandamano na sitarudi. And there are some people who are out there shooting others, and that should not be the case, but they are there. So those things, they act as kujaribu kuintimidate, like even the killings which are being done in Nyalenda, those are things to intimidate the public, so that musiende kwa street, musiende, we don't have any anti-government rallies or protests. That is all what it is. It's intimidation. Kwa sababu sasa ukisema ati unaenda ku protest LGBT tuseme, that you won't have any problem with anybody, hakuna mtu atakusumbua. Lakini sasa kuja useme una protest cost of living, una protest mambo ya ABC, hizo vitu there you'll not have it easy. Hata kama ni mtu mmoja kama venye Eric Omondi amekuwa akienda every other time anaenda kwa street, si pia anashikangwa na anawekwa ndani. So meaning that what they don't want, ingekuwa ameenda kwa street kwa sababu ya mambo LGBT ama mambo ingine, hakuna mtu atamuuliza. In fact, if anything, hata they can even provide you with security. Lakini the moment when you start protesting against government, that is where they draw the line. Na wana make sure they'll go to any lengths to discourage any future protest, because sasa ikionekana like hiyo protest ilikuwa successful, that means it will encourage others also wakuje next time. So they just use those tear gas, hiyo maji ya spray, sijui inakuanga imewekwa pilipili ama ni nini nasikianga. All those kupiga watu na batons, you know, to make them intimidated yani. And you know, nowadays it's like our strong leaders yenye tulikuanga na akina Wangari Maathai, akina Njoya, all those guys, like sasa majority of them wamekuwa kwa mfuko. There are very few Kenyans who are that patriotic ati unaweza enda kwa street to risk your life. Maybe somebody who is totally amefika mwisho, like the unemployed youths, mwenye haoni yani their life has no meaning in Kenya, so they don't mind kuenda kwa street because they have nothing left to lose. Yeah, naona mama Kenya maandamano kamili amekuja. Maybe she can go ahead and give us her contribution. Go ahead, Kenya maandamano, karibu.
Thank you, public participation, and I also want to inform you what we were working together with you. It's really succeeded. I'm very, very much happy. I got it. I'll let you know in details, okay? You remember public participation?
Okay. So
Can you?
okay,
I
yes,
got
yes.
it.
Nimekumbuka. Yes,
I
okay.
got it. I got it so safely and very, 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 very okay. Very okay. And
Okay.
I'm very
That's
happy.
good.
Haya,
Yeah.
wacha mimi nijibu tu kwa utamu. Very good, congratulations, whatever it is.
Thank you, Kamwene Sons. Yes, I heard you talk about the police, the way they have been made that they cannot allow people protest for their rights. And you know, this is a very bad message being sent by this fake government to Wananchi, between Wananchi and the police. He is creating a very big gap or enmity that can live forever between police and the Wananchi. And statistically, if you look how many people a police stands for, he cannot be able to work with them. He will be overwhelmed. So what I'm seeing is that Ruto is just using power so badly, abusing the power, and on the way that he is using these guys, the policemen, to do the wrong thing. And the other thing is that you remember those police who were told to go and work, they will be given more incentives, some money because of the work they will do. How do you give people incentives to do bad things to their inhabitants, to kill their people, and you give them money? You promise that you are going to give them money when they kill or they injure or they harm. Don't we Kenyans see there is a very serious thing here that is building up? Very dangerous. Because if Wananchi decides to overwhelm the police, leave alone the way they come with those tear gas or whatever, or because even if they shoot, they will kill, yeah. Are they going to kill the whole city, the whole people, group of people, the whole citizen of Kenya? They will not. But what are they going to remain with in themselves? In this country, we have got people who have got PTSD. And PTSD, it means that somebody is being haunted by what they did. But for them, they were in war. They were fighting for something that was against whichever way, but it was war. But in Kenya, are we having war? There's no war. It's people asking this fake government to wake up and do the right thing. But instead, they are, injuring the people who they say that they are ruling, who they say that they are going to pay taxes. And you wonder, when you do that, what kind of relationship are you building between you and the inhabitants? So what I'm saying is, Ruto is just creating chaos in the country instead of working for the Wananchi as he swore in that day when he stole the election. And instead of being somebody who knows that I stole, let me be nice to these people I stole from, he's becoming more aggressively to kill us and even tell us that he don't care. And that is what already he has shown us. Now, when I come to the side of police, police are working against the work they are given. Police are trained force whereby they find people doing wrong things. Demonstrating is not wrong thing. You can demonstrate and you go your way. But those people who go breaking into people's houses and store shops and stealing things, looting and whatever, those are the people that they should be looking at. But because they are not finding those people who are doing wrong things, now the fake president initiates that anybody who is protesting should be dealt with. And that is where we have the problem in Kenya right now. Because our protest, it's for the fake government to listen what we are saying, which is it is real and they can see it. Hakuna jambo ambalo litaenda kuokotwa huko ati waletewe. Wanaona na wanajua hii mambo yote inaendelea. Lakini sasa yeye ameamua atumie pesa zetu kutuua, atumie pesa zetu kutunyamazisha, because what these guys, policemen, are being promised, where is that money coming from? It's not from Ruto's pocket. It's not his salary. It's wananchi money. Na kama si ya wananchi money, hiyo loan ambayo anachukua ndio akuja wape incentives, nani watarudi walipe? And that's why I always say here, any money that Ruto has loaned, being a tourist back and forth for no reason, he bears that. It's not wananchi wa Kenya watalipa. Sisi hatulipi. And we should protest that. We should say we are not going to pay for money that we did not even get even a penny. And we did not get even any development in our country. All those monies that he has taken, it's not helping Kenya. You see, all the governors are like stand still, looking up. They don't have work to do. And still they are getting their salaries. Come to think, Kenyans, these governors are getting enormous salary, doing nothing. And there is no progress in Kenya. Pesa ni kukuliwa tu zinakuliwa, but there is no work. Hebu jiulize, nani huyu anaweza kaa kwake nyumbani na ule na ukunywe kama hufanyi kazi? Unless you worked so hard and then you went for retirement, then you are getting your pension. That's all what it can be. But you cannot get food in your house while you don't do anything. Count how many governors are getting this salary. And then you come and sit down and think about these people, these politicians, how much money they are getting for their salary. That's why they cannot even help us. They cannot talk about our problems because they will say, oh, when I talk, unga yangu itamwagika, wacha ninyamaze. Alafu mwenye alimchagua akufe na njaa. Hii mambo yote ambayo inaendelea Kenya, hakuna mtu ajui, hata nchi za nje zinajua. The only thing they are just looking at us like fools who don't know how to act. Hata sisi tunaonekana kama mazige kwa sababu we Kenyans, we are accepting all what rubbish we are being given. We are being treated like trash. All the time. Na Ruto ni mtu wa kusimama hapo atiambie watu, mnajua hapa tutaleta soko, tutafanya nini? Ya nini? Soko ya kuuza nini? We don't have anything to sell. Ni soko ya nini? Alafu hapa unasema watoto wa maskini hawatasoma. Unarudi unaenda pande hilo na waambia kila mtu lazima apate masomo kwa sababu ndio tu inatengeneza economy. How do you have that head? Hiyo kichwa yake imegawanyikana mara ngapi? Hii imekuwa inabeba negative and positive all the time, na anajua pahali atasema negative, anajua pahali atasema positive. Na hizo zote hakuna hata even one that bring light. Ni uongo tu. And we are still absorbing that. But I hope Kenyans, they are absorbing that to get to the rhythm, to the climax, to the top gear, that once you step on that road, no backing up. We want our Kenya. I hope that is building up. Sababu we can't live like this. It's a terrible country right now. Everything is just being controlled by one person who don't even care, and even he don't know where he is heading. Mtu ambaye anasikia ati pandi ile kumechomeka, anasema kesho nitaenda huko kuongea na watu. Unaenda kuongelesha watu kuambia nini? You promised them something that you wanted to do. Now you are going to promise what? What are you going to tell me? Ati uliniambia utanijengea dam. Kwa sababu sasa tumetoa fujo, unakuja umekimbia, unakuja kutuambia habari ya shule, sasa hata sio dam. Ni nini unatuambia? In fact, people, get away from this guy. I will insist again, get away from this guy. Wacha ajiongeleshe peke yake kama hivyo amefanywa huko Kiambu. It's good. Let him face that. Ati akisikia pandile inaboromoka ndiye huyo mbio mbio. Unaenda kufanya nini? For heaven's sake, you are supposed to be in the office dealing with the problems internally, ndio ujue chanzo na mwisho vile mnaweza tatua hiyo shida. Lakini si ati anakimbia. Is this the time you are campaigning? How long are you going to be on that top of the car? Campaigning for what? You have already taken stolen the election. Sit down and work. Don't come and show us your teeth as if you are very handsome, like as if we want to see you all the time. We don't. We don't mind about your face. We mind about the services that we demand and that we deserve as countrymen. Hatuwezi kuwa tunaishi maneno ya kuwa tunaambiwa hii, tunaambiwa hii. Stop it. If you want to make a country, stop campaigning. Do the job. Lakini kwa sababu you are hautoshi, hii kazi si yako, ndio unaona unashikashika hivi kama kitu kama I would use the bad name Mafi. Kwa sababu unatupeleka hivi kama watu ambayo wamepoteza fahamu. We are still awake and very smart. In fact, all these problems that are happening in Kenya, I don't think anybody can sit down and say ati ni tabu tu imetupata. Hii yote ni mtu ametengeneza na anaendelea kutengeneza. How can you be getting all this money and getting loans and it is not doing anything in Kenya? Alafu unaenda ukimaliza investors na uinvest hiyo, ukiambia huyu afunge hii factory ati serikali itasimamia nini, inafungwa. Anaondoka hapo, anaenda anafanya ingine, anafunga. Ni nini anafanya? That is like killing people alive. We are tired. We don't want to listen to him. Na kama angejua aambiwe na mtu mwerefu, amwambie he is boring me and everybody. Hakuna mtu anataka kumsikia. Hiyo sauti yake imekuwa sauti kama ni ya nyoka yule anamezaga watu. We don't want. Shida zetu umeshindwa na kutatua. Ondoka kwa ofisi. Peana usukani. Kuna watu wale wako ready kufanya kazi na kutatua matatizo ya Kenya yetu. Hizi shida zote unazotengeneza, one time you will carry them in your basket and take them to Sogoi. I'm telling you, because we are not going to take it. Wanaume wako wapi ambao wanaweza ambia huyo mtu sio mwanaume, sio ndume? Isipokuwa ni vile tu amesimama hapo ati analindwa. He knows nothing. He has no idea. He has no clue of running a country. Ni vile tu amesimama hapo atunyanyase, atukasirishe, atumalize radha, mpaka tunaona nchi yetu kama as if we didn't have a country even before. This is like a dream, and a very, very bad dream. Watoto hawatasoma, watu hawatakula, because where we are heading, people will not be having money. Sasa nimesikia amesema ati chakula itakuwa kingi next year, sijui nini. Ni nani yeye ametudanganya mara ngapi? Alituambia ile nino inakuja, hakuna. Sijui ni nini nyingine alituambia, haikufanyika. Even the intelligence that advises him, they are fake. They don't know what they are talking about. You cannot predict things that really depends on how the country, how the environment doesn't look like. You let us live our lives. Umeingilia maisha yetu, umetuweka vibaya. Sisi hatukuwa na haja na kitu chochote kutoka kwako. Uliiba uchaguzi, ukaingia hapo, ukaja kuharibu kile niko nacho, kile yule mwingine ako nacho. Unaenda ukimaliza investors ambao walikuwa wameandika watoto wetu kazi. Alafu unafurahi sana sasa unaona watoto wetu wakikunywa pombe na dawa za kulevya. Ndio sasa wapoteze fahamu na wapoteze nidhamu, wapoteze wawe very useless and hopeless. Because that is where we are. Vijana wetu wakikosa kazi, lazima mtu anaanza kutafuta bad things. Bad ideas comes for people who are idle. Idleness is very bad and very dangerous for young people. Hiyo lazima iwe ni kitu ambacho kinaangaliwa zaidi. Because youth need a very capable human being ambaye anawajali. Huyu sio mtu na hawajali hata kidogo. Aliwaita hasola, lakini sasa anawaona nyinyi hohehahe, awaumize kwa sababu amewashika koo. Ni kuwamaliza, anawamaliza. Na sasa tunajiuliza, even if the way he is thinking or assuming that he is going to be life president, utakuwa life president wa watu ambao wanaenda na kichwa ama na magoti ama na mikono. How can you just look at yourself and say you are a president of who? Unamaliza watu maisha yao, unaharibia watu maendeleo yao, unaharibia watu biashara zao, unaharibia watu furaha zao. Unafikiria ati wewe ndio utakuwa na furaha kuliko wananchi kwa sababu wewe ni mkubwa. We are not going to allow that, and we are not going to say that we get frustrated because of you. Who are you? I don't know you. You don't know me. I was brought up by my parents. You were brought up by your parents. Kwa hivyo kuja kuharibu maisha yangu, hiyo ni dhambi. Huna ruhusa ya kuguza maisha yangu hata kidogo. Wachane na maisha yangu, niendeshe vile naendesha. Unanidhuru kwa kuja kunichaji ushuru ambao si halali. Ndio niendelee nikiwa mdhaifu. Ndio sasa hata ukinigonga ama ukinikimbiza siwezi toroka. Because I'm completely worn out. And you say you are a president. I said the other time, a president is a president who really leads a healthy nation. Huyo ndio kiongozi, kwa sababu ukiangalia pandi unaona watu wako na furaha, ukiangalia pandi unaona watu wako na nyama, hawajakonda, hawajafungwa macho, hayajasisia huko ndani, wana nywele mzuri, wana metameta, na ni watu ambao wanaongea habari ya biashara zao mzuri zinaendelea. Kila mtu ana drive, anaenda njia zake, kila mtu anavisha watoto wake vizuri, anawapeleka shule. Yani everything is going accordingly, normal. Huyo ndio kiongozi. Huwezi ukaongoza watu ambao ni wagonjwa useme wewe ni kiongozi na wewe ndio umewafanya wakawa hivyo. You are a very dangerous person to be a leader in a country. I'll stop there, but I'll tell Kenyans, we don't have a government. The only government we have is the one that is finishing you. Hawataki kuona umesimama, hawataki kuona unacheka, hawataki kuona una biashara inaendelea. Ukiwa wewe unasimamia watu wako, unataka kuwasaidia, unagongwa, because his aim is to finish us. Or maybe he joined that group which was saying 1 billion human beings should be killed. Should be killed. Maybe. We don't know. Lakini Mungu atusaidie sana. Thank you very much, Kamwene Sons. na Wakenya pahali popote mko. Mimi huwa naudhika sana nikiwa ati mimi ni Mkenya na ninaona Kenya yetu pahali inaelekea. I don't know whether it's only me who is seeing what is happening, it's so bad, or we are at large seeing what country is happening. Asanteni sana kwa kunisikiza. Thank you.
To what you said, Kenya, actually, to be very honest, you have been hijacked, and is you know, we are actually hostages to this government, and even those police who we are talking about. First of all, Transparency International said that the most corrupt organization in Kenya is the police. So you can imagine if the people who are supposed to be keeping the law, they are the most corrupt, what kind of a country we'll be having there. I can tell you that right now, if you have a problem, you don't even want to go to the police station. As I don't know who was telling us this story. I think it was Lala, Reverend Lala, who was telling us that a woman was invaded by some thugs, and then when she went to police station, she found one of the thugs is the person behind the desk. And we have seen so many cases. Like recently, there was a case of a taxi driver who was murdered, and it turns out one of the suspects is a police. You know, like it has become so common nowadays that if you hear there was a robbery, a murder, that it is a police who is involved. And in fact, even gangsters themselves, they have said that these policemen lease to them their guns for a night. So he leases to you the gun, you pay him a certain amount for the gun, and then of course if you lose any bullets, you also pay him for the bullets. That's the level of corruption that we're having in Kenya. I remember there's a guy who is in charge of the IMLU, who said that civilian violence is escalating against the police. And he said that in Kondele police station, during, I don't know which election, there's one election, the neighborhood threw stones into the police police station until the police who were there had to be evacuated because the place was full of stones and it was being stoned perpetually. Paka wakashindwa. Them, they have guns, but they were unable to do anything. So they had to sneak out, find a way to sneak out when people are not stoning them, and they left. They had to abandon the police station. That's the kind of a chaotic situation that we're having in Kenya in terms of so-called police. So the police, if you can see that is the kind of a police or security apparatus that we are having. That first of all, if you are going to go into Kiganjo, you are supposed to bribe 200, 300,000. Then when you leave the Kiganjo, you are taken to the police, you are assigned to a police station. You are told that the OCS needs a certain amount of money by the end of the day, the OCPD needs a certain amount. And if you are not going to meet your quotas, they are going to transfer you to a hardship area. That's the kind of a police force. Yani, they're already rogue. They are rogue. They are rogue agency. And when you put such rogue agency to fight with the Mwananchi, because you see now the so-called government is pitting them against the Mwananchi. Of course, nothing good will come of such kind of a thing. And what I can say in regards to what Mama Mary has just been talking about, you see, Kenyans now, including the UDA supporters, they are so disenfranchised. Nothing is working. People are not eating. People eating 1 meal a day. People are just tired. So it is like you don't really feel like you have a government, because a government is supposed to be making the lives of the citizens easier. In this case, there's nothing which is working. Nothing. Completely nothing. You cannot even pinpoint anything which is working in this government. So what Zakayo has resorted to now is PR. A lot of PR. So he's like, yesterday he was going to pray for students who are starting KCPE. The previous day, I don't know, he was in Taita talking about talking about aggregation packs. The previous day he had traveled somewhere. The previous day he had gone for a Thanksgiving service. The previous day, like that. So you see, because he is not working, or his government is not working, so he has to divert the attention of Kenyans from the fact that nothing is working and his government has failed Kenyans to PR, a lot of PR, a lot of today he was drinking, I don't know, mursik with some Pokot elders, those kinds of things which we don't see with a serious president like Kibaki, like Uhuru. We don't see them every other day. They are doing some PR exercise because now they're trying to divert Kenyans from the fact that Kenyans don't feel like they have a government or they have a president.
Ma'am,
Yes, go ahead.
I agree with you 100%. You know, the other day, I think when he came from, Congo, there was some kind of protest. People asking, why is he making all these trips? You know what he said? He gave certain figures of potential, number of Kenyans who will be going to those countries. I think he talked of the US, I don't know, 250, I don't know, 250,000, I don't know how many people. And then talked to Canada, talked to some of these countries. And really, when you read that, it's laughable. First of all, for a government, the US government or Canada, to set aside job for Kenyans, first of all, it has to go through Congress. The president does not dish out jobs. Jobs are given by companies, organizations, unless you bring them to join the military, and that is not proper. It's not even practical. So whom is he fooling with these figures that is he claims those are the benefits that he signs whenever he goes to these countries? Maybe Saudi Arabia might make some kind of unilateral decision to bring in people because the king is above the law. But the US and Canada, no. Employers are the companies, organizations, and they might agree to go to Kenya, but to claim their figures that he went there to negotiate a president, no, it doesn't work that way. So I just agree with you because it's giving us these ridiculous answers. In fact, numbers and figures that does not warrant a president spending that money to go out there. The embassies could do them, but they are illegal. What he's telling us he's doing out there to, going to sign all this number of people going to Kenya. Those are just political, statements to justify what is not possible. And so it's just lying to us. It just doesn't work that way. And if it is, we should have seen here, that in the US, we could have seen the numbers discussed in Parliament and in Congress to set aside numbers, a number of people that should be able to come to America and for jobs. But I've never seen something that even doesn't happen. So maybe you can help me a little bit. What do you understand by all this number of names and the figures that is claiming that is going out there to sign their contract, whatever it is, bilateral, whatever you want to call it. Sorry, I just wanted to make a comment on that this man is treating us like little children. You there? Okay.
Lala, is it okay if I ask you a question that I...
Go ahead. I didn't even know you. I didn't even see you there.
I just came in. Thank you. It's nice to see you. You're looking good. You're looking sharp today. Kwani I'm umetoka State House kama public participation.
It's Monday.
I heard public participation saying yeye akipewa anachukua anaenda State House.
Acha kuniharibia jina wewe. Acha kuniharibia jina. I cannot be corrupted like that. Hapana bana. Hey. bana. Siwezi kubali kitu kama hiyo. Ukijua venye Wakenya wanalia, hiyo ni laana.
Wewe ndio
Siwezi
ulisema na
jaribu.
nikakuingilia kwa comment section huko, ulikuwa unasema ukichukua utaenda, ukipewa utaenda.
Siwezi, woi, siwezi hata kidogo.
Lala,
Not the way Kenyans are crying.
Let me turn off my phone because normally I listen to you guys from my phone. Hold on, just a second. Just a second. Don't go anywhere. Lala.
Yes.
There's you've brought a very a very good question that, and Mimi, I'm so happy that you brought it up. These jobs, and when you asked that question, actually, you jogged my mind, because these jobs, you said very well, jobs are made by Congress, jobs are made by private companies, jobs are made, I mean, you don't just say, I mean, just because you've landed into a country and then you say, okay, there's jobs that I've gotten there. Me, I have a question for you and public participation. And huyu mwingine hapa mkora kama yuko area bado. Where do these jobs that we've been I looked at that thing inside. I mean, let's just talk a layman's language. These jobs that we've been told that have zimepatikana, tumepata, tumetenga, I don't care whether tumetenga ama ziko ama whatever, but tuambiwa zimepatikana in these other countries, including your own city where you stay, which you've really educated people about your city where you stay. And you're a pastor, so you know exactly what is happening because you actually deal with the people who are actually, you know, there. Lala, I am in Kenya, assuming. And I've already been told by the president of, assuming, I mean, he's not my president. I don't know which president he is from. And I've been told that he's come and he's told me nilienda nikatafuta na nimepata makazi, billion is, anakuwaga na very even numbers. He never has odd numbers. It's always even numbers. I don't know how you can be so precise to get even numbers 24/7. Tukapata, we got 250 million jobs. Let me talk like him. Tumepata kazi milioni 2,500 za kwenda Marekani, za kwenda, I don't care whatever which country it is in the world. No, hold on. Hold on, I'm coming to you because I want you to answer me. Where do I sign up for these jobs? I mean, they already gotten washazipata. Sindio, amekuja ametuambia amepata 250,000 or 250 million. Anyway, he's never has thousands. 250 million or 250 billion jobs, because that's his language, billion and millions. He never talks about thousands or even hundreds. Okay, where is he telling us where to go sign up for these jobs? I'm thinking as a Kenyan who is in Kenya, who knows that my so-called president has gotten jobs for us somewhere. Has he ever told us where to go sign up for those jobs?
Hey, Mato, can I come in?
Yes, sir. That's a question for you, for everybody.
Okay.
That's what actually brought me in.
You see, I know something about the US system. Generally, the ones that control the number of jobs tend to be the business community, and they lobby Congress. Even if they want some tech people in the system, it's usually the Congress that open the window, because they simply go to the Congress and say, you know what, we have jobs that have not been fulfilled. Okay, could you open for us? Because Americans are very sensitive to people coming in to work in the system. In fact, they would they don't want to hear that, because politicians lose their, you know, their votes because of that. So they're very, very sensitive. So a lot of times they are always, you know, the business community always lobbying Congress to open for them the window to bring in people to work, because Americans will, will tell you, no, we don't want to ship our jobs out. The unions are very strong. So when you go out there, claim that how many hundreds of people coming into American system, it's a joke. These are things that are done in Congress, and these are things that usually starts with the business community. They go to Congress, and then Congress will work in a way where these people are coming are supposed to be people with unique, qualifications, and the number is given by Congress, act of Congress. So when I hear a cable negotiated and so-called number of people come to the United, that's not United States. That one I know very well. It's not like so it's lying, purely lying. So I don't know. This is a pathological liar. It beats me. Maybe you know something better, Mato, you can tell me. But as far as I'm concerned, that's what I know. It's always a fight, trying to open a market, just even for people to come in, because people lose election, even bringing somebody in. You've seen Congress, even wherever, bring a worker. If he doesn't follow the right channel, they are in trouble. They are very sensitive. So for Ruto to go home and claim this number of people are going into the US or into Canada, that's a lie. I think what he's talking about in most cases is you go to the company and the company says, we need all these workers, in this company. And then because he's told, now to him, that's a gospel truth. That is what? He's the one to supply those workers and nothing to do with Kenya. So I don't know where he's getting these figures from.
Thank you, Lala, for opening that, going into the depth of it. But me question yangu to a layman's language. Yes, the jobs are here, whether they are good or bad, whether they are not through the Congress or whatever. Where do I sign up for those jobs? I mean, I remember there was a college that was brought. Are you telling us, you're telling us that you've secured jobs as you were out there. Are you telling us where to go sign up for those jobs? Am I in,
I can't even answer that, because that is towards the end of the job. The beginning of it doesn't make sense. So where are people gonna? There's nowhere they're gonna sign up because there's no job. There's none.
I don't know, sijui kama wengine wanajua kule watu wanaendanga kusecure hizo job, because tumeambiwa job ziko. We need to know where to go sign up. I want to sign up too.
Yeah, I'm sure somebody is signing up and collecting money in Kenya.
Hizi ni hekaya za Bunuasi. The same way that we were promised gas ya 300.
Really, what happened to
gas ya 300 ikageuka ikakuwa gas cylinder. Hata hiyo gas cylinder pia haijafika 300. You cannot get it. The same thing, fuel. He was promising us fuel will come down. Unga will come down.
My sister.
Yes.
Can somebody do for us, maybe when we are coming to these sessions, read for us some of these past promises, bring them one by one, because it's a long list of broken and pure lunacy. I think we need to be reminded, because there's too many that I'm forgetting. Even those gas cylinders just reminding me now. I didn't forget it.
Even diapers. He had said that he'll be giving women diapers for 6 months for the babies.
Let me say something. When we are talking and we are mentioning all these lies from one to all these many lies, does he contradict that? Does he say, I did not say that? I would like to see this guy ask that question, because all these promises that you have made for the country, this, and you have never ever done it.
Mama, this guy's a pathological liar. I'm sorry to use those terms, but
I would like to see him how he reacts, because Lala, when somebody is carrying all this big basket full of lies, when we are talking here, would he get angry because of us talking what he lied? Would he get angry? Would he say, I didn't say that? Because that is what I see him do. When
No, Mama.
I saw him, yes.
Mama, I practice psychology. That's how I survive apart from preaching. Okay, you know these lie detectors, there are people who pass them and they are actually done bad things. Those are psychopaths and people like this man, pathological liars, because they have got no conscience. The Bible talks of the seared conscience, okay? This guy, because he lies and he knows he's lying, but it's like his mind is different from anybody else, because an educated man who knows what he's doing with a common sense to lie, telling us things that are ridiculous to believe. I mean, it's not even about going to school. Even if somebody who never went to school does not do the kind of thing this man is doing. That's probably. Endelea.
Lala na Mami, with all due respect, Lala ameuliza kama kuna mtu anaweza pata hizi lies. Can I get some for just a month ago? Mr. Lala and Mom, with all your kila mtu. I want to play one. This is from a month ago. With all due respect. Unless Mami,
it's not a matter of due respect. It's not us who have lied. It's the particular person who is there.
na Mam pia wewe lazima uniambie hizi ni kazi where we go to sign up. I'm asking this question very carefully. Kila mtu lazima niambie kama kuna mtu anajua kule questions ziko. But anyways, due to Lala's public demand, here goes 3 months ago, a month ago. This is from a month ago. Pastor Lala, this is for you. You've asked. You asked, you get.
Real issues there, and the cost of fuel was a prominent campaign issue ahead of last year's general election, with the presidential candidate and Deputy President William Ruto building a substantial case against his predecessor, President Uhuru Kenyatta. On the campaign trail, Ruto and his allies rallied against fuel price hikes and pledged to reduce the prices if elected. But as Chemutai Goin reports, the fuel prices promise appears to fall victim to the political equivalent of optical illusion, as Kenya Kwanza marks the first year in office.
On the campaign trail, then presidential candidate William Ruto and his Kenya Kwanza alliance ruthlessly exploited public resentments over the spiraling cost of living, from food to fuel prices. The then deputy president demolished the record of President Uhuru Kenyatta's government and deftly associated the poor run to his main presidential election opponent, Raila Odinga.
Wacheni kiburi, wacheni madharau, wacheni matusi, endeni mupange mambo ya serikali. Bei ya mafuta imepanda, wananchi wanataka iteremuke. Hii bei ya mafuta wameongeza mpaka mafuta taa. Walete bill next week waangushe bei ya mafuta. Hiyo sisi wabunge 150 wenye tuko mlengo wa naibu wa rais tutaunga mkono kuhakikisha bei ya mafuta taa ya petroli imeshuka, mwananchi wa kawaida asiumie. Au sio? We can no longer accept and we can no longer entertain the thought of increasing the prices of fuel products in the country of Kenya. We are giving them an ultimatum. Within 1 day, leo hii ikiisha, lazima waite mkutano wa dharura na waondoe hiyo maneno ya kuongeza kodi katika mafuta. Watu wetu ya bodaboda wanaumia, watu wetu wa matatu wanaumia, wameumizwa na corona, wako na loans kwa bank, and it is very, very uncouth for the government to purport to increase the prices of fuel products.
The attacks on the administration resonated with candidate Ruto's political base, particularly in Kenyatta's Mount Kenya backyard, where discontent rapidly graduated to a near-open rebellion over commodity prices and Kenyatta's economic policies, both real and perceived. As the country grappled with the shortage of fuel, then Deputy President Ruto went bare knuckles with the Kenyatta administration.
From their own statement, they are not sure of what to say. Is it because of the war in Ukraine, or is it because of the crisis with our oil marketers? Which is which? And that goes to tell you that this crisis is orchestrated, and it is as a result of the cartels and barons who have taken over, using conflict of interest and state capture in our economy. I mean, a straight answer would be, how come that fuel in Uganda is cheaper than fuel in Kenya?
Soon after taking his oath of office, the president made good his pledge to scrap the fuel subsidy program, resulting in the rise in pump prices. In his defense, the president said the subsidies were not sustainable. The subsidy program had been used by previous administrations to control the prices of the dollar, where marketers were compensated so that they don't pass the cost to the consumer. The Finance Act 2023 also increased VAT imposed on petroleum products from 8% to 16% as the government sought to raise revenue to sort its funds. The government-to-government deal, where oil marketers were given a 6-month grace period to import petroleum products and pay in Kenya shillings, also seemed to have failed to serve the intended purpose. The government has, however, instituted a stabilization fund to aid in managing the fuel prices. It is, however, limited since the kitty was exhausted in last month's fuel review. And it appears Kenyans must brace themselves for tougher times if this quote by Trade and Industry Cabinet Secretary Moses Kuria is anything to go by, where he warns that fuel prices will rise by 10 shillings every month until February next year. Chemutai Goin, Citizen TV.
Okay, Pastor Lala, mimi sijasema kitu na I'm sure wewe hujasema kitu. We can see what is up. I mean, it's not us that said it. I mean, we are just reporting what was said. And so the internet never forgets. You know, the problem is that today we are not in those days of, what do you call them? Kutuma barua. Atutumi barua siku hizi, tunaeka na records inakaa. And still, Pastor Lala, you're refusing to answer my question. Nyinyi wote mnakataa. I'm still asking, as a Kenyan, that wants to get these jobs that Ruto has gotten through his travels and everyone. I want to know where I'm going to sign up for that job. Which website? Where do I apply? Tumeambiwa mara ngapi tumeletewa kazi. Hata hizo za Saudi Arabia nazitaka mimi. Si pia mimi I can be a houseboy. I want to know where I can go to get this, to sign up for these jobs that we are being told zimepatikana. Please, Wakenya, wenye wanatusikiza, answer me that question hata kwa comment section. Tafadhali nawaomba. Please, nionesheni mahali hiyo website iko. I need a job. I want to go. Pastor, you know what I'm talking about. But I'm quiet. Racha nimejamaza.
Wanakusikia, lakini pengine watakuambia pale kuna kazi zimepatikana. Lakini hapa mimi niko America, wasikizeni, mimi niko America na sijaona hizo kazi. Sijaona legislation ambayo imeandika kwamba kuna Wakenya watapewa kazi, you know. Na nitauliza my congress where those jobs are, kama where they are coming to, which states are these people going to. That will be a good way to inquire here. Lakini where they are signing up, watu wa Kenya pengine watatuambia, manake sisi tuko nje. Tuambie pale kuna hizo kazi zinapatikana, you know. Kwa sababu mimi mwenyewe naona tu ni uongo tu.
Let me say something. Sorry, Lala, if you have something to say. I want to say this. Wakati ule tulikuwa watoto wadogo, our mother would go a far trip, safari. Akienda safari, akirudi nyumbani, I'm telling you, we surround her and we sit just next to her because we want to hear what she saw, what happened, how was the trip and all that. Sasa mama yangu tunamuona ni mtu muhimu sana sababu she can travel far and come back. Why am I saying this? Ruto ameangalia Wakenya, anawapima, anaona hawa ni watu wa kutaka kwenda nchi za nje. Nikiwa excite, nikiwaambia hii watasikiza. So he stands there. He has just arrived from America. People here, America, their eyes light. Like, yeah? So Ruto stands there and start telling you, nimepata kazi 140,000 something like so. Kwa hivyo hiyo imetengwa ni ya watu wa Kenya. So you have like maybe a day or so to digest that, and you are out of his face thinking that this guy is really working for us. He is really looking for jobs for us. But afterwards, when you come to your senses, I'm not saying you are senseless, but when you come to your senses, you sit down and ask yourself, really, this guy was talking about jobs. How would people get jobs there? Why are we supposed to go to other countries to work? And we have a country here whereby there are so many things that can be done for us to work in our country. Anyway, people tend to forget that. Anakuja tena, anawaambia nimepata 500,000 kazi Germany. Wakenya mnatakiwa mjiulize swali moja tu. Hizi kazi zote kama vile huyo Kenyan with Love amesema. Hizi Kenya zote tumeambiliwa all the time. Why is it that it has never happened that people are wanapanga laini pale kwa ile ofisi ndio sahi wanaandikishwa ndio wapande ndege waende? The other thing Kenyans should ask, why is that Kenya has money to install these factories which can employ people, young youth in our country? Why is it not being installed so that we can have jobs for this young youth? We are just being used for this guy to keep on bringing new things from where he flies out and flies in. Yeye basi tumwangalie tu anatumia pesa yetu, yani tumezubaa. Anatumia pesa yetu back and forth, akifurahia maisha yake. Lakini akienda lazima akuja awaambie kile alipata na hamutakiona. Who will go and ask him where is it? Ni wale politicians ambao tulichagua. Wako wapi? They are no longer with us. We are done. Hizo jobs, Kenyan with Love, you'll never see them. There is nowhere you are going to sign unless you get to that plane when he is flying, then he show you where they are. There is no jobs.
Umeniambia kuna kazi, si tumeambiwa kuna kazi. I need the website.
There are no jobs, because if there are jobs, there are so many qualified guys in Kenya who can be employed.
But Mami, your president is telling us I'm secured. I mean, how many jobs? Alituambia 2 million and something, or 2,000, whatever. I mean, I want to know where to. Mom, I need a job. I am unemployed. I need a job. I want, na nimesikia kuna kazi za Kenya zenye zimepatikana zinaenda. Lala, where was the jobs? Zilikuwa wapi? Canada. Where were they?
I think there was US, Canada, I think Saudi Arabia, something like that. And
And
So
Germany.
where do I go to sign in? I am looking for a job. I want to go sign in. Please, can you guys help me to go sign in?
Of course, they will
get
not
there.
tell you where to sign up, because that will be discovered. You'll find them out. They'll not tell you that. You know, it reminds me of a story I shared with you some time back of the young man whose wife, you know, was pregnant, and he lost his job. He didn't have a job. And so he went to look for a job in a zoo, and they were told there was no job in the zoo, and he was pleading because his wife had just had a baby. Said, "Please, I need something to feed my baby." And so they had a little bit of a compassion on him, and told him, "Actually, we don't have a job, but one of the monkey died. This monkey is always the attraction of this particular zoo." And the young man was told, "Maybe you can," because he was a petite guy, "you can play the role of a monkey, you know, until the children, they are coming here on this weekend and we don't have a replacement." So the young man was happy to get something to feed his family. And so they gave him the monkey suit. They started training him. He could jump from tree to tree. And they felt like this guy can do the job. And so the weekend came, the young man came, got into the monkey suit and started jumping from tree to tree. And because, of course, that the monkey had died, you know, and these people, that was the way of making money. And so the young man was doing the job well. Unfortunately, when he jumped from one tree to the other, the branch of the tree broke off, and the young man fell inside the den of lions. So he began to cry, "Help, help." Then the lions came to him and said, "Don't shout, we lose our jobs."
You see, Lala, I'm so happy that Mami is laughing because it's been a while. I know she's been going through mgonjwa kidogo. Lakini, Lala, seriously, let me ask you guys. You guys are my elders, both of you. Nyinyi wote, you are my elders, and I respect you so much. So, are you telling me as a Kenyan person that has been told to secure na tuko na makazi za US na za whatever country it is, hata kama ni hata yenye na uwanga wasichana wetu Saudi, are you telling me that right now if I wanted to be a part of it, kama nitakufia Saudi, it's fine, ninataka hiyo kazi? Are you telling me there's nowhere I can go to get a job, that job that is being secured by the government that I pay the taxes of? Are you telling me that, both of you, as my elders?
You know, when a president of a country goes out there to talk about, he justifies his travels to go and sign, you know, people to be exported to those countries. That's not the job of a president. That does not justify those trips. So this is a guy that will say anything, do anything. He's not a president. And so I don't know why we let him stay in power. I don't know why.
But my sir, let me just give me one last one, sir, Mr. Chair. By the end of the day, I mean, I agree. Yes, Ruto is the president of Kenya. He's acquired so many jobs for us outside there. You know what? I recognize him as the president of Kenya. He's already told me that he has jobs for me. Now, I want these jobs that he has for me. Where can I go get this job that he's already told me that I have, that is already secured? Where can I go? Please tell me. That's all I want. I am a jobless. I just want to go.
Now you are doing the job of agitator. Now you want us to go to the State House because from the mouth of the man, Kenyans should go there.
I mean, okay, he's the president. Nimekubali na ameniletea job. Where can I go get these jobs? Because we have to educate Kenyans to see the lies.
Those are the many things that are amounting to the quantity of unqualified person to be a president. Those adds up.
They adds up.
Plus
but you know what, Mama? What Matu is saying is really critical. We should tell all our family members to go to State House to get those jobs.
Exactly. And
let
that is
them go. Not this
meaning
weekend.
that
Let them just,
meaning that all what he has said and he has not fulfilled. And now after that, he retaliates, telling people he has jobs that he has, secured in other countries. People now stand there and say, we want those jobs because we are jobless. We have no jobs. And that makes people stand up and, fight strongly about that. Because we want to prove this guy wrong. We want to prove him that he is unqualified. We want to prove him that we don't want him in that office. That's the highest office in our country that is being misused and abused by this guy, honestly. And we cannot be in a status of a country when this office is being abused. It looks like our country, Kenya, has lost it. We are no longer thought of by other countries. People are busy in their countries. They have forgotten what Kenya means. Because this guy has really spoiled the taste of our country by all this. Now, I remember I saw the President of Canada saying he should not lie, there are no jobs for Kenyans in Canada. Look at that. That's the full President of Canada contradicting this guy. And yet he would come flying and start. And furthermore, actually, as you said, Lala, this is not his job. This would be coming from the labor office or whatever that they have got these jobs for Kenyans to enroll.
Yeah,
and maybe
Mama.
it would be even sounding better.
Mama, you're
Yes.
correct. Those jobs, not even a minister. Those jobs could be some agents going out there to look for, whatever, few jobs here and there. And those are promises. There's no, it doesn't make sense. It does not make sense at all. I could understand if he's promised money to use for something, but the jobs, a person going to negotiate for jobs, I mean, it's lunacy, it's crazy. It can be more general terms that we would want to, to have Kenyans to exploit this particular, opening here, but it's made for others. It's more general statement. But for the president to come back to Kenya and say that I've secured a job from this country to this country to this country, so he went there to look for jobs for Kenyans, which sounds. Kenyans need jobs, as you stated, Mama Mandamano. Yeah, so he's coming to please them. But the question is that this job description really is supposed to be talking about the policies, talking about, yes, can talk about jobs in another government, but that's not supposed for him. That's not his area. That is something that probably a follow-up, and a follow-up based on company to company, looking at what needs to be done. But to justify that I went because going to negotiate for jobs when actually there's no information, and we know how jobs are. When it comes to jobs in countries like the US and other democratic countries, the government, no man would just come and say, take these people. That's not even democratic. That is dictatorial system. And we have to think of ourselves as a democracy. We don't do things like that. It is there's a process. It goes through the people, which is through the houses, and discuss the need for those jobs. And then it's opened up for certain countries. You can be able to go and read and say, this is the reason why we are doing A, B, C, D. It's out of the president's hands. He cannot do that. That's not his job as the United States president, to make deals with the president about the jobs. No. Somebody has to teach me.
My two elders, can I ask you another question? Because hiyo mumeshindwa kunijibu, watu wa comment section pia wameshindwa kunijibu.
Hakuna kazi Kenya ni drug.
Okay, wacheni niulize ingine
Hiyo
basi.
lazima
Hii ni
tuchenge.
yenyu
Huyo
kwa
anaenda
wakubwa
State
wangu.
House.
Kwa wakubwa wangu nyinyi wote wawili, wacheni niwaulize. Hii swali ingine pia niko nayo. Please, and I want you guys to educate me on this one. Sasa, he said yeye ndio ambassador wa Kenya kila mahali. Do we need ambassadors anymore in our country? Do we need ambassadors? What is the work, Mr. Lala? I know this is really landing on your table because you're big on that, umeangalia Congress and everything, and I know Mami is also very good at that. Lakini, so Ma'am, if you were the president of Kenya, why would you need ambassadors if you're the ambassador of everything? That wewe ndo unajua, wewe ndo unaenda kuangalia kila kitu, na alisema yeye ndio ambassador wa kila kitu. So why do we need ambassadors? Why not just recall all the ambassadors that are out there? Then we let him be the ambassador of Kenya, because then it seems like a waste of Kenyan resources to have ambassadors out there. I'm asking you elders, kabla umkora najua na amekuja kuni-attack.
Let me say something just short. Ruto amekuwa, kuna watu wanamuita ati ni kingpin wa Kenya. Unashindwa kingpin wa Kenya all over the country. All right. Now you are asking about the ambassador. He is the ambassador, he is the kingpin, he is the governor, he is the teacher, he is the doctor. He is everything, Ruto. And that is why I said, Ruto don't want to see anybody shine. He don't want anybody rise. He want to remain only he himself, being the conqueror of the whole country. You don't expect anybody who he has given or assigned those dockets to raise any voice or to say something. And you have seen them, their mom. They don't say anything. Even when Ruto gets to their assignment, which they ought to, to do effectively, Ruto ndio anafanya. Sasa mimi Kenya yote najiuliza, Ruto has captured that word capture. It came with them. I heard it when they were debating capture of. Ruto has captured the whole country. And he has become like the umbrella that you cannot go beyond that umbrella. Meaning, however, even if you have a docket or you have been assigned this agriculture or trade or whatever, you don't have a voice. You have no permission of saying anything. He is the one to say. Is that really a country? Is that really a government? We have not seen, okay, let me back up a little bit. If these people are taken to Saudi Arabia, in most cases you have seen these happenings which are very sad, that our girls go there, come back dead in a casket. So who should we ask? Ruto? What happened to my daughter? You see, the chain of command, he has really cut off. He has shown that nobody has a right to say anything in the country at all. He is the everything. Na hivyo mumejionea. Lakini nauliza, kunawezekana kweli? Kunawezekana awe ndiye mpishi, ndiye mkulaji, ndiye anaserve, ndiye anafanya nini? It can't work. And that is why you see the country is really not moving forward, and it will not move forward with the situation we are in. So there are no jobs. Kenyan with love. Forget it.
Mami angalia screen na Lala, angalieni screen nyinyi wote, angalieni sasa huyu vitu zenye anaandika. Continue, Mom. I'm sorry. I wanted you guys to see this.
There are people who should be given permission from hospital, and they should not stop on the street. They should go straight home. That is all I can see, so that they can be nursed by their loved ones, because kama ni watu wengine watawapiga makofi na mateke bila kujali ati wewe umetoka hospitali. That's the type of people that are behaving here. I'm sorry, I have to say that.
Thank you, Mom. I think that's very profound. I think I won't even react to that guy. I wanted to react, but I won't. Ndani unajua mko hapa nyote, hebu miwacha ninyamazie huku nyuma kidogo. Naona nani amekuja hapa hivi anichokoze, na pia Lala. Mr. Chair, thank you so much. You really guided us well today. I really appreciate. Chair amerudi.
Before I go, Kenyan with love.
Don't go pamoja.
Let me say this. Nobody has ever tasted the leadership of Baba to testify such kind of misleading information. And this guy should stop writing such confusing and ridiculous stuff. Thank you.
Aya, Lala unalala kwa kazi yako. Mr. Chair amerudi hujampatia. You are the chair, bwana.
I was high. I didn't know that I was the chair. I didn't know. I saw someone. Is that John? Somebody called John. First of all, for him to even attempt to talk about Baba and make such comment, that leads us to question his own mental and moral capacity. He is either drunk or he has something else going on in his mind, and those is one of the problem of this that we have in the country. Baba, even just as a man, for years to come, Kenyans will look to him as the beacon of light that can shine into the future, because they will go through his life and find a human being that was gifted, but was willing to use everything to make life better for all of us. He could have stayed in Germany, in America. He could have amassed wealth for himself and not spend 9 years, and most of the people that he was there are dead. And we know the kind of torture he had to go through, not because of something he did wrong, but because he was thinking about us. He thought about you, John, to imagine a country where you and me can live and have dignity, to be counted as young, great, intelligent human being. And we know that because some of us outside here, is the name of Kenya that has given us a platform that we are competent, we can do things, but because people like Raila sacrificed for us. So for us here, we are not tribalists. We don't look at people through the lenses of tribal lenses. We are not into class. We look at you in terms of you belong to this group and therefore you are here. We are looking at you as a Kenyan. We are looking at you and me as God's children. And God's children should have dignity. They should be protected. They should love each other. Baba has done that. He's paid his due. He's not somebody we don't know. And so even compare him to Ruto, that shows that something is not correct with your thinking, young man. You know, start to think, be a Kenyan. Kenyan needs you. We need your fight. We need your intelligence. We need you. And Baba did it for you so that you can have the freedom to agree to disagree. But we just want to think right, think straight. What we have here is a state of almost anarchy. We are losing ground. The shilling is depreciating. Nobody wants to invest in Kenya. The tourists are running away. The prices are up, and you yourself probably don't have enough unless you're paid by Ruto and stealing our money and feeding your family. But if you want the good of this country, we don't need a fake system. We don't need thieves to run our lives. We need democratic processes that will help us go where we ought to be. Kenyans, we were up here, but we are sinking. There's a time we're talking of Korea and Singapore. We are moving that direction. We are better than most of African countries. We thought we ourselves on a pedestal up there. But what has happened? We are sinking. And there you are talking like that. You know, I don't even know why you are here. You know, come, you can disagree with us, but have some rational argument that somebody can defend. But the moral bankruptcy that you display here is sad. Otherwise, we love you. We want you to contribute, and please think. Ruto is not good. He didn't win. First of all, his policies are not helping us, and it's not just within the country. Outside the country, the people are shunning Kenya. So I think it's important for you to pay attention. If you never listened, please listen. And if you're don't know God, your name is John. John is my favorite, preacher. John the evangelist. We call him the evangelist in theology. He is the one that summarized the synoptic gospel. In other words, James, the book of Matthew, Luke, and Mark. John had the access to those books, and he added his gospel, it's the last gospel, to kind of fill that which was lacking. And this idea was to instill faith so that it can work, so that faith can be seen tangible. Kenya needs a John now to help us move forward. He needs a John to complete the link. He needs you, the John of our time. But talking like an ignorant man, it just shows, how sad some of our young people are. I don't know what happened to them. Think and join us. We love you, and I'm praying for you that God will help people like you so that you can, yes, disagree with me. That's healthy, that's good, but on point, so that I can learn from you. But what you're telling me, I'm learning nothing from you. Okay? Baba loved the country. Baba's done more than what some of us could think, ever do in our lives. Baba is the Mandela. He's respected everywhere because of his life, exemplary life. And we thank God for him. Whether you are in UDA or whatever company you have, but look at Baba for who he is. and we love you, and please have some sense and come here with points, right things that can help us. Thank you. Okay, I'm told Kamwene, I think you are there. I think probably it's your time. Oh, is he there? No. Kenya with love. Kamwene, you are back. You take your leadership.
No, you know, we have to teach you how to be able to be a watu when it's time. Wewe wacha siasa. Kwanza niko na vita na wewe. But anyways, Lala, when you take that chair, you take it and you sit with it. Usipelekwe mbio mbio kama Simba Arati bwana. You offer ukiambia Kamwene ni Kamwene. Hata mimi ukiniambia ni nyamaza na nyamaza. You know,
I heard them talking about Simba Arati and talking about the hospital. You know, I was born in that hospital. Kisii Hospital. That's where I was born. That's where mother. And you know who was the doctor, the MOH in charge of the hospital? Was Aida Odinga's mother. I mean father, that is. Mzee Oyo. And even my grandfather named after, you know, it was a very famous, those clinic officers of those days, they were called doctors. He was the one in charge of Kisii Hospital. That's where I was born. So let Simba Arati atitishwe hiyo ni hospitali yetu, tuta fight for it. I'm not from Kisii myself, but that's where I was born. Yeah. Okay, all right. Kamwene, sema.
Okay, huyo jamaa amemaliza sababu venye alikuwa ananileta
alikuwa lakini sikujua umeondoka na wewe ndio mkubwa. Endelea.
Msijali, hii station nimewafungulia kabisa. Musikie mkiwa hai, musikie mkiwa nyumbani, musikie mkiwa mumefika. So anyway, hiyo ni majazi tu. Unajua bana, in this country if you don't look for ways to create your own fun, Zakayo will not spare you. So as we wait for his imminent exit, we need to be creating our own fund. Unaonanga saa zingine hapa I try to actually make myself laugh. So I'm not waiting for Lala to create fun for me. Let me enjoy being here. Let me enjoy this.
Let me close and let you guys continue on. Let me say this. Zakayo is weakening all the institutions in the country, okay? Beginning with the IEBC, where number 7, number 3 became the majority. And Baba emphasizes that. That was the beginning of a crack, okay? And then being legitimized by the Supreme Court, that was the right thing. That was the beginning of the weakening of our institutions, okay? And this is the danger if we don't take care of Zakayo out, that institutional weaknesses is not only a problem of governance, it reduces the effectiveness of governance and undermines democratic legitimacy. That's exactly what is happening and continue to happen. And if you don't stop it, I'm telling you, 2027, you and I, you'll be crying here. If not, some of you going to be dead.
Lakini daddy, nataka unifanyie favor. I want you to do me a favor before you leave, because I know this Kamwene guy, you know, he's my very good friend and we are very good friends. Please, can you ask him the question that I asked, I've been asking about where do I, because I need a job. You know, I'm jobless. I need to go get a job. These jobs that have come to Kenya, can you ask him that before uniachanishe naye, because I know he's gonna mess me up, but he's my brother and we always close together. Mami maandamano yeye anajuaga anajua kututunza. You know, the love of a mother is a big one. So mom will be here na nini, but you as a father, can you ask him that question before I leave? You as a moderator right now, can you ask him, where are these jobs that have been found outside the world? Because I've been wanting to hear him. I told him I was gonna come, but he never, he disappears, you know. He's anapoteaga nikikuja.
Are you there?
Lala, me, I'm here. Unless amekimbia. Ni nini? Kamwene kuja hapa. Utuambie kule where we need to go sign up for those jobs.
Zitatoka wapi jamani? Kazi zitatoka wapi?
No, si kazi zinatoka wapi, tuko na kazi. We already have the jobs. According to the president. I just need to know where to go sign up. I want a job. I'm jobless.
Are you not a tech guy, communication guy? You should let us know. You're the one who knows where things are. I've got none of them back home calling me looking for jobs. Na wewe unisaidie.
Lala, 1 minute Kenyan with love, hebu uliza hiyo swali yako. Mbona unaogopa kuniuliza? Niulize sasa.
Unajua unapenda kuniattack sana, lakini kitu nauliza ni mimi sina job. Nataka job. Na Ruto ametuambia ashapata kazi ngapi zenye amepata. Mimi nataka
1 million. Amepata 1 million outside. Alisema hivyo.
Nasikianga zinakuwaga million, bilioni or whatever. Mi hata niko ready kwenda kupanguza huko Saudi Arabia. Mimi nataka tu kujua kule naenda kusign up. I want to know where to go sign up to get that job. Hiyo tu ndo nataka. Mi ukiniambia mali ya kwenda kusign up, my friend, tutaongea baadaye nikiwa huko. Me, I'm jobless. I just want to go sign up. Kule hiyo job naenda kuipata.
Let me explain to you.
Kuna job.
Relax sasa, umeuliza swali, relax sasa. Relax tukutandazie, tuiweke flavor na ukule dessert sasa kwa hiyo swali. Tulia sasa. This is what Ruto is going to do. If at all, let's assume those jobs exist. Hatujui ukweli. I'm using an assumption. Bwana Lala. So let me use an assumption. Let's assume those jobs are there. We don't.
What do you mean namjui ukweli? Si ndio president? Si mimi nataka kwenda job.
We tulia kwanza. I'm using an assumption. Mimi siwezi amini kitu ya Zakayo. Let's assume. I will start with an assumption. Umeniuliza swali. Let's assume those jobs are there. An assumption. This is how they are going to execute it if they are there. Number one, it is labor selling. That's what they are going to do. They will open.
Jiro, I will not let you. You're my brother. I love you so much. Unajua. I will not let you do that. Listen, let me ask you a question. Hatukuambiwa tunafanya, tuliambiwa tumepata. So kazi iko. Where do we go to get that job?
That's why I want to explain to you how I feel the person works on an opportunity. If authority exists, this is how, because they are filthy. They will open very many agents in Kenya or consultancy, whichever, what is it, Jina. There will be very many recruitment agents in Kenya, and those recruitment agents in Kenya will be owned. So Moses Kuria atakuwa, he will own one of the recruitment agent. Duare will own another one. Ndindi Nyoro will own another recruitment agency. Ruto atakuwa na zake mbili. So they will categorize it. They will categorize all that. And this is what will happen. You will be entering into a contract with Ruto or with Ndindi Nyoro or with whoever. But you will not be having a contract with Saudi Arabia. That's what I'm trying to say. So, hata shida zikikutendekea huko Saudi Arabia ama Qatar, you will not ask Saudi Arabia. So your contract will be between you and the guys who are having these are things which exist for your information. Tumekuwa tukileta miili Kenya ya watu kutoka Saudi Arabia. So what they want to do, bwana, and I don't know why Kenyan with love you want to go to Saudi Arabia unless if you want to return dead. Sijui kama umechoka na kuishi, which is okay. I don't know.
So do we have a job contract or do we not have a job
Relax,
contract?
sasa. You see, kazi za Saudi Arabia, they exist. So what Ruto is trying to tell us is they are going to upscale what has been happening in Saudi Arabia. So expect more bodies to be returning to our country. Don't think that these people will negotiate about work environment. Relax,
My brother.
I
don't care how many bodies come back. I'm asking, I want to go and be part of that body. Where, because we've been told that the jobs are already secured, I want to know where I can go sign up to go die in Saudi Arabia.
Sasa utaenda kwa Didinyoro sasa hao ndio
Arabia Dibado amesema naenda next week, 2 weeks time to go and sign the contract.
Sasa ndio nimekuambia
Lala, you get my point. You
will sign in the Kenyan
cartel. Point yangu.
Hapana,
kitu yenye already tumeambiwa ishafanyika. Wewe unanipigia story mingi. Mimi nataka kwenda kukufia huko bwana. Niambie naenda kusign up wapi leo.
Sasa look for one of the cartel which will be recruiting in Kenya. You are not going to enter into any contract with Saudi Arabia. Contract
by the way, even let me give another dimension of that type of discussion or that type of agreement. No country gives you nothing for nothing, something for nothing. You either exchange with something, either part of your land is gone, or they take your port away from you. They're bartering somewhere. So when Sakaya talked like that, and if at all they're going to be something like that, that's a very private arrangement. We call it government to government, not even government to government, Ruto to the whoever is talking to, which may not even be the president.
Correct. But it's an individual contract. It's an individual contract.
You will pay with your soul, something in your country. Just like they lied. In fact, I think it's Bernard who played that video where they are claiming that Uhuru sold the port to the Arabs, and they have the whatever, they have the title of the Kenyan port. And then the question is, why are they selling it again now? If Uhuru didn't sold it before. So these guys just lie. It's ridiculous.
They knew what they were doing. They needed to destroy the name of Uhuru with what they were actually coming to do.
And
that was the concept.
Duale is the one who was speaking, and the guy now is the minister for.
They had to look for methods to make people hungry. The concept was to make people hungry. Hata state capture. 1 minute Lara. Hata state capture walisema ati ya kwamba there is a state capture. Hii kitu walileta tu state capture. Walikuwa ni wao. But sasa wakarushia hao wengine. But now the state capture which they were explaining ndio hii sasa. In fact, what Zakai was trying to explain is what they are going to do. Everything ile ambaye aliwekelea Uhuru, that is what he was just giving his roadmap. I want you to understand. Whatever alikuwa anasema inafanyika, alikuwa anapeana barabara.
What I'm raising here, what I'm saying here is these people, no ethics, no credibility at all. And now they are the ministers. They are the one like Duale. And if you just play, in fact, maybe we should just sponsor playing some of those videos where they are making all these wild, allegations and lies and cheating Kenyans and to expose them for who they are, because there's so much out there.
But both of you, with all due respect, and actually, and Nikki, I mean, in such an ironical way, why do I feel like you guys are being mafias to me and you'll be in anything? I'm just an innocent Kenyan that is asking. You guys have gone there. You're the what do you call it? You're the government. You've gone out there. You've told us that we have a job. For me, the only thing I'm asking from you, Mr. Lala, and I know why I'm asking this, and Nani, I'm asking, where do I go to sign up to get these
Okay,
jobs? That's all
that's
I'm asking.
a very simple.
Fact.
Let me play Ruto. Now I'm
Yes,
Ruto.
you're the
Okay.
president. Tell me where to go get these things
Let me
that I
say,
need to get, and
I'm
I
them.
need Jiro to tell me too.
Lala, don't pray Ruto. Please don't pray him.
Let me. This is how you would answer, because you're a pathological liar. What you say? Wait and see. Ngojeni kidogo tu. It's critics. Ngoja kidogo tu. Job is coming. It's coming. It's coming. It will be coming. That's the
Nice
answer.
answer. Kumbe unaweza kuwa Ruto. Nice one.
Utakuja tu. Ngoja kidogo.
Because I'm asking, I'm a Kenyan. I'm asking, where do I get it?
Because najua yuko angry, utaban my house, utaban the State House and the White House, whatever it is there, because you want a job, you want food. Ngoja kidogo tu naenda. So he has to make those trips. See, that's why he's making the trips.
Lakini si ulishaenda na ukanileta na ukaniambia nimetenga. Tumefanya, kuna kazi, kuna nini. Si unionyeshe wapi naenda kusign up.
Si ngoja kidogo, natengeza, ngoja kidogo. Busi walikuwa kuambia kwamba after 100 days things would happen, mnangoja kidogo. Then 1 year, ngoja kidogo. Then now bado unangoja kidogo, and this inavomolewa. That's what we have been doing here, and we are still waiting on this guy to make his promises true. I think sisi ndio wajinga. We expect.
Na mbona usituambie, ngoja nikuulize Pastor Lala, you're a pastor and I respect you so much. Kwa kanisa yako mbona usiambie watu tunangoja, si ati tumefanya? Isn't that a lie?
It's a lie. Listen to this. I used to be in Mombasa.
Yes, sir.
And we had a church there. This is about the church issue. And we had a lot of young women, especially from Mukambani. And these young women, they were very faithful. Some of the most faithful women I've ever seen, okay? But then we are young men in Mombasa, but every time they were dating girls from Nairobi. So weddings. So one day, a group of them went to the pastor, in the pastor's house. That time I was not a pastor. I was one of the members. And they asked the pastor, we unatuweka hapa, tunaimba, we are faithful. Where are the men going to marry us? How come your men are going to Nairobi to get women to marry? Who's going to marry us? Okay.
you know, Pastor, with all due respect, you see, if I come and say, nimenunua garia, nimenunua Probox, at that point, nishanunua. Is that the way it's supposed to be, right? Nikikwambia nimenunua.
Ukinunua, ushanunua ni yako.
Si nishanunua.
Ushanunua, lakini they may be putting in some extensions, putting in something that you want on that car. Leather seats, maybe they didn't come with it, so your leather, you
hiyo ni story ingine, hiyo ni story ya baadaye. That's if I don't like to sit on cloth seats. I want to sit
make
on
it sweeter.
Yeah,
I want to a little more other jobs. Bado nazungumza na wao, ngojeni kidogo.
Ngojeni kidogo, you just wait, hold on. I need to put a spoiler in the back. I want to put nini. Then by that time, then I'll bring it to you when I want to sell it to you.
But what Shakawala walikuwa naambiwa na something is coming. You know, but they are dying, but still waiting for that paradise.
Yeah, so if I come and tell you I've already bought the car, I have the spoilers on, and here nimefanya, nishafanya, ngeli ya ni, it means it's done.
It's done.
Right?
Ashatengeza is done. Nilisikia akisema kwamba he has already fixed the economy. Si alisema mwenyewe Ruto. Nishatengeza. Alisema without him, if Baba aliingia huko, things would have been worse. This is the same man.
Kila kitu.
Yeah. So his mind is different from ours.
So why is he nini nashatuambia na ishafanyika? Si utuambie. And by the way, I'm pushing this even in the media, in the mainstream media. I'm pushing for them to tell us where we are going to get these jobs. There's a reason I brought this thing here, Nani, my pastor. And really,
I think you should. I think you should.
Because if you've already told us you've already done it, then we shouldn't even be asking you where to go. We should already have a way to go. We should already know where to go.
Or tujipange.
Eh.
Okay? Whether we start, batakwambia anza kuleta pesa ya kutravel.
Order. Hata mimi niseme kitu sasa. Order.
Hebu dakika moja atakwambia kwamba you don't need, because you're going out of the country, hii land yako nipatie, I will work it, I do something with it while you are gone, I'll rent it. Because anataka kungoa kabisa, because whether aenda mbinguni wapi, what were those three things? Mambo matatu ni nini ya nini?
Uliza
jela,
Jiru atasema Jiru nilimuuliza tena mbinguni ama ni jehanamu, akasema wewe mimi nenda mbinguni. Jiru is my very good friend. Analiaga sana.
Watu wanapenda hiyo mbinguni. Ndio huyu nanio Mackenzie aliconvince hao watu mbinguni ama wabaki hapa ama warudi kwa Ruto, kwa real life. So many of them chose heaven. That's Ruto style. They're same group, Mackenzie and Ruto. Hey.
Niseme kitu.
Endelea. Wewe ndio mkubwa.
Unajua munaongea story ya hizo jobs. This is how jobs are negotiated. Number one, you give a list of the jobs which have been proposed. Ruto should be able to give those details. Si atukusema tu kuna 350,000 jobs. If in any case, na nimetumia the word if they are there. Because mi sijui, I don't think they are there. So, you should like say, Saudi Arabia has promised to take 50,000 IT experts, this and this and this, and like what's like the government, because these are things which actually happen even in other countries. Like India is becoming a very good source of IT experts for the US, mostly like hizi kampuni kubwa kubwa. But what India is doing is they are negotiating for those jobs to be done in India. So instead of people, and we should not be actually be advising them, you should not be allowing your people to go to the foreign country, because what you are negotiating here, you are negotiating on economy, and you're also negotiating on you don't want to reap families, as you want people to go and work abroad, because there is usually so much negative things which happen when people sometimes go abroad when they are not prepared, like where you have to go as a family. I'm a husband, I have children, I now have to start now leaving all my children, my wife, to start going to Saudi Arabia for some extended time which is not known. So instead of that concept, the best concept is let those Saudi Arabian jobs be done in Kenya. That is what India is doing. Like India is they are working for US IT companies in India, and they are doing some alternate jobs to some Americans in these big companies. Though the negotiation is that because of the cost of living in India, the same position, some of them earn a little bit less money than the money which is paid in the US. And it makes a lot of economic sense to the Indian people. Even as they also look for people who they can also poach within the same arrangement. Some of the people who have worked well, Now, even now, those companies now even airlift them. But it starts with having a pool in your country. You need a pool in your country. You cannot create labor force in other countries. And a president, as he calls himself, who is also said that he is the chief agent to a Kenya, na sijui ni agent wa nini. The worst thing a president can do is to encourage brain drain from his country. That is brain drain. Like when you say we are having 350 jobs in Saudi Arabia. Okay, sorry.
Sons, I think negotiating for jobs is okay. No president usually travel with a trade representative or different people to negotiate, when they travel. And these are things that can be handled on the side by trade rep and others who deal with companies and all that. But when you raise it to the level of traveling to sign a contract, because what he's saying is that he'll be traveling to sign this job contract, and I'm wondering, is that the role of a president or some lower level person working down there? Because they come in the context of
1 minute. Na mbona hizo contract zimesainiwa? 1 minute. Mbona hizo contract zimesainiwa na hatuoneshwi? Why are they not, even if you kuoneshwa the total details, why are those contracts not being they are not being shown?
And that's my Mato is asking, where are we signing up? Lakini tunajua kwani tuna sign up.
1 minute. Murkomen alituonesha tenda ya SGR. Murkomen alituonesha contract ya SGR ama ni nani? They were very vicious. And they even walisema SGR sijui nini, it was something rimbo nini, and they went ahead and even did a print for the SGR tender. Let's see the print of the contract details. We don't want the cost and all the other confidential details, but let's see the agreement. What is it? This is the biggest hot air of all times. In fact, who is Chief Justice when he was talking about hot air? Those are the people he was talking. This is the biggest hot air of all time, and it is so sad that this hot air is being propagated using the institution and the legitimate institutions of the government, which are supposed actually to be used to help people. So we are just having somebody who is on holidays going to make his own contract. I'm double sure huyu jamaa pengine hata anaenda kusupervise manyumba zake zikijengwa. Then we are lifting somebody using our own taxpayers' money when he is going to build lunches, because this guy knows very soon he might not be there. So yeah, hata mkimutoa, you will be having lunches in California, lunches maybe in South Texas, you will be having lunches in Singapore. That is what this guy is doing. I'm double sure he is going outside to invest in as he is hiding all those dollars. Mnasema muna, you will be shocked, bwana. We are having two things here. We are having Kenya on the side show and Mr. Ruto on the upper front. Now, alitoka Kenya. Muliona ile mambo alifanya Kenya some time ago. Weston nini. Now, the guy has gone international. By the time this guy is done with us, he will be having investment everywhere globally. This guy is working for himself. He is not after us. This guy is doing things in Switzerland. He is doing things in Netherlands. He is doing things in London. You will be shocked. This guy is absolutely doing nothing for us. He is on personal trips. Maybe huyu jamaa anaenda kuona ni simiti ngapi na mwago huko. Maybe the guy is busy making contracts with the akina Chinese companies which are building some things in other countries. You will be shocked. We are building investment infrastructure for one human being in the pretext that Wakenya wanafanywa kazi na tunyamanyamaza hapa tu ati taxpayers money. Okay.
You see, both of you, kuna kitu moja mi waga najiuliza sana. Let me ask you guys. We can do the politics and stop the politics, and sometimes just sit down and ask ourselves, without even the politics, just ask ourselves, our social self. Like that question, Lala, Pastor Lala, I have been very careful today, because this is a question that came up somewhere. We were talking, and actually it came out to me so much that I've been watching it. Do you know how many times I've asked that question? You know the question I'm still asking. Where do I sign up? I'm not asking this for, just to be foolish. I'm asking this because I'm waiting for people, even on the comment section, to actually answer me.
Where Kenyan with love. State House has a blog. They even have a Facebook site. Wako na Itumbe. Sasa waandikie. I think sasa umeanzia kutusumbua.
Hao ndio watatuambia kule nafaa kusign up, because mimi natafuta job.
Wewe andikia Itumbe sasa. Andikia Itumbe. You cannot you know what I'm asking. Kenyan with love, you cannot make us to overthink on nothing. The reason why solutions are not coming and you are not getting what you want, because you are making us to think on hot air. Why are you making us to think on hot air? How can you think on hot air?
But you're telling us that you have jobs and everything, and also we're using money out there that we don't even understand where the money is going on. I mean, where the money is going to. So now we want to ask, where is the money going? Mmeanza kusumbua kina Arati huko hivyo. What is kina Arati wamefanya nini nao tu ni kufanya vitu zao? Mmekuja Machakos huko, mmeanza kusumbua tena, pia mnataka kubomoa manyumba. Of course hata hadi wale hatujiona any tax yenye imetumika kwa any infrastructure in our country. So what is it about this presidency that we can see a president that hata wale tulikuwa tumechukia, they seem to be better than the one that we have, because we could see actually something. At least naweza sema niliona maziwa ya Nyayo. At least najua niliona mashule. Waleo kuna watoto wangapi leo? By the way, I don't know if people actually understand that now kids are going to, they're doing KCPE and KCSE and whatever, and they're not even wajafika wengine because they don't even have anywhere to go do their exams. Kuna wenye tena 3 times in a row, 3 years in a row, wajafanya KCSE. And we are here talking about education. Talking about what we can't even, no one can ever talk about education kiongi unakosana na serikali. Because you're against you're against serikali. When you talk against education, something is happening. I was watching, Splice TV, and they were talking about it, saying, man, this is just way too much. We can't take it anymore. Okay, Mama Mboga ndo analia, whatever. Pikipiki ndo analia, sijui where electric kule zilienda. Bodaboda naye ndio huyo, sijui amenyang'anywa, sijui nini tena. Mnapiga magavana, mnapiga MCAs, mnapiga nini? Jesus Christ. Hii kitu hata time ya Moi iko inaenda hivyo. It's coming to a point, Mr. Chair, it's coming to a point where that now I'm starting to look at Moi as somebody that was actually a good president, na ni mtu sikuwa namfikiria hivyo. I'm starting to see good things. Yani today mimi ukaniambia Uhuru, mimi napita na Uhuru 24/7, ukaniambia Uhuru arudi. By the way, hii constitution hajasema Uhuru hawezi rudi tena. I can easily vote for Uhuru again if he ran again, because the constitution allows him to. Because some of the shenanigans that we're seeing around here is not for Kenya. Kenya never used to do that. Hata siku za Moi, we were called the 24 years za Moi, tulika peaceful. Hata Idi Amin angetuguza. But look at us, saizi watu mtoto wa Museveni anatuambia anaweza chukua in a minute. Please.
Kenyan with love, ngoja niweke statement hapo. Wacha niweke kick. I want you people to go and understand the life of Mobutu Sese Seko and the damages that guy did for the 30 years, 65 to 95, when he was exiled from Congo. The way he was building palaces everywhere, the way he was stealing like hell, the way he was even going to do shopping in Monaco bi-weekly. and so much extravagance and so much traveling which did not help Congo people. If you people, you can stand a Mobutu Sese Seko lifestyle and what he did for Congolese people, you will be able to relate with what is happening now. The problem which Kenyans we have is that we are not appreciating that this is our Sese Seko time. This is our Hitler time. We are at a phase of where Germans were with Hitler, where Germans start with Hitler for 13 years without by just following his and uangalie videos na speeches za Hitler, and you see the way some Germans, huge groups of people were assembling on that guy as he was giving his rhetoric. Look at Hitler, and you see what he did. By the time Germans were done with him, though Alijinyonga, who actually was actually the main cause here, Second World War. You know the reason why politics in Germany is so cool now. They had their Hitler moment, which they might not want. Unaweza shindwa kwa nini siku hizi Germany ilienda ikakaa ni kama imesahaulika. Their politics is not hot. There was a time when Germany was having the most hot politics in the world. Vitu hizo like propaganda, they were very hot. They discovered how one man can actually ruin the country, and they were able to come up with something. To me, actually, I can treat German politics to be now very good. They were able to learn from Hitler moment, and I can tell you the steps which Germany did, even including to the steps to the levels whereby they were even able to reunite their country back after losing it, and now also now being able to build an economy which became competitive once again after it was ruined after the destructive Second World War. I want to tell you here, we have enough learning points from people who have already seen their countries damaged over decades ago. We have no choice to allow somebody to destroy our country in the name of waiting. This is a Hitler moment.
I agree with you, sir. But I also want to push it. I also think it's also an Idi Amin moment when you come to country. I mean, when you come to Africa, I think it's an Idi Amin moment that the guy does not understand. Here's my biggest problem. I think Ruto does not understand that we talk. I don't even think he's even. Maybe if one day he got into this channel and understood what people talk about and people from different angles of life, you know, pastors and you know, and people from different sides of life. I don't think this guy understands that. I think whenever he goes to speak people, that's why anasemanga munanielewa kweli, because I think he just thinks these guys are people who still use PO box and there's no .com, there's no whatever. I don't think this guy even understands that people actually communicate, people that have never met and they actually talk. Sijui kama ashienda kwa anaitwaje ule mama wa nani the one that talks a lot, the Kikuyu lady, what's her name? Amenipotelea akili. The Kikuyu lady that was arrested just the other day because of opinion in her own mind, and she's very well known. Maybe Njiru utanikumbusha huyu mama anaitwa nani, but I don't understand. I don't think Ruto thinks he's talking to village idiots, ageges, and hence comes to Gege. He thinks that's what he's talking to. He's talking to those kind of people. He doesn't understand that the person behind uko ushago kwenye anaongea naye wakimnyamazia, that these people really understand. No, they're in the social media. Pauline Joroge, thank you, Alex. Alex has just told me. Pauline Joroge, thank you, Alex, for that. That's the name I was looking for. You know, people are educated nowadays. We are not stupid. We're here. Communication is so diverse nowadays. We don't even use we don't send letters anymore. Anything that you do, wherever you're doing it, ishajulikana. I don't think the guy understands that people really are out there, Mr. Lala. I don't know if Ruto understands you as a pastor nowadays. You're not just looking at your congregation, but you're also speaking to people who maybe are Muslims every day of your life when you come here. But they're also your people that you talk to, and you tell them what you need to talk to. I think he still thinks he's talking to village idiots. And that is why he can try to send people like what one kusumbua Simba Arati. Unasumbulia Simba Arati kufanya nini? And then when you're caught in the act, you withdraw them real quick. What is it? You think you're going to take Kisii? Then you go Sumbua Ukambani, you think you're going to take Ukambani? Guys are talking. This is not the days that we used to have 3310 Nokia. If you had 3310 is on ama tule tusimutwa nyumbani. This is the time that people are actually talking. That's why the channels like this are. And he doesn't understand it. Is still an old village idiot. Agege. Tugege. Agege. Village idiot. Rida Minata. The guy does not understand that people like Kinanjiru, Kina Lala, Mato, and the people in the comment section and the people that are listening to us can actually be here talking about this thing. He thinks that he can just stand somewhere and lie. The same way I've been asking you guys, in what math in your life have you ever had that you can go somewhere and do a math? Lala, my senior. Where have you ever gone in your crop? Either unapanda kitu chochote, hata kama tutafanya ya kanyari. And it's all even numbers. Everything. Why have we never had Ruto say we have made 200,000 0.00124 an even number? Why is it that everything is always an even number? Because he's always lying. He throws numbers, kila mtu anasikia iko sawa. Because he has to throw a number that is so powerful out there. Bilioni 2.9. Kwa nini useme bilioni 2.6 001 or 002? I mean 3, 4, 7. Something. Give us the real number. Why are you telling us just numbers that unatuma tu kwa hivyo 2500? That has never happened in the history of math. And I'm so sorry to say it. Hata saizi, there's no way I can round everything off to that number and it's the real number. It doesn't happen. Give us something realistic. Daddy nimenyamaza, pole. Leo nimekuwa mkali kidogo. I apologize.
Mato, hizi numbers Ruto ndiye anatoa. Unaona? Alafu naenda kule, because of the diplomatic, people have to sound agreeable and nice to each other. Anasema watu wetu wanataka kazi kama 250. Can you help us find? Then the person will say, you know, we'll try. Then it goes home achapata. Because those numbers, as I'm glad you're pointing them out, they're not practical. Those are fake. Yeah. Because no country will do something like that. No. Where did they sit down to decide we want this number from Kenya? How many countries are there? How many communities are there around the globe? Why Kenya? And if it is Kenya, then there's a catch. There's something that you're giving up. You should have let us know. What are we giving up? What are we giving in exchange? US, they're gonna tell us what are they giving the US? So it can't fools and nafikiri wote ni wajinga, lakini si tumesoma ndio tuko wajinga, manake Si wajinga lakini tunaogopa. Kenyans wanaogopa. One thing I love about this country is the US. They will not lie down and expect you to do that. And these are people, these are just local, normal people. They will not accept. No wonder if we go out and fight other wars, why can't we fight for our own people? Why? Because nobody, it doesn't matter. We can get Baba there, but if we don't change our mindset to protect the institution, then people will sacrifice like Baba, and then sisi tunafanya nini? We just play with it and give it to people like Ruto. This should make us mad. Since independence, we've been messing. People sacrifice, try to bring us to the right place, then we let it go. Now we have given up in our constitution. It's gone. Unless we get it, fight for it, run after it, and get it like David did, it's gone. Without David going to get his family, there would be no Israel the way we know it today. The name of David, that's a model of true leadership. He just didn't come on a silver plate. They had to fight for it. And I think, in fact, somebody was saying, you know, Africans talk about the God of Israel. They really love that God of Israel. But then the Israelites themselves are fighting. For us, we are trusting God of Israel to come and rescue us. But the God of Israel is fighting for their own land. So I think even our faith, we have to really adjust and know who God is and follow his principles to get what we want. There's times when you gotta defend what you have. And for us to just let it go and we are just talking, and to see Kenyans going to line up for Ruto, some people, you just cheapen yourself, because all you're looking for is a handout, and it's gonna be dry, it's gonna be gone. And I pray that Kenyans would look at Trump, the trial, his lawyers already flipping on him, he's possibly going to jail. The only thing that will save Kenyans when laws have consequences that people can feel. If they can do it and get away with it, forget it.
But
That's
then,
because
Lala,
they are tribal.
Lala,
Yeah?
on that question, did I hear that the campaign manager he took a bargain of
The two lawyers already even today took the bargain, and now twice. So yeah, they are flipped.
So he took it like he took nini so he doesn't
He
get
said they were
convicted.
guilty. The two lawyers said they were guilty.
Because I know Sidney Powell's did it, but here
Sidney Powell has done it, and the two other lawyers already have done it. So basically, Trump is alone.
Ona sasa.
Trump is alone.
Kenya, Africa tutajafika hiyo place where people can actually, okay, we're done with you. You know, because I hear his chief campaigner said took a plea bargain.
He did that one already. Everybody is flipping. Trump is becoming more lonely. The more likelihood that's going to go to jail is there very strongly. Yes. The people whom he trusted would be with him are gone. Yeah, those are. Now he's trying to claim that Powell was not a lawyer, but I think they played the videotape where Giuliani is introducing as a lawyer, and so he's stuck. And this guy, Kenyans will know he did not actually succeed. He did not succeed but an attempt. Kenyan, they succeeded. And I think even the server should have been opened long time ago. I think that's the failure of Kenyans. Okay.
And Lala, you know, let me just put this just with a risk of both of you chairs kicking me out. Lala, there's something that has been disturbing me about the politics of the US and the politics of the Britain and politics of everywhere as compared to the politics of our mother country or mother continent, Africa. The thing is that these guys take that things very seriously in what they do. And when you look like where Trump is headed, is because there was things that were done that were not right, but people are getting they're becoming accountable. I mean, where you're being held accountable. But when you look at the biggest thing that I have an issue with, which I had an issue on the comment section just another day, is that most of us, and even when you look in the parliament and even in the Senate, everybody is talking about, the US does this, the US does this, the US does this, the US does this. Are we ever one day if we're going to really emulate ourselves to the US, as much as we always talk about the US, even making our laws, are we ever gonna one day come to a point where we can say that even as a president or a presidents, there's two presidents of what JF Kennedy did and what has been done, like when you go to a case of law, you can say that in the case of Roe v. Wade, this is what happened and stuff like that. And now that, because Trump is also going to, create another precedence right now, that a president can actually be. And by the way, he's not the first one. You come kwanini watu wanadhaningi ni wa first. He's not the first one. Who was the other one that was indicted again? The one that actually, I think he was.
Where Kenyan with love tuma link, mimi sijui natumwa aje. Sawa. Tuma link bana. Watu wanataka link.
Okay, so Lala, there was another president, the one that the espionage, there was another president that actually got himself in very hot waters in the US. I think is the one known. I can't remember his name, but where presidents are actually wanapatikana yani, depending on what you did. I think Africa, we have not gotten to that place, and I think we're about to get there because
you're talking about Nixon. Nixon actually.
Nixon, yes, that's Watergate. Was that the Watergate?
The Watergate, yes. But
yes.
Yeah.
Are we gonna get to place somewhere where people are getting? Because Trump will go to jail. Played like each other. Everything is bad for him. So, are we gonna get to a place where we see presidents or ex-presidents being indicted in Africa? Do you think we will get there?
Yeah, I think we will, but right now probably not. Not now the assassinated and killing and all that stuff, because that's the extreme. But I wish we go there where we can actually let them be accountable for what they did, and that will save us. That's when we begin to really prosper as a continent. Yeah, because these days, they have their masters, they will run out of the country, or somebody kills them, or they just live free when they have killed so many people. And that's the sad thing. Yeah.
Thank you. Because me, I can't wait for the day that people get indicted. You hear Ruto amekuwa indicted, he has to go to court. Lakini sikuwe na hiki na Mavoko and
but
all
you
that.
see, the whole idea, Mato, the whole idea that that we as Kenyans can let Ruto escape when we have judiciary system, whatever, there's IEBC and others, and we just let him slide, and we know the truth and the facts. It undermines everything, every institution that is there. That it's not really to govern us. We are lawless, like those Western movies had those cities without, law and order. That's exactly what we are saying. And so people are bold. They can do anything in the name of, but look at the US now. People now will think twice. If the president tells you to do something, you don't want to do it because you're going to go to jail. Sometimes they are actually more protected than you. You are actually going to have it rough because the law will not, will give the president some of the privileges, but for you, you are in the cold.
Okay, Ambiwa, let's march to the capital. We're going to march to the capital. Unasema, tembea peke yako, my friend.
Yeah, and the law, things will happen, should happen. Even in Kenya, they should try to do anything. It's gonna happen because of sin, because of the nature of human being. But there be a law that will catch them. And it's really, those institutions are the ones that are dead. So people like Ruto have a free ride. They have still our tax money, and they are enjoying those tax money, and we are there and just watching. So the feeling of helplessness that we have is what is alarming. Americans will go out to fight for other people, go die there. For us, we can't even die for our own children. This is actually a war at home. It's for our own existence. It's an existential threat to us as a people. What we are doing right now for not defending what we know we should defend. We are being wimp, really, when you think about it. The wimps. That's the word. Because when we know something is wrong, it should be wrong. Our conscience should tell us something to do. But to accept and wait for 2027, to me, that's the worst number to hear. Oh, start campaigning, begin to look forward, talk about the next election. That's why we become Banana Republic, because we are talking about the next one. Before one end started campaigning, Ruto started campaigning when? Long time ago. He's been campaigning all these years because he knew that the system would stay rotten so they can get into power. And somebody else has already is lined up because they are weakening these institutions every single day. And when they do, that's exactly what happens. And we know very well poor governmental performance. We know very well the people behind it. Behind this, what they tend to do is, first of all, they make sure that also institutions are compromised so that politicians, political parties, and eventual democratic institutions themselves have got no impact at all, on the governance of a country. I mean, those who are doing good job don't do any good job because institutions are weak. So the problem may go beyond even the entire nation. I mean, beyond across the border and everything else. The region is messed up completely because you become a Somali, and the old Somali. Look at Haiti. It's a laughable. It's a laughing stock in that place because of what we are doing to ourselves right now. Yeah. So I think we have a challenge. Kamwene, I think you better take over. Probably she's thinking of heading home now. Okay. Okay, you want to hear what Stephen Levinsky says about governance, about the weakness of the institution? He says over time, poor governmental performance erode public trust in politicians, political parties, and democratic institutions themselves. So they go to the very, become a crisis, governing in such a system is so Kenya actually we are there. We are there at a point where it will be very, very hard to get us out unless we do it now. If we keep going the way we are going, no child will go to school because there's no money. I'm told even the tax, they fall short of, the number they were targeting. That means they don't have enough to pay for what? Those debts. And the expenses are going up because Ruto is flying everywhere. Okay? And when he goes out there, that plane carries other people. And then the per diem, all the money they spend out there, no wonder the figure is really big. And you guys, you're working. Baba alisema punda ameanguka, si ndio? Punda not just amechoka, but punda sasa ameanguka. And then the figures came out that we don't have enough tax money, has been collected. Yeah, so trouble. All right, guys. God bless.
Umeisha? Umeisha? Lala, naona umeisha. Wacha wewe enda lala. Lala, enda ukalale. Lala, enda ulale.
Wacha kuswata.
Lala.
Watu
Ngoja. Kenyan with love. Ngoja kwanza ni deal na lala. Lala. You are mute, Lala. Lala. That is my good night for you. Na unajua siku hizi unaombeanga watu, sijui kama mbona hutaki kuomba na sisi tufunge. Na wewe ndio pasta ama umedonate hiyo kwa Kenya ni maandamano kamili. Maandamano kamili ndiye ataomba. We need to know. Maandamano kamili ndiye assistant pastor. You are mute, Bwana Rara. Bwana Rara, you are talking to yourself.
Oh, okay. Ni sawa, Mama Maandamano can pray for us, and God is good. What time are you closing?
We are here mpaka watu waseme hawataki kukua hapa.
Okay.
Hatuwezi timia watu hewa. Oxygen is free.
Pastor, I've really enjoyed the conversation today. I think we had a very mature conversation. I'll be leaving here in about 10 minutes, but I'm still here for 20. I still want to hear.
Tunataka watu wa comment waseme tufunge. Watu wa comment waseme wakisema tufunge tunafunga. Watu wa comment, we are waiting for your comments. Watu wa comment wakisema funga tunafunga. But itategemea pia na quorum. Kama Lala anaenda kulala, alafu naye Kenyan with love anaenda date, naye Kenyan maandamano kamili sijui anaenda wapi. Sasa simuona mtanibatisha hapa pekala yangu.
Pastor Lala, my dad and my mom, tafadhali please, when you go to sleep, niombeni mtu ananisumbuanga akili sana. Unasikia vitu zenye ananiita sasa, ananiambia naenda date. Ni kama enda alinipatia hiyo date na ameninyima wa Kikuyu wao.
Is it illegal? Dates are not illegal. In fact, it is the best therapy in this environment. You need to go for 15 dates at least Zakaya sikumalize.
Huyu jamaa anapenda kunisumbua sana. But anyway, I'm here for the next 10
Your mental health is very good. Your mental health is very important for us. So na tunajua what the importance of dates to you. We know how they.
Do you know we have two senior people here who are listening to us? Tuko na pastor na tuko na mami pia. Baraka, wacha tuchukue Baraka bwana.
Kwani wametoka Satan? They exist on earth. They are not from Satan. They are on earth, my brother.
Ujeni mchukue mtu sound candid talk. He's my friend anyways. All right. Wacha ninyamaze, wacha nikuache. You good? Niko hapa hivi for another 10 minutes, then I'll be getting out. Mami hajaongea, so I think amerudi, kuna kitu alikuwa anataka kusema, so sijui. I don't know. The show is all yours, man.
Kenyan with love, na uache kuzeesha watu hivyo. Unaanzia kusema ati kuna wazee. Uache akina Lala wanaelewa hizi story bana. They could actually be even sharper than us. So wacha kujifanya tu ndiye Karuru. Wacha kujifanya jua Karuru. Maybe unaweza kuwa you are the amateur. Well, I'm waiting for maandamano kamili. Mi hakuna kitu nasema. I'm just waiting for the next speaker. But kama the next speaker hataongea, mimi nitaendelea tu kutoa story tu. Go ahead.
Wacha nikukomeshe. I'm here to say that Kenya imedhulumiwa kabisa na huyu mtu, na anadhulumu Kenya akijua kabisa. It's not that he don't know what he is doing. The fact remains that he stole the election and he stole the winning. Ndio aonyeshane yeye anajua kufanya kazi, vile alifanya campaign, vile alisema atatetea wasiojiweza, hustlers, bodaboda. But now what we are seeing somebody, a very different picture, very different person. Mtu ambaye hajali hata masilahi ya mtu yeyote. Hata hao alikuwa analilia ndio ananyanyasa kabisa. So you wonder where Kenya is heading. You wonder, why do people take people for granted and finally they win that belief of lie that they can use on people and get where he is. I'm still confused. I'm still shocked to see what happened to our Kenya that day. Because when you look at what is happening with this person who was singing like he is going to take Kenya to a better environment, you wonder what happened. What didn't work for him? Is he just there to play games until the end? And how far does he want us to wait or to take us? Hii ni mambo mingi mbaya sana. In fact, they are happening in Kenya while people are just watching. Na ninashindwa what is going on. But you see the problem we have in Kenya right now. This guy knows that he is not doing the right thing, and he surrounds himself with police with guns. And then if you try to react, he used force to intimidate you. That's the most dangerous thing that he is doing to us. And something that I wonder, how can we penetrate to get to where we are going? Because you cannot use lethal weapon on somebody who just armless with no weapon. And you are using a lethal weapon. And they are not even ashamed. We are not fighting with them. We are not at war. We are asking what we deserve. And you cannot open your mouth. You'll be shot. What is that? I think that is where Kenyans are stuck and wondering, how do we penetrate? Nataka muone hiyo picha ilikuwa kwa Arati, Simba Arati. Uone hao watu walikuwa wamesimama hapo na mabunduki, kila mtu yake, big guns. Arati ndio alikuwa anaongojewa wampige marisasi hiyo yote, ama what were they thinking? However, even if they were thinking that there will be something that is going to erupt, why was it to erupt? First of all, they are always aware they are doing the wrong thing, and that is why they suspect something will erupt. Because when police are doing the right thing, I don't see the reason why they should be in such large number somewhere if they are doing the right thing. And I don't see the reason why they should be having these big guns in front of people. Wananchi wanawaangalia hivi, wanaona pale ni kifo kabisa, siwezi karibia. Why should we be put on such kind of situation in our country? In our own country, not in a neighboring country. Si ati tumetoka tumeenda Uganda tukaonwa na hao mapolisi wa Uganda wakachukua guns. Kenya itself holding guns for the Kenyans, for Kenyans who have nothing wrong with them. They have done nothing wrong. They are not fighting. They are not at war. In fact, even those police, they know very well that this wananchi, they are asking for what they deserve because they are not getting it. And yet, police can stand with guns. Na kuna pahali imeharibika, mapolisi wanauawa, lakini hawa wanawekwa wa intimidate innocent wananchi na mabunduki. Lakini kule kuko na vita, hawaendi kupigana huko. What is that? Ruto has believed that unless he used guns, he cannot rule the country. That's exactly what it is. Why? Because he knows he is doing wrong. He knows he is not right. He is not a good person. Nobody wants him. That's why he is forcing himself to us. Na kujiforce kwetu, anaendelea kuleta mambo ya kufanya watu wawe na hofu kwa kuona mabunduki ikiwa imeshikwa na mapolisi na mauniform hiyo yao. For them to say they are just sitting and they are being paid by our taxes, through our taxes that we are being taxed so hard. Na wameketi hapo ati wao hawakuwa na shida yoyote. How on earth could they leave their post where they are supposed to be and come all the way there? That is not their post. That's a venue for business. It's an office. And they were not guarding for Arati. And they were not guarding for the building. They were there for a mission. And because they also know it's not right what they were doing, that is why they had that lame excuse to wananchi. Na hawezi kuona haya. They have to say something. And then they walk away. And they call that day. And they have to be paid for just doing nonsense. At times we have to be looking at these people and ask them, when you are told to go and guard that place, what did you think in your mind? What were you told to do? Because obviously they had the instructions of what to do. They had the idea of going there. They didn't go there aimlessly. How could they, all those many of them, could they think the same thing? And could they send themselves there? There was the authority from somewhere who told them what to do and where to go. We are facing a very bad time in our country, that we are being intimidated with guns, not even by mouth, with guns, and you see them with drone. I mean drone. They are holding them in front of your eyes. You can see them. Paka hiyo area inakuwa baridi. Hakuna mtu anataka kutembea hapo. So we are now being shown that we can do nothing. Jaribu, unapigwa risasi. What kind of a country is that? Na sasa hiyo mtu anakuja ati anawasemama hapo juu ya gari, anawapea hotuba na mnamsikiliza. People should not even listen to this guy. He should be talking to himself so that he can know that we are fed up. Ndio hata hizo guns zikitolewa, sijui watakuwa wanatumia na nini. Wananchi mumuondokee huyu mtu aendelee na hiyo tabia yake, while we are planning how he got to get out of that office, because we can't take it anymore. It's too much. He has so much kiburi na madharau, na kuona wananchi kama I don't know what has happened to Kenyans, because they are really, really changed. They are very different this time. Nobody is able to make noise. But I think a day is coming. That's my belief. Hatuwezi nyamazishwa namna hiyo. That's a long time to keep quiet and go through this kind of environment. It's really bad, really devastating. Kuona vile watu wanaumia bure kabisa, na ni nchi yao. Hizo kazi tunaambiliwa ni kazi za kutu keep busy minded. There are no jobs. Tena yeye anatakiwa kuwa akiongea habari ya jobs. He ought to be in the office. Huyu mtu amekuwa ofisi lini ndio afanye kazi ile aliswear in? Has never been in the office. Just running up and down. Let's get angry with this guy. It's gonna finish our country for no reason. Na sisi ndio tutabaki tukiumia. Nobody now likes him. Hata wale wako pande yake, I know they are praying day and night. Anything to happen that can change our country. Ndio hata wao watoke kwa hiyo minyororo. You know, there are people who live under misery because they don't want to be discovered what they are thinking or what they pray for. Wanaishi tu kiholela, hata mkiona wakicheka. They are praying something to happen and things change. Hata kama ni kazi wataacha, waache. Because some of them, they may decide not to disappear because they might be looked where they are. Na huyu mwenye kumaliza watu. You had something to say, Kenyan with love? I thought he said something. So what I'm trying to say to Kenyans, hii ni mambo ambayo tumeletewa hivyo bure bure kabisa, tukafanywa kama watumwa, na tumekuwa watumwa kweli kabisa. Sababu utumwa ni ule kuwa unapimiwa kila kitu, na yeye ndiye anasema hii itauzwa pesa ngapi, ununue ukitaka hata kama hutaki. Shauri yako. Kwa hivyo kuumia ni sisi, si yeye. Yeye anaendelea tu na maisha yake. But the moment he will finish the country completely, anataka ikimalizika na sisi tumalizike. Ndio sasa awe yeye ndiye kiongozi wa watu wasio na nguvu. Tusikubali, tukatae kabisa. Hii ni mambo mbaya kabisa in our country, Kenya. How I know my countrymen behave and act and hardworking people. Sasa wamefanywa kama watu hawajui na hawajielewi. Lakini tujielewe na tuongee pamoja. Fikiri nitafikisha hapo. Kamwene Sans. I'm happy there are still people who can make noise so that we can reach our destiny. We haven't reached yet. We are very far. But let's fight for it. Asanteni sana. Thank you.
Sijui Kamwene ameenda wapi, lakini mami, kuna nimekuwekea kitu hapo, sijui kama umesoma while you were talking. Acha nikuwekee tena. Hii ingine naiogopa kidogo, lakini hii acha nikuwekee, ndio hiyo. Sijui kama unazisoma. Unasoma hiyo? Can you comment about that? Ma'am, sijui kama unasoma, sijui kama inaonekana. Uko mute.
Unanisikia?
Sasa uko sawa.
Sorry. Yeah,
Niko
I
na hiyo
think I was
alafu
mute.
alafu niko na hiyo na niko na ingine nilikuwa nataka nifanye ya mwisho, ndio kama itaweza ikatwe huko hivyo, unajua. Kuna hiyo ingine nilikuwa nataka kuweka.
Can I say something about this before you bring the next one?
Yes.
This one, I remember in Nairobi, people are going queuing, youth were being taken picture of their iris. And all of a sudden, that thing was banned. And even this Jambazi pretended that he didn't know that something like that was going on in the country. Now he's bringing it to the light. That is how now people are being captured, slowly by slowly. Now, having that you not being using your ID, where are you being put? Na hii maneno yote huyu mtu anafanya ni ya kujitengenezea zile namba ambazo atatumia 2027 if we reach there. If we don't stop this guy, 2027 hakuna mtu ataenda kuvote. Already you have voted. Those are the numbers he is collecting one by one. Remember the other people who are going around to their homes treating people if kama uko na homa ama uko nini. Lazima watachukua identification yako. So he is multiplying these numbers. Hizo ndizo atasoma, hivyo anasemaga namba kubwa kubwa, hizo ndizo atatumia.
Umesema. Umesema. Hata si naangalia kitu yote, mimi nikiangaliaga saa zingine inanishtua. Now sijui kama Kamwene yuko area ama amepotea. Kamwene uko area? Jiru. Nataka hii nikiweka hii lazima tukue tunafunga show within 2 minutes. Kuna hii moja nataka kukuwekea hapa hivi mama. Because it has nini, but it resonates with what you were saying. And I think it's freedom of speech. Lakini mimi itabidi sasa nianze kufunga kama Njiru arudi. Here's what you're talking about. And why is a president having wars with everyone? It's a video, but I won't play it. I'll just put the nini there. There, you can see it. Let me know when you're done reading it. Mom, let me know when you're done.
Yeah, I'm done.
My biggest part of that is that stop petty harassment of leaders who have rejected you and your money. Why did we ever have this thing at Moi's time? Because I don't know where Kamwene is, but as I want you to give your closing remark because nimeweka hiyo kitu hapa hivi. even though I didn't play anything, I don't think itatusumbua chochote as a channel, but I don't want to risk. Can you do your closing remark as I'm looking for the banners za kufunga funga?
Yeah, I'll say this. Ruto looks where by he don't wanna see anybody shining. He don't want to see somebody praised about his work or her work. The problem that we are having is that anytime Ruto approaches somebody who was doing very well, I don't know what they are told. Wanaweka majembe chini na wanafuata hiyo njia ambayo ni mbaya. Those who have stood with what they believe, they'll be harassed, of course, because Ruto is somebody who don't believe anybody else can shine. You see how he was harassing Uhuru? You see how he was talking when he was campaigning, just really ridiculing Uhuru completely. Baba, the same. And if Uhuru would go somewhere and shine, the guy would be very bitter. Huyu mtu ni mtu ako na damu mbaya kabisa. Ni mtu jealous. Ni mtu ako na kiburi. And those people who have all that and lies and everything, ni watu ambao hawajali maslahi ya watu, hawajali maisha ya mtu. They do anything.
And I think, Mom, you're right, because at some point you'd find that Uhuru would make a press conference, alafu ikikani kama watu wameisikia sana, he would go also do his own press conference. Yet he was saying that he was not part of that government.
Exactly. What he was doing, he was counter what? Attacking Uhuru. Kwa sababu Uhuru akifanya hii, sasa ebu ona vile kunaendelea sasa. All those projects Uhuru had taken care of, ndizo anaenda kulaunch. Si ni kama vile watoto huwa wanaambiana, I'm sorry to say that on forum.
No, it's true. I get you. I mean, we have to say it.
Yes, because sasa ni kama anaambia Uhuru, sasa mimi ndio mkubwa. I'll do what I want. Anything that you did, naweza bomoa na nijenge tena. That's exactly the attitude. Mtu ambaye anajiita ni kiongozi na anafanya utoto kabisa. Ujinga mwingi kabisa. Somebody who stands there to be listened by countries and country all over the world. Anafanya ujinga ule hujawahi kuonekana. Just because you have the power. It's ridiculous. Na watu wanamuita ati president. We have to have somebody with integrity, somebody who respects, somebody with decency, somebody who is not involved in calamities, somebody who cares about the maisha ya wanadamu. Tumemkosea nini sisi? Usukani alichukua, tumemkosea nini? Hata wale alikuwa anaimbia wimbo atawasaidia, wamemkosea nini? Na anawatesa even more than the rest. Anyway, whoever have decided to stand on their grounds, be firm, don't be shaken. The wind is about to leave. Just stand firm. Those are the few words I could say tonight. My submission ends there.
Sawa, Kenyan with love. Me, I want to go. I don't have anything to add. Kama kuna kitu ya kuongeza sema na mfunge kituo.
Mimi sina, wacha tufunge pamoja. Want to thank everybody that has been here with us. Asanteni sana. Wacha tu usinitoroke, wacha tufunge pamoja. Ni kufunga hata siongezi kitu. I think mama amemaliza hiyo kitu yote. hiyo chapter. Just stay with me ndio tufunge tukiwa wote. Want to thank kila mtu mwenye amekuwa na sisi hapa. I think Alex Media, I can see you huko chini. Angela, asante sana. Angela Wamboi, you're always here. John Kimei, asante. Jona Kimei, asante sana. Let's see who else. Asante kila mtu mwenye amekuwa na sisi hapa. We want to shukuru Pastor Lala, hiyo team yote pia amekuwa na sisi, ametupatia team yake. Robert Juma, thank you so much. John ndio ulileta shida lakini ni sawa, it's okay, it's always good to be here. John Dinda ndiye kuotia, asante sana, thank you so much for always being around with us. Nani mwingine, Due Diligence, and everybody else that has been with us. Doing that, pia nataka nishukuru sana our dear moderator, mkubwa wetu hapa. Excuse me, hizi majina zake lakini anyway, he is my friend. Kamwene, thank you so much for always taking that lag. Asante sana Mama Mary, asante sana. Kila mtu ambaye mwenye amekuwa hapa, and we can never forget Bernard for everything that he does to open up the show, even sometimes when we are tuko huko nyuma na maybe tuko busy, but we are here. This is the channel that we come and have a conversation. We do appreciate kila mtu. Yes, we are not in a good place with our country, but we hope that day will be seen, whether in our generation or another generation, it will be seen. But Ruto must go. It's come time that Kenyans are together and we don't care about tribes. We're not going to do any tribes. Anyways, asanteni sana. This is called Sound Candy Talk. This is where you have your conversation. We say, we have to talk. If we don't talk, we're going to start fighting. I want to say thank you, Mommy. Thank you, Lala. Kila mtu mwenye amekuwa hapa. Kamwene and Sons, your business you tutafungua. Kamwene Sons. It sounds like a business right there. But I want to thank you.
Of course, mimi ni mwanabiashara. So nitufikiria tutaanzia kuuza nini?
Ndio nashangaa lakini tutafanya. It's so cool. Thank you guys. Thank you.
Hata kama we can start kupeleka watu dates, eh? Because of your experience.
Acha siasa saitani. Have a good night, everybody. This has been Matuo Kamwene and Mama Mary. Yours all lovely. Asanteni. Tupatane baadaye. Mungu abariki, mjaliwe mali ambapo mlipo. Good night, good day, wherever you are, what time you are. God bless you.
Tunaingia vijijini, mijini na hata jijini kukuletea taarifa mchana kutwa. Usiku tunaketi kitako, tunadadavua tukichanganua taarifa na makala muhimu yanayokuhusu wewe na familia yako. Ungana na Bernard Ngozi kwenye Open Forum Political Show kuanzia saa 4 usiku hadi dakika zake kila siku ya wiki kwenye Sound.
Sisi vile vile si wote ambao wanataka ugomvi kwa sababu ya ugomvi.
Niwaambia nyinyi ni wajinga mkimpata Ruto. Mkadhani tunawadanganya.
Jeti ya Ruto. Hii maisha ya Ruto ni stress na ni stress.
Mungu wewe umetukosea.
Sasa tumesema siku ya Jumatano. Uko tayari? Uko tayari? Tumesema sisi si majambazi.
Munataka kurudi kwa moto ama munataka kuokoka? Munataka kuokoka? Njia ya kuokoka ni Baba. Nawaambia.
Mlikataa Raila. Raila alikuwa mtu wa kwanza kulilia watu. Raila ndio mwenye kuongoza hii nchi. Mpende.
muniache niunge Raila kwa amani. Na mimi naambia nyinyi watu wa Azimio, hapa Arati bado tuko pamoja, petition ile ya pesa 8. Dawa ya hii Kenya ni kusupport Raila Amolo Odinga 100%.
Raila, tega sikio, tuko nawe hadi mwisho. Tuungane tuondoe Ruto, serikali feki ya uongo. Baba regesha maandamano, hawa mafisi tuwaone kando. Ruto ainue mkono, Gachagua afunge mdomo.
Baba tapika maandamano. Baba tapika maandamano.